The Playboy Book of Horror and the Supernatural, selected by the editors of Playboy, copyright 1967 by H.M.H. Publishing Company, Incorporated. Read by Leon Janney. Preface. Since earliest times, men have taken keen pleasure in gathering around the crackling fire, surrounding themselves with the oppressive dark, and telling tales deliberately designed to scare the hell out of one another. The horror story may well be the oldest kind of story in the world. The real purpose and value of such stories, however, goes deeper than gooseflesh. They are a way of paying homage to the unseen, an attempt to know the unknowable, to penetrate the impenetrable, to endorse with a shiver the utterance of that melancholy and spectre-driven prince who knew too well that there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophy. And that is why great writers have never scorned tales of horror and the supernatural. Homer, Shakespeare, Pushkin, Maupassant, Stevenson, Henry James, Kipling, Maugham, Faulkner. Oh, complete the list yourself. That, too, is why Playboy has always encouraged such stories from the best contemporary writers, thereby providing a haven and harbor for a kind of fiction that today is not found easily or everywhere. Most general and family magazines go in for the genteel and tolerable shock on rare occasion, and the constructive limits of the television screen are too often death to true horror. A horror story needs the license and privilege to dwell upon unseemly thoughts and unholy deeds. We have been made privy to a confidential memorandum from a network executive, a maiden lady whose job it is to censor and make acceptable, to whom, televised drama, in which a particular teleplay of horrific aim and bent, written by one of the contributors to this book, was approved for broadcast only if certain scenes were redone, and this is an exact quotation, with minimum shock and surprise. Shock and surprise are, of course, essential ingredients, the very lifeblood of the horror story. Another essential is a certain attitude on the part of the reader. Some pseudo-sophisticates sniff snobbishly at horror stories and airily discuss them as beneath their intellectual level. But the true sophisticate has a healthy respect for and enjoyment of a good horror story, because he recognizes the primeval, pre-civilized part of his psyche that responds to such tales and is nourished by them. In this book you will find some of the finest horror and supernatural stories penned in the past dozen years. Because they were written by modern writers for modern readers, many of them are refreshingly free of the quaint cobwebs and monsters of yesteryear's horror stories, relying wisely on psychological cobwebs, implied monsters, and what one Playboy writer, Charles Beaumont, has aptly termed the fiend in you. Typical of such stories are Beaumont's Black Country, Ray Bradbury's Heavy Set, Hugh G. Foster's The Taste of Fear, John Tomerlin's Side by Side, Calvin Tompkins' Virginia, David Ely's The Academy, to name a few of the tales herein. But all is not hint and implication in this book. Blood flows copiously in Herbert Gould's Weird Show. A disgustingly slimy monster is the awful antagonist of Richard Matheson's First Anniversary. Demons, warlocks, and the devil incarnate appear in John Collier's Softly Walks the Beetle, Fredric Brown's Nasty, Beaumont's Sorcerer's Moon, Mack Reynolds' Burnt Toast. Hell itself is the scene of two stories. We won't tip our hand by telling you which ones. And the ambience of old Gothic novels is reconstructed with dramatic dexterity in Ray Russell's Sardonicus. Robert Bloch, John Christopher, Ken W. Purdy, Henry Slesar, William F. Nolan, Jack Finney, and other skilled storytellers are also assembled here. And they share a common goal: to appealingly appall you, to fill you with delicious dread, and to do so with maximum shock and surprise. The editors of Playboy. The Playboy Book of Horror and the Supernatural. Softly Walks the Beetle, by John Collier. Without mincing words, we are going to come right out and say that the reason John Collier is opening this book of horror and the supernatural is because in this difficult and demanding genre he is an undisputed champion, nonpareil and king. He is a consummate artisan, a wicked wit, a superb storyteller, and a proud stylist, who polishes his phrases like precious gems. Many have emulated him, some have imitated him. None have come close to duplicating the delicate, deadly Collier touch. Clifton Fadiman calls his stories refreshingly odd, aromatic, and spicy, commending his subtle way with the unexpected, the wild, and the lightly diabolic. Another eminent critic, Moses Hadas, in his foreword to the definitive Collier collection, Fancies and Good Nights, says, "If we ask of literature that it be creative, then fantasy of the sort John Collier practices may be the purest manifestation of literary art." All of these comments apply to Mr. Collier's following Playboy story. Florian's is the resort of film and fashion, and the most successful café on the Champs-Élysées. The tables have been reduced to the size of dinner plates. They are crowded so close together that whoever leans back in his chair may receive bitter reproaches in his right ear for infidelity, and in his left for lack of understanding. If he leans forward to escape these, he may find himself involved in a motion picture deal which is not likely to come off. The solitary is well advised to cower over his apéritif, and to fix his eyes on the sidewalk and study the passing crowd. I had no sooner made this depressing discovery than the corner of a newspaper hovered over my coffee, and the radar in my ribs warned me of an elbow at a distance of not more than 3 inches. I glanced to my right. At the table between my own and the planting box was seated a young man who had all the look of one of the new bohemians, the more or less juvenile delinquents of the international motion picture set. As all arts tend to the condition of music, so the pants of these young men, whatever may be their cut or material, tend to the condition of Levi's. Their haircuts tend to the crew cut. Their shoes are so easy-going as to constitute, when worn in the presence of strangers, an impudent familiarity. Too numerous, wherever they are, these young men are most numerous at film festivals, where they crowd the foyers of the best hotels, translating them into lobbies. Their wagons are sometimes hitched to a star, more often to a director. Their services are available. There is little they cannot, and nothing they will not, do. Reason now whispered reassuringly that he might after all be only, as we used to say of assistant producers in Hollywood, a mouse with ambitions to become a rat. While I was still wondering to which order this particular specimen belonged, my attention was diverted by the apparition of an elderly gentleman, who even while he approached us in the main stream of passers-by seemed, by reason of his improbable size and splendor, to move more slowly than the rest of them. It is thus that a great liner seems almost motionless in comparison with the scurrying tugs amidst whom, and at precisely the same speed, she moves majestically to her mooring. This gentleman halted at our corner of the terrace, and his rather puffy lips trembled a little as he looked over the wide expanse of tables. The crowd was crushed as close as a swarm of bees, buzzing with love and crawling with money, and there was not a single gap to be seen. The old boy addressed the oaf who was sitting by the planting box. "I wonder if you'd very much mind if I sat at your table. I promise you I won't be in the very least a nuisance." These words were uttered in a tone of the humblest supplication, one of the very few things that are better for being obviously a fake. One can get the genuine article from any panhandler. The bland humility was spiced by a twinkling glance of good fellowship sparkling from under an eyebrow whose naughty lift suggested that only an amusing mischance could have brought these two together in a place which, though probably respectable enough, was not exactly the Jockey Club. All these delightful nuances were completely wasted on my neighbor. With one shoe half on and half off, he lifted his nose half out of his gossip column, which he was studying as earnestly as a punter studies a form sheet, and he signified with half a grunt and half a nod that he had no objection to the stranger taking the vacant chair. The old boy lowered his vast posterior onto the inadequate little seat with a sigh of relief. He made no attempt to summon a waiter, but folded his hands over the handle of his mighty cane and demurely dropped his eyes upon them. They were large, expensive, leathery-looking hands, and their leatheriness was of such a quality as to make it clear that regardless of any little prejudice you and I may entertain, the finest article in that line is made from human skin. These hands, moreover, were adorned with 3 or 4 enormous rings, and in each of these rings was a diamond of such implausible size that no maker of imitation jewelry could possibly have had the effrontery to concoct it. They were dull, yellowish stones, and cut so flat as to subdue all their sparkle. One thought of still champagne, which nevertheless is still champagne. The waiters at Florian's respect no one but film personalities, and to these, on second thoughts, they see no reason to accord any very assiduous attention. The service, therefore, is not of the best. Nevertheless, a waiter was at once at the old man's elbow and stood respectfully awaiting his order. A little white jacket who carried off the trays of soiled glasses now set down his burden, greatly to the inconvenience of one of the first ladies of the screen, and took up a position flanking the waiter. This promising lad had realized instinctively that a command from such a source required at least 2 attendants even to receive it. The ancient grandee continued to look down upon his folded hands, for all the world like a peasant in a railway carriage. Suddenly, as if at the rubbing of a lamp, as if in the soft flash of a soundless explosion, there now materialized the urbane and evil Raoul, manager-in-chief of all Florian's Café. The waiter and the commis each fell back a pace. Raoul advanced, he smiled, he inclined his body, he offered his ear. Like Queen Victoria, confident of the chair, the dear old boy, without the least flicker of an upward glance, knew that his order was at last awaited by a person qualified to receive it. A fatuous, contented expression, like that of a sucking babe, spread over his face. He happily whimpered, "Bring me a glass of Perrier water, if you please. I prefer it not to be iced. At the same time, I like it to be sufficiently cool." On the last words he raised his innocent little eyes and plunged them, without as much as a splash, into the dark depths of Raoul's eyes. It was clear that he at once perceived that in spite of certain little brutalities, embezzlements, procurings, blackmailings, etc., Raoul was scrupulously clean in his person, idolized his little daughter, and knew his job, his place, and the correct temperature for Perrier water. Satisfied by these important clearances, the Magnifico presented him with a benign smile, more or less the equivalent of one of those signed photographs which crowned heads bestow on those who are not quite worthy of a tie-pin. Raoul received the order and the smile with every appearance of the utmost gratification, but without addressing his distinguished customer by name or title. From this I concluded that though he realized what, he did not know who he was. My youthful neighbor, though no judge of princes, was not entirely lacking in perception. He was capable of being impressed by anything that impressed a head waiter, and he was capable of recognizing the good and true at a single glance, as I saw when he turned his eyes upon the old man's rings. The wearer of those ornaments allowed an interval for their evaluation, which was carried out with the frank interest of a pawnbroker. Then he said with the utmost affability, "I really can't thank you enough for allowing me to sit down. I suppose I have been hotter, but I very seldom been as tired. I was guilty of the incredible folly of accepting an invitation to lunch in the Place Saint-Aubert, a place of which you've quite certainly never heard. It is hidden away behind one of the ultimate quays on the left bank, part of which I must say I have always found fascinating. And my chauffeur, who was to have picked me up there, must have failed to find his way. I have had to walk halfway across Paris." "But what's wrong with a taxi?" inquired the young man. "Nothing at all," said his senior. "But I must confess I found myself unable to take one." At these words the young man's forthcoming spirit withdrew as abruptly as the head of a turtle which had been rapped upon the nose. Fortunately, before the old gentleman could notice the youth's outraged movement of recoil, the waiter reappeared bringing the Perrier water, with the little commis close to his elbow and the infamous Raoul smirking in the background. The old boy was no sooner served than he began to slap here and there upon the breast of his voluminous jacket as if trying to locate his pocketbook, and each blow seemed to have its impact on the very heart of the young man he had been talking to. Then, much to the latter's relief, the elder lugged out an enormous wallet, from whose interior, crammed with 10,000-franc notes, his tremulous fingers soon rooted out one of smaller denomination, and beckoning Raoul, "Please be so good," said he, "as to give out of the change a little present to the waiter and something to this adorable little fellow who was so kind as to wipe the table for me." He accompanied the words with a gesture of dismissal and returned to his talk with the young man. "A taxi is an excellent thing," he said. "There is nothing more democratic than a taxi, and I believe deeply in the fellowship of man. However, the people do tend to ride in such conveyances, and to leave all sorts of unsavory little traces behind them. Call me an inconsistent old fool if you wish, but I really could not summon up the resolution to enter a taxicab, not even to shake off the priests who dogged me every inch of the way." "What priests? Where are they?" said the young man, a little disconcerted. "Look through that little privet hedge beside you," replied the old coot with a pathetic attempt at a smile. "You will notice two men at the cafe next door. They are sitting, I think, at the fourth table along." "They don't look like priests to me," said the youth. "And if they were, why should they follow you around?" The poor old fellow sighed and took a long sip of his Perrier water, whose mild effervescence may have offered a grateful coolness to his strawberry nose. "I am, it is true, no angel," said he. "However, that is not my fault. I went today into those distant wilds only, I assure you, in the hope of becoming one." The young man, thinking it unprofitable to talk to a lunatic, merely grunted and lifted his newspaper again. "An angel," continued the simpering old man, "not in the celestial, but in the theatrical sense of the term." The young man, who had for the second time withdrawn his head, now stuck it out again and farther than before, and with it, as inevitably must follow, his neck. "You're in the business?" he asked with a bright, engaging look. "The business?" said the other. "I? No." There was a brief silence, during which the young man was obviously wondering what he had said that was wrong. His senior was kindly enough to reassure him with a smile. "I love the arts," said the dear old boy, "and I do what I can to encourage them. I love the theater, I love the ballet, I love above all the art of the motion picture. Film, with its amazing potentialities, its new and eternally recreated language of juxtaposition, the juxtaposition, to take the most obvious example, of vast panoramic shots, and the most intimate close-ups, as they call them, which were invented, as you know, by the great innovator D.W. Griffith, a director whom I never had the privilege of meeting, but who—" At this point his voice swelled to an organ note, and I, as one sometimes does at the opera, focused my attention on the music, without much heeding a libretto I had heard too often before. After a time, the flat utterance of the name of a very promising young film director signaled the end of the recitative and the resumption of ordinary dialogue. "It was with him," said the old man, "that I lunched today in an outlandish place in which he has chosen to live. It would have been more prudent to have invited him myself, but I wanted to make him a rather considerable financial offer. I felt it more delicate to be the guest." It is said that when the string of a fine violin is plucked to produce a certain note, the same string on an equally sensitive instrument nearby will vibrate in harmony. In this respect the young man must have been as finely attuned as any Stradivarius, for from his half-open, tensely quivering lips there breathed in tuneful echo the words, "Financial offer?" "I propose to buy, with my own money, which they have not yet succeeded in getting away from me, a certain extremely successful play, and to meet the whole cost of its production as a motion picture," said the old man with impressive simplicity. "I offered, for his personal contract, terms as favorable as I think any director has ever received. He flatly refused them. He told me to go to hell." The old boy shook his head dolorously, and sought again the poor solace of his Perrier water. The young man seemed eager to offer him more substantial consolation. "Listen to me," said he gracefully. "If you've got money to invest in a movie, I offered him more than money," said the other sadly. "I offered him also the services for the leading role of a young lady who is as beautiful as a nymph, as talented as she is beautiful, with eyes, lips, neck, bosom," and putting his finger to his lips, he consigned a kiss to the air, as if in the hope it might be fortunate in its landing. "Oh, said the youth, and he permitted himself a smile such as no older man likes to see on the face of a younger one. The old nabob showed no sign of offense. "You suspect," said he, "that I'm a bloody old fool trying to promote a career for some little chorus girl with whom he is infatuated. The name of the young lady would soon correct that impression. In a place of this sort I must confine myself to saying that she is listed, in the United States as well as in Europe, among the 2 or 3 most popular actresses of the year. What's more, I have heard with my own ears this same young director declare he would sell his soul to the devil for a chance to work with her in the very play I offered to purchase for him." "Well, then what was the snag?" inquired the young man. "In what you have referred to as the business, though I myself prefer to regard it as an art, people do not always mean what they say," replied the elder. "Well, maybe he didn't think you really had the money," suggested the young man with a skeptical smile. "You are right, after all, in calling it the business," said the old chap with an air of some distaste. "It was on that account that I took this with me." And having, as he spoke, pulled out his oversized wallet again, he extracted from it a check which he unfolded for the young man's interested inspection. "But this is certified," cried the youth with such a simple, genuine air of enthusiasm that he looked like a baby in an advertisement extolling its favorite milk. "Which is more," bleated the old man happily, "than they've ever been able to do to me." There was a brief pause as he stowed away the check, and during this pause his words sank in. "Do you mean to say they've tried?" asked the young man at last. "Peep discreetly through this little privet hedge," replied the other, "and you will see in front of the next cafe, at the 4th table along, 2 men dressed in quite ordinary clothes. Those men are psychiatrists, and they have followed me all the way—" "You said those men were priests!" exclaimed the youth. "You have priests on the brain, my dear fellow," said the old buffer with the utmost sang-froid. "It is true the psychiatrist fulfills in modern society many of the functions of the priest. For example, he receives confessions and he casts out devils. Personally, I am inclined to believe that those 2 who have passed themselves off on you as psychiatrists are nothing more nor less than devils themselves. Otherwise, why should they have thrown a piece of brioche to that gargoyle by the lamp-post, which was clambering down as I passed Notre Dame, and has insistently attached itself to me for all the world like a lost dog?" "It looks like nothing but a poodle to me," responded the youth. "And those 2 look like priests to you, or psychiatrists," said the old chap rather brusquely. "Nevertheless, I tell you they are devils, fiends from hell. Why should they try to declare me insane?" "Well, if that's their little game," said the young man after a thoughtful pause, "I'm with you 100%. "You don't think I should be locked up?" quavered the old boy in pathetic gratitude. "You don't think I should have my money taken from me?" The young man did not reply directly to this last question, which perhaps seemed to him rather too personal. "I think you've got the right idea," he said. "Finance a film. Break all records at the box office. And there's not a head shrinker in creation can get away with calling you nuts." "I should like it to be an artistic triumph as well," mumbled the grandee, who perhaps had been a little overindulged in his infancy. "It so happens I've got a property that's just about the tops from both angles," said the young man. "I don't mind telling you I picked it up for peanuts, from a writer who was in a jam for his rent money." At this boast I expected the old gentleman to show some little signs of repugnance, but evidently his situation was too desperate, for he summoned up a beaming glance of admiration. "You must be a very complete businessman," said he. "Could you bring yourself to describe the story to me?" "Now, it starts out with this liner hitting this iceberg," began the complacent youth, "and everyone's drowned except Brando, Bardot, Greg Peck, Ava, Marilyn, and one or two others. There's a couple with their marriage breaking up, and one of these H-bomb scientists, and a so-called liberal, and the highest-paid call girl in the world. And maybe we put in a race angle, and they're all marooned on this melting iceberg, drifting south, followed by sharks. They have to get their problem worked out because they're faced with death." The old man held up a forefinger which, apart from the gigantic diamond which adorned it, had something of the mottled and tremulous appearance of an uncooked pork sausage afflicted with St. Vitus's dance. "Say no more," said he. "This is not a mere story. It is an artistic conception of the first magnitude, an epic, a slice of life. It has everything. If I, an outsider, may be permitted to use the expressive argot of the studios, it has everything except perhaps Mr. Cary Grant, whom possibly we might persuade to take the role of an international playboy, or even a society killer. Dare I suggest also a plastic iceberg? It would have the advantage of not melting too quickly under the ardent temperament of the highly paid lady, who seems to me, more than any other member of the cast, to be pitted against the iceberg itself in this titanic struggle between humanity and the forces of nature." But here the old man checked himself with an effort, paused, and said, I fear my enthusiasm is carrying me beyond all seemly limits. I had not yet asked you, and please tell me frankly if you would rather not. I shall quite understand. I have not yet asked you if you will allow me to participate. I can offer nothing but money, which is probably of no importance whatever to you. However, I have a great deal of it, and it is entirely under my own control, always providing that our friends at the next cafe do not get their hooks on me." "As far as I'm concerned," said the young man, "I'd like to set the deal right now." "Yeah, it will take time to draw up the papers," lamented the old man. "Even this check I have is made out to my reluctant friend in the Place Saint-Aubert. We would, of course, have a gentleman's agreement." At these last words the young man showed signs of great uneasiness. He seemed to feel that for some reason, though perhaps not the right one, a gentleman's agreement would be completely meaningless. "I'd like something more binding," said he at last. "You are perfectly right," said the old boy. "An alternative occurs to me. I am convinced you have a blazing future. I foresee a long and exciting association between us. Now it so happens that some time ago I was dreaming of just such a fruitful relationship, and I indulged my fancy so far as to have a simple contract drafted, which binds me on my side to furnish all the money my partner may need, as well as to purchase properties for him, and to provide as much of what I believe is called talent as he may desire. He, on his part, agrees to remain with me exclusively, absolutely, and forever." While he was speaking, he lugged out his wallet, and fumbling among the thick wads of banknotes, he now located a single sheet of paper, folded small and rather dirty round the edges. This he opened up, and the young man reached forward his hand to take it. The dear old boy, however, drew it back a little and gave him a smile instead. "Before I bother you with this ridiculous little document," said he, "I must, in elementary honesty, make known my name to you. Or did you perhaps read my signature on the check?" "I couldn't make head or tail of it," said the young man frankly. "Delightfully put," said the old chap. "Well, I must confess to you that I am no other than—" But here he hesitated and peeped naughtily from side to side, and finally beckoned the youth to incline his ear, into which, like a child with a secret, He smilingly breathed the precious syllables. The young man's face, on hearing this whisper, was hardened by the sort of realism on which such a one bases the decision to take what he can get while the going is good. "You don't say," he said. "Oh, but I do," said the old boy, "and I do so hope you believe me, for if I were not the personage in question, what should I be but a deluded old idiot? In which case, if you signed this agreement, you would be taking advantage of my pitiable weakness, and that would be damnable indeed." "I believe every word you say," protested the young man energetically. "And you are not prejudiced?" asked the old boy, radiantly confident of a favorable answer. "That is so nice. You are not, for example, repelled by a little smell of sulphur which sometimes intrudes itself?" "To me," said the young man graciously, "B.O. means box office, and anyway I don't smell a thing." "Splendid," said the other. "Those chlorophyll tablets must be everything they claim to be, which is more than can be said for most of us. Would you like to put your signature here? Right at the bottom, if you please, where the dotted line is." "But supposing," said the young man, "they get hold of you before you can draw another check. I'll have signed the paper, and I'll be sitting here with nothing." "You need a little deposit, a little binder, a little something to clinch the bargain?" chortled the old boy. "Admirably shrewd, commendably cautious, perfectly businesslike. I congratulate myself upon my future associate. The only question is, what? The check is worthless to you. I have a very few 100,000 francs in my pocketbook. I cannot add to the injury of offering you naked and malodorous money the insult of offering so little." The young man was quite disposed to submit to any amount of insult and injury of this description, but before he could find words to express his magnanimous attitude, the old fellow eagerly forestalled him. "But stay," said he, "I have it." And placing his right hand over the fingers of his left, and tugging as hard as he could, "Sign," said he, "and accept this. It is altogether more valuable than the wretched money, and it has a pleasant association with the gauges and tokens of times gone by." The young man, seeing what he was at, now made haste to scribble his signature. His senior retrieved the paper with his left hand and held out his right a little under the level of the table, and pressed what he held into the young man's receptive fingers. "Put it in your pocket," whispered the old boy. "Don't let those infernal rascals next door see what I have given you, or they may pounce on us at once to recover it. Then we should both be in trouble." The young man saw the point of this, and thrust his fist into his pocket. "It's a perfectly legitimate deal," said he. "And such a delightful one!" cried the old boy. "I feel quite overcome by the pleasure of it. Allow me to retire for a moment. Please don't run away. We have all sorts of little arrangements to make. We must certainly arrange a rendezvous for tomorrow. I'll be back in a minute or two." Thereupon he ambled into the dim interior of the café. As soon as he was out of sight, the young man pulled his hand from his pocket and opened it, still below the level of the table, to look at the great ring which he had extracted from the old simpleton. When he saw what had been palmed off on him, the look of complacency left his face, and with a small gesture of fury he threw it into the planting box beside his chair. It was a piece of glass and brass, of such aggressive crudity that its cheap gleam somehow diminished, by a minute but perceptible degree, the total value of all the film stars, social celebrities, cafes, shops, automobiles, etc., that were present at that moment in the Champs-Élysées. The young man looked scowling round, as if in search of the old fool who had made a fool of him, but then, deciding there was no point in exposing himself a second time to the contagion, he threw down a couple of coins and left the café. By what was perhaps a coincidence, the two men who were sitting at the place next door also rose from their table and moved away in the same general direction. No sooner had they all disappeared than the Gaga Magnifico came waddling back, and seemed greatly astonished to find his young friend no longer there. He looked this way and that. His eye fell on the abominable confection in the planting box. He picked it out, from among the cigarette ends and the spent matches, and his full, mauvish lower lip trembling with dismay, he looked at it and then at me with all the blank bewilderment of earliest or latest childhood. How, his piteous glance demanded, could this precious token be so cruelly spurned? "I'm afraid he felt," I found myself answering, "that it wasn't altogether genuine." "Well, perhaps not," muttered the old chap despondently. "Perhaps it's not." Then the faint returning gleam of a smile began to dawn on his flabby features, and he leaned confidentially toward me and added, tapping the breast pocket where he had stowed away his precious document, "But this is—" Heavyset by Ray Bradbury. The preceding story by John Collier, which opens this book, represents the traditional side of the volume, for it deals with a grand old supernatural figure, the devil himself. The second story, Ray Bradbury's Heavyset, represents what we might call natural as opposed to supernatural horror. Here we see the quiet horror of everyday life, the macabre among us, the monster next door. You have probably known a creature like the frightening protagonist of this story. Obviously, Mr. Bradbury has. Of Bradbury, it would be both superfluous and presumptuous to introduce him to the reader, for the lauded author of the Martian Chronicles, the Illustrated Man, and Fahrenheit 451, recently filmed by Francois Truffaut, is known to every literate person on the face of this planet, and probably elsewhere. The woman stepped to the kitchen window and looked out. There in the twilight yard a man stood surrounded by barbells and dumbbells and dark iron weights of all kinds, and slung jump ropes and elastic and coiled spring exercisers. He wore a sweatsuit and tennis shoes and said nothing to anyone, as he simply stood in a darkening world and did not know she watched. This was her son, and people called him Heavyset. Heavyset squeezed the little bunched coiled springs in his big fists. They were lost in his fingers like magic tricks. Then they reappeared. He crushed them. They vanished. He let them go. They came back. He did this for 10 minutes, otherwise motionless. Then he bent down and hoisted up the 100-pound barbell noiselessly, not breathing. He motioned it a number of times over his head, then abandoned it and went into the open garage among the various surfboards he had cut out and glued together and sanded and painted and waxed. And there he punched a punching bag easily, swiftly, steadily, until his curly golden hair got moist. Then he stopped and filled his lungs until his chest measured 50 inches, and stood, eyes closed, seeing himself in an invisible mirror, poised and tremendous, 220 muscled pounds, tanned by the sun, salted by the sea wind and his own sweat. He exhaled. He opened his eyes. He walked into the house, into the kitchen, and did not look at his mother, this woman, and opened the refrigerator and let the Arctic cold steam him while he drank a quart of milk, straight out of the carton, never putting it down, just gulping and swallowing. Then he sat down at the kitchen table to examine the Halloween pumpkins. He had gone out earlier in the day and bought the pumpkins and carved most of them, and did a fine job. They were beauties, and he was proud of them. Now, looking childlike in the kitchen, he started carving the last of them. You would never suspect he was 30 years old. He still moved so swiftly, so quietly, for a large action, like hitting a wave with an up-tilted and out-thrust board, or here with the small action of a knife giving sight to a Halloween eye. The electric light bulb filled the summer wildness of his hair, but revealed no emotion, except this one intent purpose of carving on his face. There was all muscle in him and no fat, and that muscle waited behind every move of the knife. His mother came and went on personal errands around the house, and then came to stand and look at him and the pumpkins and smile. She was used to him. She heard him every night drubbing the punching bag outside, or squeezing the little metal springs in his hands, or grunting as he lifted his world of weights and held them in balance on his strangely quiet shoulders. She was used to all these sounds, even as she knew the ocean coming in on the shore beyond the cottage and laying itself out flat and shining on the sand. Even as she was used by now to hearing Heavyset each night on the phone saying he was tired to girls, and saying no, he had to wax the car tonight, or do his exercises to the 18-year-old boys who called. She cleared her throat. "Was the dinner good tonight?" "Sure," he said. "I had to get special steak. I bought the asparagus fresh." "It was good," he said. "I'm glad you liked it. I always like to have you like it." "Sure," he said, working. "What time is the party?" 7:30. He finished the last of the smile on the pumpkin and sat back. "If they all show up, they might not show up. I bought 2 jugs of cider." He got up and moved into his bedroom, quietly massive, his shoulders filling the door and beyond. In the room, in the half-dark, he made the strange pantomime of a man seriously and silently wrestling an invisible opponent as he got into his costume. He came to the door of the living room a minute later, licking a gigantic peppermint-striped lollipop. He wore a pair of short black pants, a little boy's shirt with rough collar, and an Eton cap. He licked the lollipop and said, "I'm the mean little kid." And the woman who had been watching him laughed. He walked with an exaggerated little child's walk, licking the huge lollipop, all around the room while she laughed at him, and he said things and pretended to be leading a big dog on a rope. "You'll be the life of the party," the woman cried, pink-faced and exhausted. He was laughing now also. The phone rang. He toddled out to answer it in the bedroom. He talked for a long time, and his mother heard him say, "Oh, for gosh sakes," several times, and finally he came slowly and massively into the living room, looking stubborn. "What's wrong?" she wanted to know. "Oh," he said, "half the guys aren't showing up at the party. They got other dates. That was Tommy calling. He's got a date with a girl from somewhere. Good grief." "There'll be enough," said his mother. "I don't know," he said. "There'll be enough for a party," she said. "You go on." "I ought to throw the pumpkins in the garbage," he said, scowling. "Well, you just go on and have a good time," she said. "You haven't been out in weeks." Silence. He stood there, twisting the huge lollipop as big as his head, turning it in his large, muscular fingers. He looked as if at any moment now he would do what he did other nights. Some nights he pressed himself up and down on the ground with his arms, and some nights he played a game of basketball with himself and scored himself team against team, black against white, in the backyard. Some nights he stood around like this and then suddenly vanished, and you saw him way out in the ocean swimming, long and strong and quiet as a seal under the full moon. Or you could not see him those nights. The moon was gone, and only the stars lay over the water. But you heard him there, on occasion, a faint splash as he went under and stayed under a long time and came up. Or he went out sometimes with his surfboard, as smooth as a girl's cheeks, sandpapered to a softness, and came riding in, huge and alone, on a white and ghastly wave that creamed along the shore and touched the sands with the surfboard as he stepped off like a visitor from another world, and stood for a long while holding the soft, smooth surfboard in the moonlight, a quiet man, and a vast, tombstone-shaped thing held there with no writing on it. In all the nights like that, in the past years, he had taken a girl out 3 times 1 week, and she ate a lot, and every time he saw her, she said, "Let's eat," and so one night he drove her up to a restaurant, and opened the car door and helped her out and got back in and said, "There's the restaurant, so long," and drove off, and went back swimming way out alone. Much later, a girl was a half an hour late getting ready, and he never spoke to her again. Thinking all this, remembering all this, his mother looked at him now. "Don't stand there," she said. "You make me nervous." "Well," he said resentfully. "Go on," she cried. But she didn't cry it strong enough. Even to herself her voice sounded faint, and she did not know if her voice was just naturally faint or if she had made it that way. She might as well have been talking about winter coming. Everything she said had a lonely sound, and she heard the words again from her own mouth with no force. "Go on." He went into the kitchen. "I guess there'll be enough guys there," he said. "Sure there will," she said, smiling again. She always smiled again. Sometimes when she talked to him night after night, she looked as if she were lifting weights too. When he walked through the room, she looked like she was doing the walking for him. And when he sat brooding, as he often did, she looked around for something to do which might be burn the toast or over-fire the steak. She made a short barking feint and stifled laugh now. "Get out, have a good time." But the echoes of it moved around in the house as if it were already empty and cold, and he should come back in the door. Her lips moved. "Fly away." He snatched up the cider and the pumpkins and hurried them out to his car. It was a new car, and had been new and unused for almost a year. He polished it and jiggered with the motor, or lay underneath it for hours messing with all the junk there, or just sat in the front seat glancing over the strength and health magazines, but rarely drove it. He put the cider and the cut pumpkins proudly in on the front seat, and by this time he was thinking of the possible good time tonight, so he did a little child's stagger, as if he might drop everything, and his mother laughed. He licked his lollipop again, jumped into the car, backed it out of the gravel driveway, swerved it around down by the ocean, not looking out at this woman, and drove off along the shore road. She stood in the yard watching the car go away. "William, my son," she thought. It was 7:15 and very dark now. Already the children were fluttering along the sidewalks in white ghost sheets and zinc oxide masks, ringing bells, screaming, lumpy paper sacks banging their knees as they ran. "William," she thought. They didn't call him William, they called him Heavyset, and Sammy, which was short for Samson. They called him Butch, and they called him Atlas and Hercules. At the beach you always saw the high school boys around him feeling his biceps as if he were a new sports car, testing him, admiring him. He walked golden among them. Each year it was that way, and then the 18-year-old ones got to be 19 and didn't come around so often, and then 20 and very rarely, and then 21 and never again, just gone. And suddenly there were new 18-year-olds to replace them. Yes, always the new ones to stand where the others had stood in the sun, while the older ones went on somewhere to something and somebody else. "William, my good boy," she thought. "We go to shows on Saturday nights. He works on the high power lines all day, up in the sky alone, and sleeps alone in his room at night, and never reads a book or a paper or listens to a radio or plays a record. And this year he'll be 31. And just where in all the years did the thing happen that put him up on that pole alone and working out alone every night? Certainly there had been enough women here and there, now and then, through his life. Little scrubby ones, of course, fools, yes, by the look of them, but women, or girls rather, and none worth glancing at a second time. Still, when a boy gets past 30... She sighed. Why, even as recently as last night the phone had rung. Heavyset had answered it, and she could fill in the unheard half of the conversation. She had heard thousands like it in a dozen years. "Sammy, this is Christine." A woman's voice. "What you doing?" His little golden eyelashes flickered and his brow furrowed, alert and wary. "Why?" "Tom, Lou, and I are going to a show. Want to come along?" "It better be good," he cried indignantly. She named it. "That!" he snorted. "It's a good film," she said. "Not that one," he said. "Besides, I haven't shaved yet today." "You can shave in 5 minutes." "I need a bath, and it'd take longer." Take a long time. A long time, thought his mother. He was in the bathroom 2 hours today. He combs his hair 24 times, musses it, combs it again, talking to himself. Okay for you, the woman's voice on the phone. You going to the beach this week? Saturday, he said, before he thought. See you there then, she said. I meant Sunday, he said quickly. I could change it to Sunday, she replied. If I can make it, he said, even more quickly. If things go wrong with my car. Sure, she said, Samson. So long. And he had stood there for a long time, turning the silent phone in his hand. Well, his mother thought, he's having a good time now. A good Halloween party with all the apples he took along tied on strings, and the apples untied to bob for in a tub of water, and the boxes of candy, the sweet corn kernels that really taste like autumn. He's running around looking like the little bad boy, she thought, licking his lollipop, everyone shouting, blowing horns, laughing, dancing. At 8, and again at 8:30 and 9, she went to the screen door and looked out and could almost hear the party a long way off at the dark beach, the sounds of it blowing on the wind, crisp and furious and wild, and wished she could be there at the little shack out over the waves on the pier, everyone whirling about in costumes and all the pumpkins cut, each a different way, and a contest for the best homemade mask or makeup job, and too much popcorn to eat, and... She held to the screen doorknob, her face pink and excited, and suddenly realized the children had stopped coming to beg at the door. Halloween, for the neighborhood kids anyway, was over. She went to look out into the backyard. The house and yard were too quiet. It was strange not hearing the basketball volley on the gravel, or the steady bumble of the punching bag taking a beating, or the little tweezing sound of the hand-squeezers. What if, she thought, he found someone tonight, found someone down there and just never came back, never came home? No telephone call, no letter. That was the way it could be. No word. Just go off and never come back again. What if? What if? No, she thought. There's no one there, no one anywhere. There's just this place. This is the only place. But her heart was beating fast, and she had to sit down. The wind blew softly from the shore. She turned on the radio, but could not hear it. Now, she thought, they're not doing anything except playing blind man's buff. Yes, that's it, blind tag. And after that, they'll just be... She gasped and jumped. The windows had exploded with raw light. The gravel spurted in a machine gun spray as the car jolted in, braked, and stopped, motor gunning. The lights went off in the yard, but the motor still gunned up, idled, gunned up, idled. She could see the dark figure in the front seat of the car, not moving, staring straight ahead. You... She started to say, and opened the back screen door. She found a smile on her mouth. She stopped it. Her heart was slowing now. She made herself frown. He shut off the motor. She waited. He climbed out of the car and threw the pumpkins in the garbage can and slammed the lid. What happened? She asked. Why are you home so early? Nothing. He brushed by her with the 2 gallons of cider intact. He set them on the kitchen sink. But it's not 10 yet. That's right. He went into the bedroom and sat down in the dark. She waited 5 minutes. She always waited 5 minutes. He wanted her to come ask. He'd be mad if she didn't. So finally she went and looked into the dark bedroom. Tell me, she said. Oh, they all stood around, he said. They just stood around like a bunch of fools and didn't do anything. What a shame. They just stood around like dumb fools. Oh, that's a shame. I tried to get them to do something. They just stood around. Only 8 of them showed up. 8 out of 20. 8, and me, the only one in costume. I tell you, the only one. What a bunch of fools. After all your trouble, too. They had their girls, and they just stood around with them and wouldn't do anything. No games, nothing. Some of them went off with the girls, he said, in the dark, seated, not looking at her. They went off up the beach and didn't come back. Honest to gosh. He stood now, huge, and leaned against the wall, looking all disproportioned in the short trousers. He had forgotten the child's hat was on his head. He suddenly remembered it and took it off and threw it on the floor. I tried to kid them. I played with a toy dog and did some other stuff, but nobody did anything. I felt like a fool, the only one there dressed like this, and them all different, and only 8 out of 20 there, and most of them gone in half an hour. Vi was there. She tried to get me to walk up the beach, too. I was mad by then. I was really mad. I said, no thanks, and here I am. You can have the lollipop. Where did I put it? Pour the cider down the sink. Drink it. I don't care. She had not moved so much as an inch in all the time he talked. She opened her mouth. The telephone rang. If that's them, I'm not home. You'd better answer it, she said. He grabbed the phone and whipped off the receiver. Sammy? Said a high, loud, clear voice. He was holding the receiver out on the air, glaring at it in the dark. That you? He grunted. This is Bob. The 18-year-old voice rushed on. Glad you're home. In a big rush, but what about that game tomorrow? What game? What game? For you're kidding. Notre Dame and SC. Oh, football. Don't say, oh, football like that. You talked it, you played it up. You said, that's no game, he said, not looking at the telephone, the receiver, the woman, the wall, nothing. You mean you're not going? Heavy said it won't be a game without you. I gotta water the lawn, polish the car. You can do that Sunday. Besides, I think my uncle's coming over to see me. So long. He hung up and walked out past his mother into the yard. She heard the sounds of him out there as she got ready for bed. He must have drubbed the punching bag until 3 in the morning. 3, she thought, wide awake, listening to the concussions. He always stopped at 12 before. At 3:30 he came into the house. She heard him standing just outside her door. He did nothing else except stand there in the dark, breathing. She had a feeling he still had the little boy's suit on, but she didn't want to know if this were true. After a long while, the doors swung slowly open. He came into her dark room and lay down on the bed next to her, not touching her. She pretended to be asleep. He lay face up and rigid. She could not see him, but she felt the bed shake as if he were laughing. She could hear no sound coming from him, so she could not be sure. And then she heard the squeaking sounds of the little steel springs being crushed and uncrushed, crushed and uncrushed in his fists. She wanted to sit up and scream for him to throw those awful, noisy things away. She wanted to slap them out of his fingers. But then she thought, what would he do with his hands? What could he put in them? What would he... Yes, what would he do with his hands? So she did the only thing she could do. She held her breath, shut her eyes, listened, and prayed. Oh, God, let it go on. Let him keep squeezing those things. Let him keep squeezing those things. Let him, oh, let him keep squeezing. Let. It was like lying in bed with a great, dark, cricket. And a long time before dawn. Nasty by Fredric Brown. As an hors d'oeuvre before the longest story in this book, the novella Sardonicus, which follows, we offer the shortest story in the book, as well as the nastiest. Every man who reads this little piece will sympathize and suffer with the tormented Mr. Beauregard, and all will surely agree that the demon known as Nasty is well named. Fredric Brown, in 30 years of writing, has turned out exactly that number of novels, and has also managed to write almost 400 short stories, not to mention non-fiction pieces, a little poetry, and several teleplays for Alfred Hitchcock. Other stories of his appear in the Playboy book of science fiction and fantasy, and the Playboy book of crime and suspense, and we are proud to welcome him to the present volume. Walter Beauregard had been an accomplished and enthusiastic lecher for almost 50 years. Now, at the age of 65, he was in danger of losing his qualifications for membership in the Lechers' Union. In danger of losing? Nay, let us be honest. He had lost. For 3 years now he had been to doctor after doctor, quack after quack, had tried nostrum after nostrum, all utterly to no avail. Finally he remembered his books on magic and necromancy. They were books he had enjoyed collecting and reading as part of his extensive library, but he had never taken them seriously. Until now. What did he have to lose? In a musty, evil-smelling, but rare volume he found what he wanted. As it instructed, he drew the pentagram, copied the cabalistic markings, lighted the candles, and read aloud the incantation. There was a flash of light and a puff of smoke, and the demon— I won't describe the demon except to assure you that you wouldn't have liked him. "What is your name?" Beauregard asked. He tried to make his voice steady, but it trembled a little. The demon made a sound somewhere between a shriek and a whistle, with overtones of a bull fiddle being played with a cross-cut saw. Then he said, "But you won't be able to pronounce that. In your dull language, it would translate as nasty. Just call me Nasty. I suppose you want the usual thing?" "What's the usual thing?" Beauregard wanted to know. "A wish, of course. All right, you can have it, but not 3 wishes. That business about 3 wishes is sheer superstition. All you get is 1, and you won't like it." "1 is all I want, and I can't imagine not liking it." "You'll find out. All right. I know what your wish is, and here is the answer to it." Nasty reached into thin air, and his hand vanished and came back holding a pair of silvery-looking swimming trunks. He held them out to Beauregard. "Wear them in good health," he said. "What are they?" "What do they look like?" "Swimming trunks. But they're special. The material is out of the future, a few millennia from now. It's indestructible. They'll never wear out or tear or snag. Nice stuff. But the spell on them is a plenty old one. Try them on and find out." The demon vanished. Walter Beauregard quickly stripped and put on the beautiful silvery swimming trunks. Immediately he felt wonderful. Virility coursed through him. He felt as though he were a young man again, just starting his lecherous career. Quickly he put on a robe and slippers. Have I mentioned that he was a rich man, and that his home was a penthouse atop the swankiest hotel in Atlantic City? He was, and it was. He went downstairs in his private elevator and outside to the hotel's luxurious swimming pool. It was, as usual, surrounded by gorgeous bikini-clad beauties showing off their wares under the pretense of acquiring suntans, while they waited for propositions from wealthy men like Beauregard. He took time choosing, but not too much time. 2 hours later, still clad in the wonderful magic trunks, He sat on the edge of his bed and stared at and sighed for the beautiful blonde who lay stretched out on the bed beside him, bikiniless and sound asleep. Nasty had been so right, and so well named. The miraculous trunks, the indestructible, unterrible trunks, worked perfectly. But if he took them off, or even let them down... Sardonicus, by Ray Russell. A glittering talent that flares into atomic brilliance. His work is truly great, says the San Gabriel Valley Independent of Ray Russell. And the late Ian Fleming wrote of Russell's work, "Thank God for something really original." Russell's Gothic canon is unique in contemporary fiction. Not since the romantic novelists of the 19th century has there been a writer with quite his panache, eloquence, and mastery of the art of terror. He is a symphonic writer, unafraid of big emotions and stunning effects, lavishly orchestrated. These qualities are dramatically on display in Sardonicus, a novella of Baroque horror that garnered reams of approval from Playboy readers, was filmed with a screenplay by its author, formed a third of his Gothic collection, Unholy Trinity, and swiftly became an international classic of the genre. The Japanese published it in a luxurious boxed edition, and British critic John Carnell called it one of the greatest horror stories of recent times. It is no extravagance, but a plain statement of fact to say it is among the most popular and unusual stories ever published in Playboy. In the late summer of the year 1800 blank, a gratifying series of professional successes had brought me to a state of such fatigue that I had begun seriously to contemplate a long rest on the continent. I had not enjoyed a proper holiday in nearly 3 years, for in addition to my regular practice, I had been deeply involved in a program of research, and so rewarding had been my progress in this special work, it concerned the ligaments and muscles, and could, it was my hope, be beneficially applied to certain varieties of paralysis, that I was loath to leave the city for more than a week at a time. Being unmarried, I lacked a solicitous wife who might have expressed concern over my health. Thus it was that I had overworked myself to a point that a holiday had become absolutely essential to my well-being. Hence, the letter which was put in my hand one morning near the end of that summer was most welcome. When it was first presented to me by my valet at breakfast, I turned it over and over, feeling the weight of its fine paper, which was almost of the heaviness and stiffness of parchment. Pondering the large seal of scarlet wax upon which was imprinted a device of such complexity that it was difficult to decipher. Examining finally the hand in which the address had been written, Sir Robert Cargrave, Harley Street, London. It was a feminine hand, that much was certain, and there was a curious touch of familiarity to its delicacy as well as its clearness. This last an admirable quality far too uncommon in the handwriting of ladies. The fresh clarity of that hand, and where had I seen it before, bespoke a directness that seemed contrary to the well-nigh unfathomable ornamentation of the seal, which upon closer and more concentrated perusal I at length concluded to be no more than a single S, but an S whose writhing curls seemed almost to grin presumptuously at one, an S which seemed to be constructed of little else than these grins, an S of such vulgar pretension that I admit to having felt vexed for an instant, and then in the next instant foolish at my own vexation, for surely I admonished myself, there are things a deal more vexing than a seal which you have encountered without distemper. Smiling at my foible, I continued to weigh the letter in my hand, searching my mind for a friend or acquaintance whose name began with S. There was old Shipley of the College of Surgeons. There was Lord Henry Stanton, my waggish and witty friend, and that was the extent of it. Was it Harry? He was seldom in one place for very long, and was a faithful and gifted letter-writer. Yet Harry's bold hand was far from effeminate, and moreover he would not use such a seal, unless it were as a lark, as an antic jest between friends. My valet had told me, when he put the letter in my hand, that it had come not by the post, but by special messenger, and although this intelligence had not struck me as remarkable at the time, it now fed my curiosity, and I broke that vexing seal, and unfolded the stiff, crackling paper. The message within was written in that same clear, faintly familiar hand. My eye first traveled to the end to find the signature, but that signature, Madame S., told me nothing, for I knew of no Madame S. among my circle. I read the letter. It is before me now as I set down this account, and I shall copy it out verbatim. My dear Sir Robert, it has been close to 7 years since last we met. Indeed, at that time you were not yet Sir Robert at all, but plain Robert Cargrave, although some talk of imminent knighthood was in the air. And so I wonder if you will remember Maud Randall. Remember Maud Randall? Dear Maud, of the bell-like voice, of the chestnut hair and large brown eyes, of a temperament of such sweetness and vivacity that the young men of London had eyes for no one else. She was of good family, but during a stay in Paris there had been something about injudicious speculation by her father that had diminished the family fortunes to such an extent that the wretched man had taken his own life, and the Randalls had vanished from London society altogether. Maud, or so I had heard, had married a foreign gentleman, and had remained in Europe. It had been sad news, for no young man of London had ever had more doting eyes for Maud than had I, and it had pleased my fancy to think that my feelings were, at least in part, reciprocated. Remember Maud Randall? Yes, yes, I almost said aloud. And now, 7 years later, she was Madame S., writing in that same hand I had seen countless times on invitations. I continued to read. I often think of you, for, although it may not be seemly to say it, the company of few gentlemen used to please me so much as yours, and the London soirees given by my most dear mother, at which you were present, are among my most cherished recollections now. But there, frankness was always my failing, as mother used to remind me. She, dear kind lady, survived less than a year after my poor father died, but I suppose you know this. I am quite well, and we live in great comfort here, although we receive but rarely and are content with our own company most of the time. Mr. S. is a gracious gentleman, but of quiet and retiring disposition, and throngs of people, parties, balls, etc., are retrograde to his temperament. Thus it is a special joy to me that he has expressly asked me to invite you here to the castle for a fortnight, or, if I may give you his exact words, for a fortnight at least, but howsoever long as it please Sir Robert to stay among such drab folk as he will think us. You see, I told you he was gracious. I must have frowned while reading, for the words of Mr. S. were not so much gracious, I thought, as egregious, and as vulgar as his absurd seal. Still, I held these feelings in check, for I knew that my emotions toward this man were not a little colored by jealousy. He, after all, had wooed and won Maud Randall, a young lady of discernment and fine sensibilities. Could she have been capable of wedding an obsequious boor? I thought it not likely. And a castle, such romantic grandeur. Invite you here to the castle, she had written. But where was here? The letter's cover, since it had not come by post, offered no clue. Therefore I read on. It was indeed only yesterday in the course of conversation that I was recalling my old life in London and mentioned your name. Mr. S., I thought, was of a sudden interested. Robert Cargrave, he said. There is a well-known physician of that name, but I do not imagine it is the same gentleman. I laughed and told him it was the same gentleman, and that I had known you before you had become so illustrious. Did you know him well? Mr. S. then asked me, and you will think me silly, but I must tell you that for a moment I assumed him to be jealous. Such was not the case, however, as further conversation proved. I told him you had been a friend of my family's and a frequent guest at our house. "This is a most happy coincidence," he said. "I have long desired to meet Sir Robert Cargrave, and your past friendship with him furnishes you an excellent opportunity to invite him here for a holiday. And so, Sir Robert, I am complying with his request, and at the same time obeying the dictates of my own inclination, by most cordially inviting you to visit us for as long as you choose. I entreat you to come, for we see so few people here, and it would be a great pleasure to talk with someone from the old days and to hear the latest London gossip. Suffer me, then, to receive a letter from you at once. Mr. S. does not trust the post, hence I have sent this by a servant of ours who was to be in London on special business. Please relay your answer by way of him." I rang for my man. "Is the messenger who delivered this letter waiting for a reply?" I asked. "He is sitting in the vestibule, Sir Robert," he said. "You should have told me." "Yes, sir." "At any rate, send him in now. I wish to see him." My man left, and it took me but a minute to dash off a quick note of acceptance. It was ready for the messenger when he was ushered into the room. I addressed him. "You are in the employ of Madame—" I realized for the first time that I did not know her husband's name. The servant, a taciturn fellow with Slavic features, spoke in a thick accent. "I am in the employ of Mr. Sardonicus, sir." Sardonicus? A name as flamboyant as the seal, I thought to myself. "Then deliver this note, if you please, to Madame Sardonicus immediately you return." He bowed slightly and took the note from my hand. "I shall deliver it to my master straight away, sir," he said. His manner nettled me. I corrected him. "To your mistress," I said coldly. "Madame Sardonicus will receive your message, sir," he said. I dismissed him, and only then did it strike me that I had not the faintest idea where the castle of Mr. Sardonicus was located. I referred once again to Maud's letter. "Please relay your answer by way of him, and pray make it affirmative, for I do hope to make your stay in blank, 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 a pleasant one." I consulted an atlas. The locality she mentioned, I discovered, was a district in a remote and mountainous region of Bohemia. Filled with anticipation, I finished my breakfast with renewed appetite, and that very afternoon began to make arrangements for my journey. I am not, as my friend Harry Stanton is, fond of travel for its own sake. Harry has often chided me on this account, calling me a dry-as-dust academician and an incorrigible Londoner, which I suppose I am. For in point of fact, few things are more tiresome to me than ships and trains and carriages. And although I have found deep enjoyment and spiritual profit in foreign cities having arrived, the tedium of travel itself has often made me think twice before starting out on a long voyage. Still, in less than a month after I had answered Maud's invitation, I found myself in her adopted homeland. Sojourning from London to Paris, thence to Berlin, finally to Bohemia, I was met at blank, 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 blank by a coachman who spoke imperfect English, but who managed in his solemn fashion to make known to me that he was a member of the staff at Castle Sardonicus. He placed at my disposal a coach drawn by 2 horses, and after taking my bags, proceeded to drive me on the last leg of my journey. Alone in the coach, I shivered, for the air was brisk, and I was very tired. The road was full of ruts and stones, and the trip was far from smooth. Neither did I derive much pleasure by bending my glance to the view afforded by the windows, for the night was dark, and the country was, at any rate, wild and raw, not made for serene contemplation. The only sounds were the clatter of hoofs and wheels, the creak of the coach, and the harsh, unmusical cries of unseen birds. "We receive but rarely," Maud had written, and now I told myself, little wonder. In this ragged, and one might say uninhabitable place, far from the graces of civilized society, who indeed is there to be received, or, for matter of that, to receive one? I sighed for the desolate landscape and the thought of what might prove a holiday devoid of refreshing incident, had combined to cloak my already wearied spirit in a melancholic humor. It was when I was in this condition that Castle Sardonicus met my eye. A dense, hunched outline at first, then with an instantaneous flicker of moonlight, a great, gaping death's head, the sight of which made me inhale sharply. With the exhalation, I chuckled at myself. Come, Sir Robert, I inwardly chided. It is, after all, but a castle, and you are not a green girl who starts at shadows and quails at midnight stories. The castle is situated at the terminus of a long and upward-winding mountain road. It presents a somewhat forbidding aspect to the world, for there is little about it to suggest gaiety or warmth or any of those qualities that might assure the wayfarer of welcome. Rather, this vast edifice of stone exudes an austerity cold and repellent, a hint of ancient mysteries long buried, an effluvium of medieval dankness and decay. At night, and most particularly on nights when the moon is slim or cloud-enshrouded, it is a heavy blot upon the horizon, a shadow only, without feature save for its many turreted outline. And should the moon be temporarily released from her cloudy confinement, her fugitive rays lend scant comfort, for they but serve to throw the castle into sudden, startling chiaroscuro, its windows fleetingly assuming the appearance of sightless though all-seeing orbs, its portcullis becoming for an instant a gaping mouth, its entire form striking the physical and the mental eye as would the sight of a giant's skull. But though the castle had revealed itself to my sight, it was a full quarter of an hour before the coach had creaked its way up the steep and tortuous road to the great gate that barred the castle grounds from intruders. Of iron the gate was wrought, black, it seemed, in the scant illumination, and composed of intricate twists that led every one of them to a central, huge device of many curves, which in the infrequent glints of moonglow appeared to smile metallically down, but which, upon gathering my reason about me, I made out to be no more than an enlarged edition of that presumptuous seal, a single, massive S. Behind it, at the end of the rutted road, stood the castle itself, dark, save for lights in two of its many windows. Some words in a foreign tongue passed between my coachman and the person behind the gate. The gate was unlocked from within and swung open slowly, with a long rising shriek of rusted hinges, and the coach passed through. As we drew near, the door of the castle was flung open, and cheery lights spilled out upon the road. The portcullis, which I had previously marked, was evidently a remnant from older days and now inactive. The coach drew to a halt, and I was greeted with great gravity by a butler, whom I saw to be he who had carried Maud's invitation to London. I proffered him a nod of recognition. He acknowledged this and said, "Sir Robert, Madame Sardonicus awaits you, and if you will be good enough to follow me, I will take you to her presence." The coachman took charge of my bags, and I followed the butler into the castle. It dated, I thought, to the 12th or 13th century. Suits of armor, priceless relics I ascertained them to be, stood about the vast walls. Tapestries were in evidence throughout. Strong, heavy, richly carved furniture was everywhere. The walls were of time-defying stone, great blocks of it. I was led into a kind of salon, with comfortable chairs, a tea-table, and a spinet. Maud rose to greet me. "Sir Robert," she said softly, without smiling, "how good to see you at last." I took her hand. "Dear lady," said I, "we meet again." "You are looking well and prosperous," she said. "I am in good health, but just now rather tired from the journey." She gave me leave to sit, and did so herself, venturing the opinion that a meal and some wine would soon restore me. "Mr. Sardonicus will join us soon," she added. I spoke of her appearance, saying that she looked not a day older than when I last saw her in London. This was true in regard to her physical self, for her face bore not a line, her skin was of the same freshness, and her glorious chestnut hair was still rich in color and gleaming with health. But what I did not speak of was of the change in her spirit. She, who had been so gay and vivacious, the delight of soirees, was now distant and aloof, of serious mien, unsmiling. I was sorry to see this, but attributed it to the 7 years that had passed since her carefree girlhood, to the loss of her loved parents, and even to the secluded life she now spent in this place. "I am eager to meet your husband," I said. "And he, Sir Robert, is quite eager to meet you," Maud assured me. "He will be down presently. Meanwhile, do tell me how you have fared in the world." I spoke with some modesty, I hope, of my successes in my chosen field, of the knighthood I had received from the Crown. I described my London apartment, laboratory, and office. I made mention of certain mutual friends, and generally gave her news of London life, speaking particularly of the theatre, for I knew Maud had loved it, and described Mr. Macready's farewell appearance as Macbeth at the Haymarket. When Maud had last been in London, there had been rumors of making an opera house out of Covent Garden Theatre, and I told her that those plans had been carried through. I spoke of the London premiere of Mr. Verdi's latest piece at Her Majesty's. At my mention of these theatres and performances, her eyes lit up, but she was not moved to comment until I spoke of the opera. "The opera," she sighed. "Oh, Sir Robert, if you could but know how I miss it. The excitement of a premiere, the ladies and gentlemen in their finery, the thrilling sounds of the overture, and then the curtain rising—" She broke off as if ashamed of her momentary transport. "But I receive all the latest scores, and derive great satisfaction from playing and singing them to myself. I must order the new Verdi from Rome. It is called Hernani, you say?" I nodded, adding, "With your permission, I will attempt to play some of its more distinctive airs." "Oh, pray do, Sir Robert," she said. "You will find them perhaps excessively modern and dissonant." I sat down at the spinet and played, just passively, I fear, and with some improvisation when I could not remember the exact notes, a potpourri of melodies from the opera. She applauded my playing. I urged her to play also, for she was an accomplished keyboard artist, and possessed an agreeable voice as well. She complied by playing the minuet from Don Giovanni, and then singing the Voi che sapete from Le Nozze di Figaro. As I stood over her, watching her delicate hands move over the keys, hearing the pure, clear tones of her voice, all my old feelings washed over me in a rush, and my eyes smarted at the unalloyed sweetness and goodness of this lady. When she asked me to join her in the duet, La ci darem la mano, I agreed to do it, although my voice is less than ordinary. On the second singing of the word mano, hand, I was seized by a vagrant impulse and took her left hand in my own. Her playing was hampered, of course, and the music limped for a few measures, and then, my face burning, I released her hand and we finished out the duet. Wisely, she neither rebuked me for my action nor gave me encouragement. Rather, she acted as if the rash gesture had never been committed. To mask my embarrassment, I now embarked upon some light chatter designed to ease whatever tension existed between us. I spoke of many things, foolish things, for the most part, and even asked if Mr. Sardonicus had later demonstrated any of the jealousy she had said in her letter that she had erroneously thought him to have exhibited. She laughed at this, and it brightened the room, for it was the first time her face had abandoned its grave expression. Indeed, I was taken by the thought that this was the first display of human merriment I had marked since stepping into the coach, and she said, "Oh, no. To the contrary, Mr. Sardonicus said that the closer we had been in the old days, the more he would be pleased." This seemed an odd and even coarse thing for a man to say to his wife, and I jovially replied, "I hope Mr. Sardonicus was smiling when he said that." At once, Maud's own smile vanished from her face. She looked away from me and began to talk of other things. I was dumbfounded. Had my innocent remark given offense? It seemed not possible. A moment later, however, I knew the reason for her strange action. For a tall gentleman entered the room with a gliding step, and one look at him explained many things. "Sir Robert Cargrave?" he asked, but he spoke with difficulty certain sounds, such as the B in Robert and the V in Hargrave, being almost impossible for him to utter. To shape these sounds the lips must be used, and the gentleman before me was the victim of some terrible affliction that had caused his lips to be pulled perpetually apart from each other, baring his teeth in a continuous, ghastly smile. It was the same humorless grin I had seen once before, on the face of a person in the last throes of lockjaw. We physicians have a name for that chilling grimace, a Latin name, and as it entered my mind, it seemed to dispel yet another mystery, for the term we use to describe the lockjaw smile is Rhisis Sardonicus. A pallor approaching phosphorescence completed his astonishing appearance. Yes, I replied, covering my shock at the sight of his face. Do I have the pleasure of addressing Mr. Sardonicus? We shook hands. After an exchange of courtesies, he said, I have ordered dinner to be served in the large dining hall 1 hour hence. In the meantime, my valet will show you to your rooms, for I am sure you will wish to refresh yourself after your journey. You are most kind. The valet appeared, a man of grave countenance, like the butler and the coachman, and I followed him up a long flight of stone stairs. As I walked behind him, I reflected on the unsmiling faces in this castle, and no longer were they things of wonder, for who would be disposed to smile under the same roof with him who must smile forever? The most spontaneous of smiles would seem a mockery in the presence of that afflicted face. I was filled with pity for Maud's husband. Of all God's creatures, man alone is blessed with the ability to smile. But for the master of Castle Sardonicus, God's great blessing had become a terrible curse. As a physician, my pity was tempered with professional curiosity. His smile resembled the rhisis of lockjaw, but lockjaw is a mortal disease, and Mr. Sardonicus, his skullish grin notwithstanding, was very much alive. I felt shame for some of my earlier uncharitable thoughts towards this gentleman, for surely such an unfortunate could be forgiven much. What bitterness must fester in his breast, what sharp despair gnaw at his innards. My rooms were spacious and certainly as comfortable as this dank stone housing could afford. A hot tub was prepared, for which my tired and dusty frame was most grateful. As I lay in it, I began to experience the pleasant pangs of appetite. I looked forward to dinner. After my bath, I put on fresh linen and a suit of evening clothes. Then, taking from my bag 2 small gifts for my host and hostess, a bottle of scent for Maud, a box of cigars for her husband, I left my rooms. I was not so foolish as to expect to find my way unaided to the main dining hall. But since I was early, I intended to wander a bit, and let the ancient magnificence of the castle impress itself upon me. Tapestries bearing my host's S were frequently displayed. They were remarkably new, their colors fresh, unlike the faded grandeur of their fellow tapestries. From this, and from Mr. Sardonicus's lack of title, I deduced that the castle had not been inherited through a family line, but merely purchased by him probably from an impoverished nobleman. Though not titled, Mr. Sardonicus evidently possessed enormous wealth. I pondered its source. My ponderings were interrupted by the sound of Maud's voice. I looked up. The acoustical effects in old castles are often strange. I had marked them in our own English castles, and though I stood near neither room nor door of any kind, I could hear Maud speaking in a distressed tone. I was standing at an open window which overlooked a kind of courtyard. Across this court a window was likewise open. I took this to be the window of Maud's room. Her voice was in some way being amplified and transported by the circumstantial shape of the courtyard and the positions of the 2 windows. By listening very attentively, I could make out most of her words. She was saying, "I shan't. You must not ask me. It is unseemly." And then the voice of her husband replied, "You shall and will, madam. In my castle, it is I who decide what is seemly or unseemly, not you." I was embarrassed at overhearing this private discussion on what was obviously a painful subject, so I made to draw away from the window that I might hear no more, but was restrained by the sound of my own name on Maud's lips. "I have treated Sir Robert with courtesy," she said. "You must treat him with more than courtesy," Mr. Sardonicus responded. "You must treat him with warmth. You must rekindle in his breast those affections he felt for you in other days." I could no longer listen. This exchange was vile. I drew away from the window. What manner of creature was this Sardonicus who threw his wife into the arms of other men? As a practitioner of medicine, a man dedicated to healing the ills of humankind, I had brought myself to learn many things about the minds of men as well as about their bodies. I fully believed that in some future time physicians would heal the body by way of the mind, for it is in that terra incognita that all secrets lie hidden. I knew that love has many masks, masks of submission and of oppression, and even more terrible masks that make nature a stranger to herself and turn the truth of God into a lie, as St. Paul wrote. There is even a kind of love, if it can be elevated by that name, that derives its keenest pleasure from the sight of the beloved in the arms of another. These are unpleasant observations which may one day be codified and studied by healers, but which until then may not be thought on for too long, lest the mind grow morbid and stagger under its load of repugnance. With a heavy heart I sought out a servant and asked to be taken to the dining hall. It was some distance away, and by the time I arrived there, Sardonicus and his lady were already at the table awaiting me. He arose, and with that revolting smile indicated a chair. She also arose and took my arm, addressing me as "Dear Sir Robert," and leading me to my place. Her touch, which at any previous time would have gladdened me, I now found distinctly not to my liking. A hollow joviality hung over the dinner table throughout the meal. Maud's laughter struck me as giddy and false. Sardonicus drank too much wine, and his speech became even more indistinct. I contrived to talk on trivial subjects, repeating some anecdotes about the London theatre which I had already hitherto related to Maud, and describing Mr. Macready's interpretation of Macbeth. "Some actors," said Sardonicus, "interpret the Scottish chieftain as a creature compounded of pure evil, unmingled with good qualities of any kind. Such interpretations are often criticized by those who feel no human being can be so unremittingly evil. Do you agree, Sir Robert?" "No," I said evenly. Then, looking Sardonicus full in the face, I added, "I believe it is entirely possible for a man to possess not a single one of the virtues, to be a demon in human flesh." Quickly I embarked upon a discussion of the character of Iago, who took ghoulish delight in tormenting his fellow man. The dinner was, I suppose, first-rate, and the wine was an honorable vintage, but I confess to tasting little of what was placed before me. At the end of the meal, Maud left us for a time, and Sardonicus escorted me into the library, whither he ordered brandy to be brought. He opened the box of cigars, expressed his admiration of them and gratitude for them, and offered them to me. I took one, and we both smoked. The smoking of the cigar made Sardonicus look even more grotesque. Being unable to hold it in his lips, he clenched it in his constantly visible teeth, creating a unique spectacle. Brandy was served. I partook of it freely, though I am not customarily given to heavy drinking, for I now deemed it to be beneficial to my dampened spirits. "You used the word ghoulish a few moments ago, Sir Robert," said Sardonicus. "It is one of those words one uses so easily in conversation. One utters it without stopping to think of its meaning. But in my opinion, it is not a word to be used lightly. When one uses it, one should have in one's mind a firm, unwavering picture of a ghoul." "Perhaps I did," I said. "Perhaps," he admitted, "and perhaps not. Let us obtain a precise definition of the word." He arose and walked to one of the bookcases that lined the room's walls. He reached for a large 2-volume dictionary. "Let me see," he murmured. "We desire volume 1 from A to M. Do we not? Now then, Gee, Gherkin, Ghetto, Goom, Ghoom. An odd word, eh, Sir Robert? To search for game in the dark. Ghost? Ghoul. Among Eastern nations, an imaginary evil being who robs graves and feeds upon corpses. One might say, then, that he gooms? Sardonicus chuckled. He returned to his chair and helped himself to more brandy. When you described Iago's actions as ghoulish, he continued, did you think of him as the inhabitant of an Eastern nation, or an imaginary being as against the reality of Othello and Desdemona? And did you mean seriously to suggest it was his custom to rob graves and then to feed upon the disgusting nourishment he found therein? I used the word in a figurative sense, I replied. Ah, said Sardonicus, that is because you are English and do not believe in ghouls. Were you a Middle European, as am I, you would believe in their existence and would not be tempted to use the word other than literally. In my country, I was born in Poland. We understand such things. I, in point of fact, have known a ghoul. He paused for a moment and looked at me, and then he said, You English are so blasé. Nothing shocks you. I sit here and tell you a thing of dreadful import, and you do not even blink your eyes. Can it be because you do not believe me? It would be churlish to doubt the word of my host, I replied. And an Englishman may be many things, but never a churl, eh, Sir Robert? Let me refill your glass, my friend, and then let me tell you about ghouls, which, by the way, are by no means imaginary, as that stupid lexicon would have us to think, and which are not restricted to Eastern nations. Neither do they necessarily feed on carrion flesh, although they are interested, most interested, in the repellent contents of graves. Let me tell you a story from my own country, Sir Robert, a story that, if I have any gift at all as a spinner of tales, will create in you a profound belief in ghouls. You will be entertained, I hope, but I also hope you will add to your learning. You will learn, for example, how low a human being can sink, how truly monstrous a man can become. You must transport your mind, said Sardonicus, back a few years into a rural region of my homeland. You must be acquainted with a family of country folk, hard-working, law-abiding, God-fearing, of moderate means, the head of which was a simple good man named Tadeusz Warszawski. He was an even-tempered personage, kindly disposed to all men, the loving husband of a devoted wife and father of 5 strong boys. He was also a firm churchman, seldom even taking the Lord's name in vain. The painted women who plied their trade in certain elaborate houses of the nearest large city, Warsaw, held no attraction for him, though several of his masculine neighbors on their visits to the metropolis succumbed to such blandishments with tidal regularity. Neither did he drink in excess, a glass of beer with his evening meal, a toast or two in wine on special occasions. No, hard liquor, strong language, fast women, these were not the weaknesses of Tadeusz Warszawski. His weakness was gambling. Every month he would make the trip to Warsaw to sell his produce at the markets and to buy certain necessaries for his home. While his comrades visited the drinking and lunching houses, Tadeusz would attend strictly to business affairs, except for one minor deviation. He would purchase a lottery ticket, place it securely in a small tight pocket of his vest waistcoat, which he wore only on Sundays and on his trips to the city, then put it completely out of his mind until the following month, when on reaching the city he could remove it from his pocket and closely scan the posted list of winners. Then, after methodically tearing the ticket to shreds, for Tadeusz never lived to win a lottery, he would purchase another. This was a ritual with him. He performed it every month for 23 years, and the fact that he never won did not discourage him. His wife knew of this habit, but since it was the good man's only flaw, she never remarked upon it. Outside I could hear the wind howling dismally. I took more brandy as Sardonicus continued. Years passed. 3 of the 5 sons married. 2, Henrik and Marek, the youngest, were still living with their parents, when Tadeusz, who had been of sturdy health,
collapsed one day in the fields and died. I will spare you an account of the family's grief, how the married sons returned with their wives to attend the obsequies, of the burial in the small graveyard of that community. The good man had left few possessions, but these few were divided according to his written wish among his survivors, with the largest shares going, of course, to the eldest son. Though this was custom, the other sons could not help feeling a trifle disgruntled, but they held their peace for the most part, especially the youngest, Marek, who was perhaps the most amiable of them, and a lad who was by nature quiet and interested in improving his lot through the learning he found in books. Imagine, sir, the amazement of the widow when a full 3 weeks after the interment of her husband she received word by men returning from Warsaw that the lottery ticket Tadeusz had purchased had now been selected as the winner. It was a remarkable irony, of course, but conditions had grown hard for the poor woman, and would grow harder with her husband dead, so she had no time to reflect upon that irony. She set about looking through her husband's possessions for the lottery ticket. Drawers were emptied upon the floor. Boxes and cupboards were ransacked. The family Bible was shaken out. Years before, Tadeusz had been in the habit of temporarily hiding money under a loose floorboard in the bedroom. This cavity was thoroughly but vainly plumbed. The sons were sent for. Among the few personal effects they had been bequeathed, did the ticket languish there, in the snuff-box, in any article of clothing? And at that, Sir Robert, the eldest son leaped up. An article of clothing, he cried. Father always wore his Sunday waistcoat to the city when he purchased the lottery tickets, the very waistcoat in which he was buried. Yes, yes, the other sons chorused, saving Marek, and plans began to be laid for the exhuming of the dead man. But the widow spoke firmly. Your father rests peacefully, she said. He must not be disturbed. No amount of gold would soothe our hearts if we disturbed him. The sons protested with vehemence, but the widow stood her ground. No son of mine will profane his father's grave unless he first kills his mother. Grumbling, the sons withdrew their plans. But that night Marek awoke to find his mother gone from the house. He was frightened, for this was not like her. Intuition sent him to the graveyard, where he found her keeping a lonely vigil over the grave of her husband, protecting him from the greed of grave robbers. Marek implored her to come out of the cold to return home. She at first refused. Only when Marek offered to keep vigil all night himself did she relent and return home, leaving her youngest son to guard the grave from profanation. Marek waited a full hour. Then he produced from under his shirt a small shovel. He was a strong boy, and the greed of a younger son who has been deprived of inheritance lent added strength to his arms. He dug relentlessly, stopping seldom for rest, until finally the coffin was uncovered. He raised the creaking lid. An overpowering fetor filled his nostrils and nearly made him faint. Gathering courage, he searched the pockets of the moldering waistcoat. The moon proved to be his undoing, Sir Robert, for suddenly its rays, hitherto hidden, struck the face of his father, and at the sight of that face the boy recoiled and went reeling against the wall of the grave, the breath forced from his body. Now you must know that the mere sight of his father, even in an advanced state of decomposition, he had steeled himself to withstand, but what he had not foreseen...
Here Sardonicus leaned close to me, and his pallid, grinning head filled my vision.
What he had not foreseen, my dear sir, was that the face of his father, in the rigor of death, would look directly and hideously upon him.
Sardonicus's voice became an Ophidian hiss.
And Sir Robert, he added, most terrible and most unforeseen of all, the dead lips were drawn back from the teeth in a constant and soul-shattering smile.
I know not whether it was the ghastliness of his story, or the sight of his hideous face so close to mine, or the cheerless keening of the wind outside, or the brandy I had consumed, or all of these in combination. But when Sardonicus uttered those last words, my heart was clutched by a cold hand, and for a moment, a long moment ripped from the texture of time, I was convinced beyond doubt and beyond logic that the face I looked into was the face of that cadaver, reanimated by obscure arts, to walk among the living, dead, though not dead. The moment of horror passed at length, and reason triumphed. Sardonicus, considerably affected by his own tale, sat back in his chair, trembling. Before too long he spoke again.
The remembrance of that night, Sir Robert, though it is now many years past, fills me still with dread. You will appreciate this when I tell you what you have perhaps already guessed, that I am that ghoulish son, Marek.
I had not guessed it. But since I had no wish to tell him that I had for an instant thought he was the dead father, I said nothing.
When my senses returned, said Sardonicus, I scrambled out of the grave, and ran as swiftly as my limbs would carry me. I had reached the gate of the graveyard, when I was smitten by the fact that I had not accomplished the purpose of my mission. The lottery ticket remained in my father's pocket.
But surely, I started to say,
surely I ignored the fact and continued to run? No, Sir Robert. My terror notwithstanding, I halted and forced myself to retrace those hasty steps. My fear notwithstanding, I descended once more into that noisome grave. My disgust notwithstanding, I reached in the pocket of my decaying father's waistcoat and extracted the ticket. I need hardly add that this time I averted my eyes from his face. But the horror was not behind me. Indeed, it had only begun. I reached my home at a late hour, and my family was asleep. For this I was grateful, since my clothes were covered with soil, and I still trembled from my fearful experience. I quietly poured water into a basin, and prepared to wash some of the graveyard dirt from my face and hands. In performing my ablutions, I looked into a mirror, and screamed so loudly as to wake the entire house. My face, as you see it now, a replica of my dead father's, the lips drawn back in a perpetual mocking grin. I tried to close my mouth. I could not. The muscles were immovable, as if held in the gelid rigor of death. I could hear my family stirring at my scream, and since I did not wish them to look upon me, I ran from the house, never, Sir Robert, to return. As I wandered the rural roads, my mind sought the cause of the affliction that had been visited upon me. Though but a country lad, I had read much, and I had a blunt, rational mind that was not susceptible to the easy explanations of the supernatural. I would not believe that God had placed a malediction upon me to punish me for my act. I would not believe that some black force from beyond the grave had reached out to stamp my face. At length I began to believe it was the massive shock that had forced my face to its present state, and that my great guilt had helped to shape it even as my father's dead face was shaped. Shock and guilt. Strong powers not from God above or the fiend below, but from within my own breast, my own brain, my own soul. Let me bring this story to a hasty close, Sir Robert. You need only know that despite my blighted face, I redeemed the lottery ticket, and thus gained an amount of money that will not seem large to you, but which was more than I had ever seen before that time. It was the fulcrum from which I plied the lever that was to make me, by dint of shrewd speculation, one of the richest men in Central Europe. Naturally, I sought out physicians, and begged them to restore my face to its previous state. None succeeded, though I offered them vast sums. My face remained fixed in this damnable, unceasing smile, and my heart knew the most profound despair imaginable. I could not even pronounce my own name. By a dreadful irony, the initial letters of my first and last names are impossible for my frozen lips to form. This seemed a final indignity, I will admit to you at this period I was perilously near the brink of self-destruction, but the spirit of preservation prevailed, and I was saved from that course. I changed my name. I had read of the rhesus Sardonicus, and his horrible aptness appealed to my bitter mind. So I became Sardonicus, a name I can pronounce with no difficulty.
Sardonicus paused and sipped his brandy.
You are wondering, he said then, in what way my story concerns you.
I could guess, but I said, I am.
Sir Robert, he said, you are known throughout the medical world. Most laymen perhaps have not heard of you, but a layman such as I, a layman who avidly follows the medical journals for tidings of any recent discoveries in the curing of paralyzed muscles, has heard of you again and again. Your researches into these problems have earned you high professional regard. Indeed, they have earned you a knighthood. For some time it has been in my mind to visit London and seek you out. I have consulted many physicians, renowned men, in Keller in Berlin, Marignac in Paris, Buonagente in Milan, and none have been able to help me. My despair has been utter. It prevented me from making the long journey to England. But when I heard, sublime coincidence, that my own wife had been acquainted with you, I took heart. Sir Robert, I entreat you to heal me, to lift me from this curse, to make me look once more like a man, that I may walk in the sun again among my fellow human beings as one of them, rather than as a fearsome gargoyle, to be shunned and feared and ridiculed. Surely you cannot, will not deny me?
My feelings for Sardonicus, pendulum-like, again swung toward his favor. His story, his plight, had rent my heart, and I reverted to my earlier opinion that such a man should be forgiven much. The strange, overheard conversation between Maud and him was momentarily forgotten. I said, I will examine you, Mr. Sardonicus. You are right to ask me. We must never abandon hope. He clasped his hands together.
Ah, sir, may you be blessed forever.
I performed the examination then and there. Although I did not tell him this, never had I encountered muscles as rigid as those of his face. They could only be compared to stone, so inflexible were they. Still, I said, tomorrow we will begin treatment. Heat and massage.
These have been tried,
he said hopelessly. Massage differs from one pair of hands to another, I replied. I have had success with my own techniques, and therefore place faith in them. Be comforted, then, sir, and share my faith. He seized my hand in his.
I do, he said. I must. For if you, Sir Robert Gargrave, fail me...
He did not complete the sentence, but his eyes assumed an aspect so bitter, so full of hate, so strangely cold, yet flaming, that they floated in my dreams that night. I slept not well, awakening many times in a fever compounded of drink and turbulent emotions. When the first rays of morning crept onto my pillow, I arose, little refreshed. After a cold tub and a light breakfast in my room, I went below to the salon, whence music issued. Maud was already there, playing a pretty little piece upon the spinet. She looked up and greeted me. Good morning, Sir Robert. Do you know the music of Mr. Gottschalk? He is an American pianist. This is his Maiden's Blush. Amiable, is it not? Most amiable, I replied dutifully, although I was in no mood for the embroideries of politesse. Maud soon finished the piece and closed the album. She turned to me and said in a serious tone, I have been told what you are going to do for my poor husband, Sir Robert. I can scarce express my gratitude. There is no need to express it, I assured her. As a physician, as well as your old friend, I could not do less. I hope you understand, however, that a cure is not a certainty. I will try, and I will try to the limit of my powers, but beyond that I can promise nothing. Her eyes shone with supplication. Oh, cure him, Sir Robert. That I beg of you. I understand your feelings, madam, I said. It is fitting that you should hope so fervently for his recovery. A devoted wife could feel no other way. "Oh, sir," she said, and into her voice crept now a harshness, "you misunderstand. My fervent hope springs from unalloyed selfishness." "How may that be?" I asked. "If you do not succeed in curing him," she told me, "I will suffer." "I understand that, but—" No, you do not understand," she said. "But I can tell you little more without offending. Some things are better left unspoken. Suffice it to be said that, in order to urge you toward an ultimate effort, to the limit of your powers, as you have just said, my husband intends to hold over your head the threat of my punishment." "This is monstrous," I cried. "It cannot be tolerated. But in what manner, pray, would he dare punish you? Surely he would not beat you." "I wish he would be content with a mere beating," she groaned. "But his cleverness knows a keener torture. No, he holds over me, and over you through me, a punishment far greater, a punishment, believe me, so loathsome to the sensibilities, so unequivocally vile and degraded that my mind shrinks from contemplating it. Spare me your further question, sir, I implore you, for to describe it would plunge me into an abyss of humiliation and shame." She broke into sobbing, and tears coursed down her cheeks. No longer able to restrain my tender feelings for her, I flew to her side and took her hands in mine. "Maud," I said. "May I call you that? In the past I addressed you only as Miss Randall. At present I may only call you Madame Sardonicus. But in my heart, then as now, you are, you always have been, you always will be, simply Maud. My own dear Maud." "Robert," she sighed. "Dearest Robert, I have yearned to hear my Christian name from your lips all these long years." "The warmth we feel," I said, "may never with honor reach fulfillment. But trust me, dearest Maud, I will in some wise deliver you from the tyranny of that creature. This I vow." "I have no hope," she said, "save in you. Whether I go on as I am, or am subjected to an unspeakable horror, rests with you. My fate is in your hands, these strong, healing hands, Robert." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Fail me not. Oh, fail me not." "Govern your fears," I said. "Return to your music. Be of good spirits. Or if you cannot, make a show of it. I go now to treat your husband, and also to confront him with what you have told me." "Do not," she cried. "Do not, I beseech you, Robert, lest in the event of your failure he devise foul embellishments upon the agonies into which he will cast me." "Very well," I said. "I will not speak of this to him, but my heart aches to learn the nature of the torments you fear." "Ask no more, Robert," she said, turning away. "Go to my husband. Cure him. Then I will no longer fear those torments." I pressed her dear hand and left the salon. Sardonicus awaited me in his chambers. Thither quantities of hot water and stacks of towels had been brought by the servants upon my orders. Sardonicus was stripped to the waist, displaying a trunk strong and of good musculature, but with the same near phosphorescent pallor of his face. It was, I now understood, the pallor of one who has avoided daylight for years. "As you see, sir," he greeted me, "I am ready for your ministrations." I bade him recline upon his couch and began the treatment. Never have I worked so long and with so little reward. After alternating applications of heat and of massage, over a period of 3¼ hours, I had made no progress. The muscles of his face were stiff as marble. They had not relaxed for an instant. I was mortally tired. He ordered our luncheon brought to us in his chambers, and after a short respite I began again. The clock tolled 6 when I at last sank into a chair, shaking with exhaustion and strain. His face was exactly as before. "What remains to be done, sir?" he asked me. "I will not deceive you," I said. "It is beyond my skill to alleviate your condition. I can do no more." He rose swiftly from the couch. "You must do more," he shrieked. "You are my last hope." "Sir," I said, "new medical discoveries are ever being made. Place your trust in him who created you.
Cease that detestable gibberish at once, he snapped. Your puling sentiments sicken me. Resume the treatment.
I refused. I have applied all my knowledge, all my art to your affliction, I assured him. To resume the treatment would be idle and foolish, for, as you have divined, the condition is a product of your own mind.
At dinner last night, countered Sardonicus, we spoke of the character of Macbeth. Do you not remember the words he addressed to his doctor? Canst thou not minister to a mind diseased, pluck from the memory a rooted sorrow, raise out the written troubles of the brain, and with some sweet oblivious antidote cleanse the stuffed bosom of that perilous stuff which weighs upon the heart?
I remember them, I said, and I remember as well the doctor's reply. Therein the patient must minister to himself. I arose and started for the door.
"One moment, Sir Robert," he said. I turned. "Forgive my precipitate outburst a moment ago. However, the mental nature of my affliction notwithstanding, and even though this mode of treatment has failed, surely there are other treatments?"
"None," I said, "that have been sufficiently tested. None I would venture to use upon a human body."
"Ah," he cried, "then other treatments do exist."
I shrugged. "Think not of them, sir. They are at present unavailable to you." I pitied him and added, "I am sorry."
"Doctor," he said, "I implore you to use whatever treatment exists, be they ever so untried."
"They are fraught with danger," I said.
"Danger?" he laughed. "Danger of what? Of disfigurement? Surely no man has ever been more disfigured than I. Of death? I am willing to gamble my life."
"I am not willing to gamble your life," I said. "All lives are precious, even yours."
"Sir Robert, I will pay you £1,000.
"This is not a question of money."
£5,000, Sir Robert. 10,000.
"No." He sank onto the couch.
"Very well," he said. "Then I will offer you the ultimate inducement."
"Were it £1,000,000, I said, you could not sway me."
"The inducement I speak of," he said, "is not a money. Will you hear?"
I sat down. "Speak, sir," I said, "since that is your wish. But nothing will persuade me to use a treatment that might cost you your life."
"Sir Robert," he said, after a pause, "yesterday, when I came down to meet you for the first time, I heard happy sounds in the salon. You were singing a charming melody with my wife. Later I could not help but notice the character of your glances toward her."
"They were not reciprocated, sir," I told him, "and herewith I offer you a most abject apology for my unbecoming conduct."
"You obscure my point," he said. "You are a friend of hers from the old days in London. At that period you felt an ardent affection for her, I would guess. This is not surprising, for she is a lady whose face and form promise voluptuous delights, and yet a lady whose manner is most decorous and correct. I would guess further that your ardor has not diminished over the years, that at the sight of her the embers have burst into flame. No, sir, hear me out. What would you say, Sir Robert, were I to tell you that you may quench that flame?"
I frowned. "Your meaning, sir?"
"Must I speak even more plainly? I am offering you a golden opportunity to requite the love that burns in your heart, to requite it in a single night, if that will suffice you, or over an extended period of weeks, months, a year, if you will, as long as you need." "Scoundrel!" I roared, leaping up. He heeded me not, but went on speaking. "As my guest, Sir Robert, I offer you a veritable Oriental paradise of unlimited raptures."
He laughed, then entered into a catalogue of his wife's excellences.
"Consider, sir," he said, "that matchless bosom, like alabaster, which has been imbued with the pink of the rose. those creamy limbs.
Enough, I cried. I will hear no more of your foulness. I strode to the door.
Yes, you will, Sir Robert, he said immediately. You will hear a good deal more of my foulness. You will hear what I plan to do to your beloved Maud, should you fail to relieve me of this deformity.
Again I stopped and turned. I said nothing, but waited for him to speak further.
I perceive that I have caught your interest, he said. Hear me, for if you think I spoke foully before, you will soon be forced to agree that my earlier words were by comparison as blameless as the Book of Common Prayer. If rewards do not tempt you, then threats may coerce you. In fine, Maud will be punished if you fail, Sir Robert.
She is an innocent.
Just so. Hence the more exquisite and insupportable to you should be the thought of her punishment.
My mind reeled. I could not believe such words were being uttered.
Deep in the bowels of this castle, said Sardonicus, are dungeons. Suppose I were to tell you that my intention is to drag my wife thither and stretch her smooth body to unendurable length upon the rack.
You would not dare, I cried.
My daring or lack of it is not an issue here. I speak of the rack, only that I may go on to assure you that Maud would infinitely prefer that dreadful machine to the punishment I have in truth designed for her. I will describe it to you. You will wish to be seated, I think.
I will stand, I said.
As you please.
Sardonicus himself sat down.
Perhaps you have marveled at the very fact of Maud's marriage to me, when the world was so full of personable men like yourself who adored her. Why did she choose to wed a monster, a creature abhorrent to the eyes, and who did not, moreover, have any redeeming grace of spiritual beauty or kindness or charm? I first met Maud Randall in Paris. I say met, but it would be truer to simply say I saw her, from my hotel window, in fact. Even in Paris society, which abounds in ladies of remarkable pulchritude, she was to be remarked on. You perhaps would say I fell in love with her, but I dislike that word, love, and will merely say that the sight of her smote my senses with most agreeable emphasis. I decided to make her mine, but how? By presenting my irresistible handsome face to her view? Hardly. I began methodically. I hired secret operatives to find out everything about her and about her mother and father, both of whom were then alive. I discovered that her father was in the habit of speculating, so I saw to it that he received some supposedly trustworthy but very bad advice. He speculated heavily and was instantly ruined. I must admit I had not planned his consequent suicide, but when that melancholy event occurred I rejoiced, for it worked to my advantage. I presented myself to the bereaved widow and daughter, telling them the excellent qualities of Mr. Randall were widely known in the world of affairs, and that I considered myself almost a close friend. I offered to help them in any possible way. By dint of excessive humility and persuasiveness, I won their trust and succeeded in diminishing their aversions to my face. This, you must understand, from first to last, occupied a period of many months. I spoke nothing of marriage, made no sign of affection toward the daughter for at least 6 of these months. When I did, again with great respect and restraint, she gently refused me. I retreated gracefully, saying only that I hoped I might remain her and her mother's friend. She replied that she sincerely shared that hope, for although she could never look upon me as an object of love, she indeed considered me a true friend. The mother, who pined excessively after the death of the father, soon expired. Another incident unplanned, but welcomed by me. No, the lovely child was alone in the world, in a foreign city, with no money, no one to guide her, no one to fall back upon. Save kindly, Mr. Sardonicus. I waited many weeks, then I proposed marriage again. For several days she continued to decline the offer, but her declinations grew weaker and weaker, until at length, on one day, she said this to me. Sir, I esteem you highly as a friend and benefactor, but my other feelings toward you have not changed. If you could be satisfied with such a singular condition, if you could agree to enter into marriage with a lady, and yet look upon her as no more than a companion of kindred spirit, if the prospect of a dispassionate and childless marriage does not repulse you as well as might, then, sir, my unhappy circumstances would compel me to accept your kind offer. Instantly I told her my regard for her was of the purest and most elevated variety, that the urgings of the flesh were unknown to me, that I lived on a spiritual plane and desired only her sweet and stimulating companionship through the years. All this, of course, was a lie. The diametric opposite was true, but I hoped by this falsehood to lure her into marriage, after which, by slow and strategic process, I could bring about her submission and my rapture. She still was hesitant, for as she frankly told me, she believed that love was a noble and integral part of marriage, and that marriage without it could be only a hollow thing, and that though I knew not the urgings of the flesh, she could not with honesty say the same of herself. Yet she reiterated that so far as my own person was concerned, a platonic relationship was all that could ever exist between us. I calmed her misgivings. We were married not long after. And now, Sir Robert, I will tell you a surprising thing. I have confessed myself partial to earthly pleasures. As a physician and a man of the world, you are aware that a gentleman of strong appetites may not curb them for very long without fomenting turmoil and distress in his bosom. And yet, sir, not once in the years of our marriage, not once, I say, have I been able to persuade or cajole my wife into relenting and breaking the stringent terms of our marriage agreement. Each time I have attempted, she has recoiled from me with horror and disgust. This is not because of an abhorrence of all fleshly things, by her own admission, but because of my monstrous face. Perhaps now you will better understand the vital necessity for this cure, and perhaps also you will understand the full extent of Maud's suffering should you fail to effect that cure. For mark me well, if you fail, my wife will be made to become a true wife to me by main force, and not for one fleeting hour, but every day and every night of her life, whensoever I say, in whatsoever manner I choose to express my conjugal privilege. As an afterthought, he added, I am by nature imaginative. I had been shocked into silence. I could only look upon him with disbelief. He spoke again. If you deem it a light punishment, Sir Robert, then you do not know the depth of her loathing for my person. You do not know the revulsion that swells up inside her when I but place my fingers upon her arm. You do not know what mastery of her very gorge is required of her when I kiss her hand. Think, then, think of the abomination she would feel were my attentions to grow more ardent, more demanding. It would unseat her mind, sir, of that I am sure, for she would as soon embrace a reptile. Sardonicus arose and put on his shirt. I suggest we both begin dressing for dinner, he said. Whilst you are dressing, reflect. Ask yourself, Sir Robert, could you ever again look upon yourself with other than shame and loathing, if you were to sacrifice the beautiful and blameless Maud Randall on the altar of the grossest depravity? Consider how ill you would sleep in your London bed night after night, knowing what she was suffering at that very moment, suffering because you abandoned her, because you allowed her to become an entertainment for a monster. The days that passed after that time were in the main tedious.
yet filled with anxiety. During them, certain supplies were being brought from London and other places. Sardonicus spared no expense in procuring for me everything I said was necessary to the treatment. I avoided his society as much as I could, shunning even his table, and instructing the servants to bring my meals to my room. On the other hand, I sought out the company of Maud, endeavoring to comfort her and allay her fears. In those hours when her husband was occupied with business affairs, we talked together in the salon, and played music. Thus they were days spotted with small pleasures that seemed the greater for having been snatched in the shadow of wretchedness. I grew to know Maud in that time better than I had ever known her in London. Adversity stripped the layers of ceremony from our congress, and we spoke directly. I came to know her warmth, but I came to know her strength, too. I spoke outright of my love, though in the next breath I assured her I was aware of the hopelessness of that love. I did not tell her of the reward her husband had offered me, and which I had refused, and I was gladdened to learn, as I did by indirection, that Sardonicus, though he had adjured her to be excessively cordial to me, had not revealed the ultimate and ignoble purpose of that cordiality. "Robert," she once said, "is it likely that he will be cured?" I did not tell her how unlikely it was. "For your sake, Maud," I said, "I will persevere more than I have ever done in my life." At length a day arrived when all the necessaries had been gathered, some plants from the New World, certain equipment from London, and a vital instrument from Scotland. I worked long and late in complete solitude, distilling a needed liquor from the plants. The next day, dogs were brought to me alive and carried out dead. 3 days after that, a dog left my laboratory alive, and my distilling labors came to an end. I informed Sardonicus that I was ready to administer the treatment. He came to my laboratory, and I imagine there was almost a gloating triumph in his immobile smile. "Such are the fruits of concentrated effort," he said. "Man is an indolent creature, but light the fire of fear under him, and of what miracles is he not capable?" "Speak not of miracles," I said, "though prayers would do you no harm, for you will soon be in peril of your life." I motioned him toward a table and bade him lie upon it. He did so, and I commenced explaining the treatment to him. "The explorer Magellan," I said, "wrote of a substance used on darts by the savage inhabitants of the South American continent. It killed instantly, dropping large animals in their tracks. The substance was derived from certain plants and is, in essence, the same substance I have been occupied in extracting these past days." "A poison, Sir Robert?" he asked wryly. "When used full strength," I said, "it kills by bringing about a total relaxation of the muscles, particularly the muscles of the lungs and heart. I have long thought that a dilution of that poison might beneficially slacken the rigidly tensed muscles of paralyzed patients." "Most ingenious, sir." "I must warn you," I went on, "that this distilment has never been used on a human subject. It may kill you. I must perforce urge you again not to insist upon its use, to accept your lot, and to remove the threat of punishment you now hold over your wife's head." "You seek to frighten me, Doctor," chuckled Sardonicus, "to plant distrust in my bosom. But I fear you not. An English knight and a respected physician would never do a deed so dishonorable as to wittingly kill a patient under his care. You would be hamstrung by your gentleman's code as well as your professional oath. Your virtues are, in short, my vice's best ally." I bristled. "I am no murderer such as you," I said. "If you force me to use this treatment, I will do everything in my power to ensure its success. But I cannot conceal from you the possibility of your death."
"See to it that I live," he said flatly. "For if I die, my men will kill both you and my wife. They will not kill you quickly. See to it also that I am cured. lest Maud be subjected to a fate she fears more than the slowest of tortures.
I said nothing.
Then bring me this elixir straight away, he said, and let me drink it off and make an end of this.
He laughed.
Is it your plan to smear it on darts like the savages?
Your jest is most apposite, I said. I indeed plan to introduce it into your body by means of a sharp instrument. A new instrument not yet widely known that was sent me from Scotland. The original suggestion was put forth in the University of Oxford some 200 years ago by Dr. Christopher Wren, but only recently, through development by my friend Dr. Wood of Edinburgh, has it seemed practical. It is no more than a syringe. I showed him the instrument, attached to a needle. But the needle is hollow, so that when it punctures the skin, it may carry healing drugs directly into the bloodstream.
The medical arts will never cease earning my admiration, said Sardonicus.
I filled the syringe. My patient said,
Wait!
Are you afraid? I asked.
Since that memorable night in my father's grave, he replied, I have not known fear. I have a surfeit of it then. It will last out my lifetime. No, I simply wish to give instructions to one of my men.
He arose from the table, and going to the door, told one of his helots to bring Madame Sardonicus to the laboratory. Why must she be here? I asked.
The sight of her may serve you as a remembrancer of what awaits her in the event of my death, or of that other punishment she may expect should your treatment prove ineffectual.
Maud was brought into our presence. She looked upon my equipment, the bubbling retorts and tubes, the pointed syringe, with amazement and fright. I began to explain the principle of the treatment to her, but Sardonicus interrupted.
Madam is not one of your students, Sir Robert. It is not necessary she know the details. Delay no longer. Begin at once.
He stretched out upon the table again, fixing his eyes upon me. I proffered Maud a comforting look and walked over to my patient. He did not wince as I drove the needle of the syringe into the left and then the right side of his face. Now, sir, I said, and the tremor in my voice surprised me, we must wait a period of 10 minutes. I joined Maud and talked to her in low tones, keeping my eyes always upon my patient. He stared at the ceiling. His face remained solidified in that unholy grin. Precisely 10 minutes later, a short gasp escaped him. I rushed to his side, and Maud followed close behind me. We watched with consuming fascination as that clenched face slowly softened, relaxed, changed. The lips drawing closer and closer to each other, gradually covering those naked teeth and gums, the graven creases unfolding and becoming smooth. Before a minute had passed, we were looking down upon the face of a serenely handsome man. His eyes flashed with pleasure, and he made as if to speak. No, I said, do not attempt speech yet. The muscles of your face are so slackened that it is beyond your power at present to move your lips. This condition will pass. My voice rang with exultation, and for the moment our enmity was forgotten. He nodded, then leapt from the table and dashed to a mirror which hung on a wall nearby. Though his face could not yet express his joy, his whole body seemed to unfurl in a great gesture of triumph, and a muffled cry of happiness burst in his throat. He turned and seized my hand. Then he looked full into Maud's face. After a moment she said, "I am happy for you, sir," and looked away. A rasping laugh sounded in his throat, and he walked to my workbench, tore a leaf from one of my notebooks, and scribbled upon it. This he handed to Maud, who read it and passed it over to me. The writing said, "Fear not, lady, you will not be obliged to endure my embraces. I know full well that the restored beauty of my face will weigh not a jot in the balance of your attraction and repugnance. By this document I dissolve our pristine marriage. You, who have been a wife only in name, are no longer even that. I give you your freedom." I looked up from my reading. Sardonicus had been writing again. He ripped another leaf from the notebook and handed it directly to me. It read, "This paper is your safe conduct out of the castle and into the village. Gold is yours for the asking, but I doubt if your English scruples will countenance the accepting of my money. I will expect you to have quit these premises before morning, taking her with you." "We will be gone within an hour," I told him, and guided Maud toward the door. Before we left the room, I turned for the last time to Sardonicus. "For your unclean threats," I said, "for the indirect but no less vicious murder of this lady's parents, for the defiling of your own father's grave, for the greed and inhumanity that moved you even before your blighted face provided you with an excuse for your conduct, for these and for what crimes unknown to me blacken your ledger, accept this token of my censure and detestation." I struck him forcibly on the face. He did not respond. He was standing there in the laboratory when I left the room with Maud. This strange account should probably end here. No more can be said of its central character, for neither Maud nor I saw him or heard of him after that night. And of us, too, nothing need be imparted other than the happy knowledge that we have been most contentedly married for the past 12 years, and are the parents of a sturdy boy and 2 girls who are the lovely images of their mother. However, I have mentioned my friend Lord Henry Stanton, the inveterate traveler and faithful letter-writer, and I must copy out now a portion of a missive I received from him only a week since, and which, in point of fact, has been the agent that has prompted me to unfold this whole history of Mr. Sardonicus. "But, my dear Bobby," wrote Stanton, "in truth there is small pleasure to be found in this part of the world, and I shall be glad to see London again. The excitements and the drama have all departed, if indeed they ever existed, and one must content oneself with the stories told at the hearthstones of inns, with the flames crackling and the mulled wine agreeably stinging one's throat. The natives here are most fond of harrowing stories, tales of gore and grue, of ghosts and ghouls and ghastly events, and I must confess a partiality to such entertainments myself. They will show you a stain on a wall and tell you it is the blood of a murdered innocent who met her death there 50 years before. No amount of washing will ever remove that stain, they tell you in sepulchral tones, and indeed it deepens and darkens on a certain day of the year, the anniversary of her violent passing. One is expected to nod gravely, of course, and one does, if one wishes to encourage the telling of more stories. Back in the 11th century, you will be apprised, a battalion of foreign invaders were vanquished by the skeletons of long-dead patriots who arose from their tombs to defend their homeland and then returned to the earth when the enemy had been driven from their borders. And since they are able to show you the very graves of these lively bones, how can one disbelieve them, Bobby? Or they will point to a desolate skull of a castle, the country here abounds in such depressing piles, and tell you of the spectral tyrant who a scant dozen years before despaired and died alone there. Deserted by the minions who had always hated him, the frightening creature roamed the village, livid and emaciated, his mind shattered, mutely imploring the succor of even the lowliest beggars. I say mutely, and that is the best part of this tall tale. For as they tell it around the fire, these inventive folk, this poor unfortunate could not speak, could not eat, and could not drink. You ask why? For that simple reason that though he clawed most horribly at his own face, and though he enlisted the aid of strong men, he was absolutely unable to open his mouth. Cursed by Lucifer, they say, he thirsted and starved in the midst of plenty, surrounded by kegs of drink and tables full of the choicest viands, suffering the tortures of Tantalus, until he finally died. Ah, Bobby, the efforts of our novelists are pale stuff compared to this. English littérateurs have not the shameless, wild imaginations of these people. I will never again read Mrs. Radcliffe with pleasure, I assure you, and the ghost of King Hamlet will from this day hence strike no terror to my soul, and will fill my heart with but paltry pity. Still, I have journeyed in foreign climes quite enough for one trip, and I long for England, and that good English dullness which is relieved only by you and your dear lady, to whom you must commend me most warmly. Until next month I remain your wayward friend, Harry Stanton, Bohemia, March, 1800 blank. Now, it would not be a difficult feat for the mind to instantly assume that the unfortunate man in that last tale was Sardonicus. Indeed, it is for that reason that I had not yet shown Stanton's letter to Maud, for she, albeit she deeply loathed Sardonicus, is of such a compassionate and susceptible nature that she would grieve to hear of him suffering a death so horrible. But I am a man of science, and I do not form conclusions on such gossamer evidence. Harry did not mention the province of Bohemia that is supposed to have been the stage of that terrible drama, and his letter, though written in Bohemia, was not mailed by Harry until he reached Berlin, so the postmark tells me nothing. Castles, like that of Sardonicus, are not singular in Bohemia. Harry himself says the country abounds in such depressing piles. So I plan to suspend conclusive thoughts on the matter until I welcome Harry home and can elicit from him details of the precise locality. For if that desolate skull of a castle is Castle Sardonicus, and if the story of the starving man is to be believed, then I will be struck by an awesome and curious thing. 5 days I occupied myself in extracting a liquor from the South American plants. During those days dogs were carried dead from my laboratory. I had deliberately killed the poor creatures with the undiluted poison in order to impress Sardonicus with its deadliness. I never intended to, and in fact never did, prepare a safe dilution of that lethal drug, for its properties were too unknown, its potentiality too dangerous. The liquid I injected into Sardonicus was pure distilled water. Nothing more. This had always been my plan. The ordering of materia medica from far-flung lands was but an elaborate facade designed to work not upon the physical part of Sardonicus, but upon his mind. For after Keller, Morignac, Buonagente, and my own massaging techniques had failed, I was convinced that it was only through his mind that his body could be cured. It was necessary to persuade him, however, that he was receiving a powerful medicament. His mind, I had hoped, would provide the rest, as, in truth, it did. If the tale of the spectral tyrant proved true, then we must look upon the human mind with wonderment and terror. For in that case, there was nothing corporeal, to prevent the wretched creature from opening his mouth and eating his fill. Alone in that castle, food aplenty at his fingertips, he had suffered a dire punishment, which came upon him, to paraphrase Sardonicus's very words, not from God above or the fiend below, but from within his own breast, his own brain, his own soul. Sorcerer's Moon by Charles Beaumont. The books of the late Charles Beaumont are 6 in number: The Intruder, Remember, Remember, The Hunger, Yonder, Night Ride and Other Journeys, and a culling from his earlier collections called The Magic Man. His motion picture work includes the screenplays The 7 Faces of Dr. Lau, The Wonderful World of the Brothers Grimm, and Mr. Moses, plus a number of adaptations from Poe and Lovecraft. The rock and bulwark of the popular television series The Twilight Zone, he contributed a great number of its better scripts, a fact readily admitted by the series creator Rod Serling when he announced over a coast-to-coast Emmy Awards telecast that he intended to carve up this Emmy like a Christmas turkey and share it with Beaumont. A long-time contributing editor to Playboy, winner of a Playboy Award, his work for the magazine embraced both fiction and non-fiction, pensive nostalgia, powerful novellas, see his Black Country, some pages ahead in this book, and well-chilled little aperitifs like Sorcerer's Moon. When he heard the screams, Carnaday stopped walking. A fist closed about his heart. He stood perfectly still, waiting, sure that the end had come and that he had lost. The screams grew louder, raking across his eardrums like angry claws. He forced himself to look up. Damn! He sighed. 2 crows. Just that. 2 crows on a telephone pole fighting. And what else could it have been? He cursed again and wiped the cold film of perspiration from his face. Why should he be afraid? It was Pharaoh who ought to be worrying now, if only the fool knew. He watched the crows till one shot up and out of sight, defeated. Then he hurried on. The episode contained no symbolism, although in his time, which was now approaching 400 years, he had fetched corpses back to life, turned lead into gold, and visited the moon. Simon Carnaday was nevertheless a skeptic at heart. What he did not understand, and he understood a great deal more than most people, he did not believe. Symbolism to him was nonsense. Psychiatry, though, was worse, which compounded Pharaoh's insult, made it insupportable, the final straw. As he strode down the dingy street, his shoe leather grinding the dark coat of soot and cinders, Carnaday recalled again that monstrous conversation. And again it made his blood run hot. He could see Pharaoh's vulpine face, hear his soft, mocking voice. "Really, Simon, you ought to see a good psychiatrist. I'm quite serious. This persecution complex of yours is beginning to worry me." "It isn't a complex. It's a fact. I am being persecuted, and by you." "Oh, nonsense. Be reasonable, Simon. Why should I want to persecute you? For what purpose? I have everything I want, and so for that matter do you. Riches, comfort, eternal life. What could I possibly gain?" "The one thing you don't have." "Which is?" "Distinction, Pharaoh. Distinction. We're the only 2 warlocks left on Earth. But that's one too many for you, isn't it? It upsets you. It gnaws at you. If I were a little less powerful, then it wouldn't be so bad. You'd at least have seniority. But our power is equal, and you can't stand it." Simon, what can I say? You're being absurd." "Am I? Yesterday a car missed me by less than an inch. The day before I nearly stepped into a manhole." "Accidents, Pharaoh?" "Of course. I mean, give me some credit, old man. If I were really trying to do away with you, do you suppose I'd go about it so crudely?" "Well, believe me, Simon, what you need is psychiatric treatment. We may be sorcerers, but we're human, too, don't forget that. I'll find a good man, someone to trust, and send you his address." The letter had arrived the following day, but it had not contained an address. Carnaday took the rune from his pocket and glared at it. Just a piece of parchment, with strange runic markings scrawled across its surface. Yet it was a more powerful, a surer instrument of destruction than all the silly bombs in the world. "Damn Pharaoh," he said superfluously. They were, of course, both damned in any case. But then he remembered his cleverness and smiled once more. For a while he'd been numbed with panic. The rune had given him 3 days, and he had tried desperately to pass it back, always without success. Pharaoh shrewdly resisted all attempts. He did not accept telegrams or special delivery letters. He did not respond to shouts of fire. He did not touch papers. He stayed inside, and the time had drawn nearer and nearer. Then Carnaday had had his inspiration, and he felt that all would be well now. He walked up the evil-smelling, rickety staircase and opened the cracked door. "Mr. Bryan?" A bald, thin, tiny-eyed man with dewlaps squinted through a haze of cigarette smoke. "Yeah?" he said. "My name is Carnaday. I called." Yeah. Let us be frank. I've heard, Mr. Bryan, that you are one of the best private detectives in the state, and that as a process server you recognize no peer. If that is true, then you stand to make a fair amount of money for a few hours' work. If it isn't true, we are wasting our time. The thin man shrugged, blinked, and exhaled. Well?
Put it this way, Jack. I've been in business 25 years. You stay in business 25 years, you ain't exactly inexperienced. Checo?
A good point. But please be honest with me. In your capacity as process server, have you ever, failed?
Not yet.
Carnaday frowned. This job, he said, will be difficult. The thin man smirked.
Tell you something, Jack. They're all difficult. All these bastards, they try to give you the dodge.
He laughed harshly.
But I know the tricks. I know tricks they never even thought of. In the end, I get 'em.
Carnaday rubbed his hands together. Excellent. Then you'll work for me?
I work for anybody, anytime.
Yes, but there is one catch, Mr. Bryan. The paper must be delivered personally into the party's hands before midnight tonight. That is absolutely essential. Can you do it? Bryan shrugged. Carnaday placed 5 $100 bills on the glass-topped desk. Can you do it? He repeated. The thin man stared at the bills, then he put them into his pocket.
Let's have the paper, he said.
Carnaday took a last look at the markings on the rune. He inserted the parchment into an envelope and handed it, along with Farrow's address, to the private detective. You will find him at home, he said. I'll wait here. Bryan nodded and went out. Carnaday leaned back in the chair. He prayed to the demons of the outer circle, then to those of the inner circle, and finally to each of the black powers. He walked to the window and raised it and stared at the moon, which was low and close like a giant eye. 9 o'clock came and went. Then 10. At 11, Carnaday began to perspire. He knocked his hands together and paced, glaring at the moon. Then the cracked door opened, and the private detective walked in. "Well?" croaked Carnaday in a choked whisper. The thin man grinned.
I thought you said it was going to be difficult.
It wasn't?
Nah, the cinch. He played cute a while, but then I gave him routine 6. Routine 6 always works.
Carnaday felt weary with relief. For the first time he was pleased at Farrow's low opinion of his intelligence. It allowed him to catch the fool off guard. Hiring a process server to cast a rune. Could there be a grander joke? He glanced again at the moon, which seemed closer and lower, and started out of the office.
Just a second.
Carnaday turned around. Yes? What is it? The detective smiled and pressed an envelope swiftly into the sorcerer's hands.
You forgot your receipt for the 5 bills.
Oh! Carnaday nodded, turned, and got nearly to the door before his heart congealed into a hard, icy knot. He tore the envelope apart. He looked at its contents.
Like I told you, said Bryan, shrugging. I work for anybody, anytime.
Then slowly, suggestively, the moon outside the window blinked. First Anniversary by Richard Matheson. Richard Matheson is almost too good to be true. He is what every horror and supernatural writer should be, and few are. For example, he lives in a place called Hidden Hills. Big, black, furry tarantulas so frequently saunter in and out of his house that they are regarded as pets. He is an enormous man, luxuriantly bearded and pale-eyed like a seer of old. He has a deep and abiding belief in psychic phenomena, in ghosts and mediums, gremlins and poltergeists, in all things arcane, outre, occult, in everything, super, para, preter, extra, or unnatural. Of course, the image is somewhat spoiled by his easy charm, his ready laugh, his wit, and the Midwestern twang of his speech. But nobody's perfect. First Anniversary, belying its bland title, is a beautifully ghastly horror story guaranteed to contain one slimy, revolting, almost Lovecraftian monster. But not an ordinary monster, for Richard Matheson is not an ordinary writer, and his monsters are uniquely monstrous. Just before he left the house on Thursday morning, Adeline asked him, "Do I still taste sour to you?" Norman looked at her reproachfully. "Well, do I?" He slipped his arms around her waist and nibbled at her throat. "Tell me now," said Adeline. Norman looked submissive. "Aren't you going to let me live it down?" he asked. "Well, you said it, darling, and on our first anniversary, too." He pressed his cheek to hers. "So I said it," he murmured. "Can't I be allowed a faux pas now and then?" "You haven't answered me." "Do you taste sour?" "Of course you don't." He held her close and breathed the fragrance of her hair. "Forgiven?" She kissed the tip of his nose and smiled, and once more he could only marvel at the fortune which had bestowed on him such a magnificent wife. Starting their second year of marriage, they were still like honeymooners. Norman raised her face and kissed her. "Be damned," he said. "What's wrong? Am I sour again?" "No." He looked confused. "Now I can't taste you at all." "Now you can't taste her at all," said Dr. Phillips. Norman smiled. "I know it sounds ridiculous," he said. "Well, it's unique, I'll give it that," said Phillips. "More than you think," said Norman, his smile grown a trifle labored. "How so?" "I have no trouble tasting anything else." Dr. Phillips peered at him a while before he spoke. "Can you, smell her?" he asked then. "Yes." "You're sure?" "Yes. What's that got to do with—" Norman stopped. "You mean the senses of taste and smell go together," he said. Phillips nodded. "If you can smell her, you should be able to taste her." "I suppose," said Norman, "but I can't." Dr. Phillips grunted wryly. "Quite a poser." "No ideas?" asked Norman. "Not offhand," said Phillips, "though I suspect it's an allergy of some kind." Norman looked disturbed. "I hope I find out soon," he said. Adeline looked up from her stirring as he came into the kitchen. "What did Dr. Phillips say?" "That I'm allergic to you." "He didn't say that," she scolded. "Sure he did." "He's serious now." "He said I have to take some allergy tests." "He doesn't think it's anything to worry about, does he?" asked Adeline. "No." "Oh, good." She looked relieved. "Good nothing," he grumbled. "The taste of you is one of the few pleasures I have in life." "Now, you stop that." She removed his hands and went on stirring. Norman slid his arms around her and rubbed his nose on the back of her neck. "Wish I could taste you," he said. "I like your flavor." She reached up and caressed his cheek. "I love you," she said. Norman twitched and made a startled noise. "What's wrong?" she asked. He sniffed. "What's that?" He looked around the kitchen. "Is the garbage out?" he asked. She answered quietly, "Yes, Norman." "Well, something sure as hell smells awful in here. Maybe—" He broke off, seeing the expression on her face. She pressed her lips together, and suddenly it dawned on him. "Honey, now you don't think I'm saying—" "Well, aren't you?" Her voice was faint and trembling. "Adeline, come on. First I taste sour, now—" He stopped her with a lingering kiss. "I love you," he said. "Understand? I love you. Do you think I'd try to hurt you?" She shivered in his arms. "You do hurt me," she whispered. He held her close and stroked her hair. He kissed her gently on the lips, the cheeks, the eyes. He told her again and again how much he loved her. He tried to ignore the smell. Instantly, his eyes were open and he was listening. He stared up sightlessly into the darkness. Why had he awakened? He turned his head and reached across the mattress. As he touched her, Adeline stirred a little in her sleep. Norman twisted over on his side and wriggled close to her. He pressed against the yielding warmth of her body, his hand slipping languidly across her hip. He lay his cheek against her back and started drifting downward into sleep again. Suddenly his eyes flared open. Aghast, he put his nostrils to her skin and sniffed. An icy barb of dread hooked at his brain. "My God, what's wrong?" He sniffed again, harder. Adeline mumbled indistinctly, and he stopped. He lay against her, motionless, trying not to panic. If his senses of taste and smell were atrophying, he could understand, accept. They weren't, though. Even as he lay there, he could taste the acrid flavor of the coffee that he'd drunk that night. He could smell the faint odor of mashed-out cigarettes in the ashtray on his bedside table. With the least effort, he could smell the wool of the blanket over them. And why? She was the most important thing in his life. It was torture to him that, in bits and pieces, she was fading from his senses. It had been a favorite restaurant since their days of courtship. They liked the food, the tranquil atmosphere, the small ensemble which played for dining and for dancing. Searching in his mind, Norman had chosen it as the place where they could best discuss this problem. Already he was sorry that he had. There was no atmosphere that could relieve the tension he was feeling and expressing. "What else can it be?" he asked unhappily. "There's nothing physical." He pushed aside his untouched supper. "It's got to be my mind." "But why, Norman?" "If I only knew," he answered. She put her hand on his. "Please don't worry," she said. "How can I help it?" he asked. "It's a nightmare." "I've lost part of you, Adeline." "Darling, don't," she begged. "I can't bear to see you unhappy." "I am unhappy," he said. He rubbed a finger on the tablecloth. "And I've just about made up my mind to see an analyst." He looked up. "It's got to be my mind," he repeated. "And damn it, I resent it. I want to root it out." He forced a smile, seeing the fear in her eyes. "Oh, the hell with it," he said. "I'll go to an analyst. He'll fix me up. Come on, let's dance." She managed to return his smile. "Lady, you're just plain gorgeous," he told her as they came together on the dance floor. "Oh, I love you so," she whispered. It was in the middle of their dance that the feel of her began to change. Norman held her tightly, his cheek forced close to hers, so that she wouldn't see the sickened expression on his face. "And now it's gone?" finished Dr. Bergstrom. Norman expelled a burst of smoke and jabbed out his cigarette on the ashtray. "Correct," he said angrily. "When?" "This morning," answered Norman. The skin grew taut across his cheek. No taste, no smell. He shuddered fitfully. And now no sense of touch. His voice broke. "What's wrong?" he pleaded. "What kind of breakdown is this?" "Not an incomprehensible one," said Bergstrom. Norman looked at him anxiously. "What then?" he asked. "Remember what I said. It has to do only with my wife. Outside of her—" "I understand," said Bergstrom. "Then what is it?" "You've heard of hysterical blindness?" "Yes." "Hysterical deafness?" "Yes, but is there any reason, then, there couldn't be an hysterical restraint of the other senses as well?" "All right, but why?" Dr. Bergstrom smiled. "That, I presume," he said, "is why you came to see me." Sooner or later the notion had to come. No amount of love could stay it. It came now as he sat alone in the living room, staring at the blur of letters on a newspaper page. Look at the facts. Last Wednesday night he'd kissed her, and frowning said, "You taste sour, honey." She'd tightened, drawn away. At the time, he'd taken her reaction at its obvious value. She felt insulted. Now he tried to summon up a detailed memory of her behavior afterward, because on Thursday morning he'd been unable to taste her at all. Norman glanced guiltily toward the kitchen where Adeline was cleaning up. Except for the sound of her occasional footsteps, the house was silent. Look at the facts, his mind persisted. He leaned back in the chair and started to review them. Next, on Saturday, had come that dankly fetid stench. Granted, she should feel resentment if he'd accused her of being its source, but he hadn't. He was sure of it. He'd looked around the kitchen, asked her if she'd put the garbage out. Yet instantly she'd assumed that he was talking about her. And that night, when he'd awakened, he couldn't smell her. Norman closed his eyes. His mind must really be in trouble if he could justify such thoughts. He loved Adeline, needed her. How could he allow himself to believe that she was in any way responsible for what had happened? Then, in the restaurant, his mind went on unbidden while they were dancing. She'd suddenly felt cold to him. She'd suddenly felt... He could not evade the word. Pulpy. And then, this morning... Norman flung aside the paper. Stop it. Trembling, he stared across the room with angry, frightened eyes. It's me, he told himself. Me. He wasn't going to let his mind destroy the most beautiful thing in his life. He wasn't going to let... It was as if he'd turned to stone, lips parted, eyes widened, blank. Then slowly, so slowly that he heard the delicate crackling of bones in his neck, he turned to look toward the kitchen. Adeline was moving around. Only it wasn't footsteps he heard. He was barely conscious of his body as he stood. Compelled, he drifted from the living room and across the dining alcove, slippers noiseless on the carpeting. He stopped outside the kitchen door, his face a mask of something like revulsion, as he listened to the sounds she made in moving. Silence, then. Bracing himself, he pushed open the door. Adeline was standing at the opened refrigerator. She turned and smiled. "I was just about to bring you..." She stopped and looked at him uncertainly. "Norman?" she said. He couldn't speak. He stood frozen in the doorway, staring at her. "Norman, what is it?" she asked. He shivered violently. Adeline put down the dish of chocolate pudding and hurried toward him. He couldn't help himself. He shrank back with a tremulous cry, his face twisted, stricken. "Norman, what's the matter?" "I don't know," he whimpered. Again she started for him, halting at his cry of terror. Suddenly her face grew hard, as if with angry understanding. "What is it now?" she asked. "I want to know." He could only shake his head. "I want to know, Norman." "No." Faintly, frightenedly. She pressed trembling lips together. "I can't take much more of this," she said. "I mean it, Norman." He jerked aside as she passed him. Twisting around, he watched her going up the stairs, his expression one of horror as he listened to the noises that she made. Jamming palsied hands across his ears, he stood shivering uncontrollably. "It's me," he told himself again and again, until the words began to lose their meaning. "Me, it's me, it's me, it's me." Upstairs, the bedroom door slammed shut. Norman lowered his hands and moved unevenly to the stairs. She had to know that he loved her, that he wanted to believe it was his mind. She had to understand. Opening the bedroom door, he felt his way through the darkness and sat on the bed. He heard her turn and knew that she was looking at him. I'm sorry," he said. I'm sick." "No," she said. Her voice was lifeless. Norman stared at her. "What?" "There's no problem with other people. Our friends, tradesmen," she said.
They don't see me enough. With you it's different. We're together too often. The strain of hiding it from you hour after hour, day after day, for a whole year is too much for me. I've lost the power to control your mind. All I can do is blank away your senses one by one. You're not telling you things that are real? I am. They're real. The taste, the smell, the touch, and what you heard tonight.
He sat immobile, staring at the dark form of her.
I should have taken all your senses when it started, she said. It would have been easy then. Now it's too late.
What are you talking about? He could barely speak.
It isn't fair, cried her voice. I've been a good wife to you. Why should I have to go back? I won't go back. I'll find somebody else. I won't make the same mistake next time.
Norman jerked away from her and stood on wavering legs, his fingers clutching for the lamp.
Don't touch it,
ordered the voice. The light flared blindingly into his eyes. He heard a thrashing on the bed and whirled. He couldn't even scream. Sound coagulated in his throat as he watched the shapeless mass rear upward, dripping decay.
All right.
The words exploded in his brain with the illusion of sound.
All right, then, know me.
All his senses flooded back at once. The air was clotted with the smell of her. Norman recoiled, lost balance, fell. He saw the moldering dead bulk rise from the bed and start for him. Then his mind was swallowed in consuming blackness, and it seemed as if he fled along a night-swept hall pursued by a suppliant voice which kept repeating endlessly, Please, I don't want to go back. None of us want to go back. Love me. Let me stay with you. Love me. Love me. Love me. The Jam by Henry Slesar. Henry Slesar is one of that rare breed of men who is able to excel in two occupations at one time. Not content with being president of his own advertising agency, he is also one of the most successful and prolific writers on the scene today. He has over 550 short stories published, 3 novels, including The Gray Flannel Shroud, winner of the Mystery Writers of America Award in 1959, Enter Murderers, and Bridge of Lions, and over 65 TV scripts. Slesar's talent for establishing mood with a few descriptive phrases accounts for his particularly successful short stories, of which the infernal The Jam is a notable example. They left Stukey's pad around 8 in the morning. That was the kind of weekend it had been. Early to bed, early to rise. Stukey laughed, squinting through the dirt-stained windshield of the battered Ford, pushing the pedal until the needle swung 20, 30 miles over the speed limit. It was all Mitch's fault, but Mitch, curled up on the seat beside him like an embryo in a black leather womb, didn't seem to care. He was hurting too much, needing the quick jab of the sharp, sweet point and the hot flow of the stuff in his veins. Man, what a weekend, Stukey thought. And it wasn't over yet. The fix was out there someplace in the wilds of New Jersey, and Stukey, who never touched the filthy stuff himself, was playing Good Samaritan. He hunched over the wheel like Indianapolis, pounding the horn with the heel of his right hand, shouting at the passing cars to, move over, you son of a bitch! Watch where you're going, stupid! Pull over, you lousy!"
"You tell 'em, man," Mitch said softly. "You tell 'em what to do."
Stukey didn't tell them, he showed them. He skinned the paint off a Buick as he snaked in and out of the line, and crowded so close to the tail of an MG that he could have run right over the little red wagon. Mitch began to giggle, urging him on, forgetting for the moment his destination and his need, delighting in the way Stooky used the car like a buzzsaw, slicing a path through the squares in their Sunday driving stupor.
"Look out, man," Mitch cackled. "Here comes old Stooky. Here comes nothing."
The traffic artery was starting to clot at the entrance to the tunnel, and Stooky poured it on, jockeying the car first left and then right, grinning at the competitive game. Nobody had a chance to win with Stooky at the controls. Stooky could just shut his eyes and gunner. Nobody else could do that. They made the tunnel entrance after sideswiping a big yellow caddy, an episode that made Mitch laugh aloud with glee. They both felt better after that, and the tunnel was cool after the hot morning sun. Stooky relaxed a little, and Mitch stopped his low-pitched giggling, content to stare hypnotically at the blur of white tiles.
"I hope we find that fix, man," Mitch said dreamily. "My cousin, he says that's the place to go. How long you think, Stooky? How long?" Whoosh!
A Chevy blasted by him on the other lane, and Stooky swore. Whoosh! Went an Oldsmobile, and Stooky bore down on the accelerator, wanting his revenge on the open road outside the tunnel. But the tunnel wound on endlessly longer than it had ever been before. It was getting hot and hard to breathe. Little pimples of sweat covered his face and trickled down into his leather collar. Under the brass-studded coat, the sports shirt clung damply to his back and underarms. Mitch started to whine and got that wide-eyed fish-mouth look of his, and he gasped,
"Man, I'm suffocating. I'm passing out."
"What do you want me to do?" Stooky yelled. Still the tunnel wound on. Whoosh! Went the cars in the parallel lane, and Stooky cursed his bad choice, cursed the heat, cursed Mitch, cursed all the Sundays that ever were. He shot a look at the balcony where the cops patrolled the traffic, and decided to take a chance. He slowed the car down to 35 and yanked the wheel sharply to the right to slip the car into the faster lane, right in front of a big children-filled station wagon. Even in the tunnel roar they could hear its driver's angry shout, and Stooky told him what he could do with his station wagon and his children. Still the tunnel wound on. They saw the hot glare of daylight at the exit. Mitch moaned in relief, but nothing could soften Stooky's ire. They came out of the tunnel and turned onto the highway, only to jerk to a halt behind a station wagon with a smelly exhaust. Come on, Stooky muttered and blew his horn. But the horn didn't start the cars moving, and Stooky, swearing, opened the door and had himself a look. "Oh, man, they're stacked up for miles," he groaned. "You wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't think it's possible."
"Well, what is it?"
Mitch said, stirring in his seat.
"What is it, an accident?"
"I don't know. I can't see a thing. But they just ain't moving, not a foot."
"I'm sick,"
Mitch groaned.
"I'm sick, Stooky."
Shut up, Stooky said, hopping out of the car to stare at the sight again, at the ribbon of automobiles vanishing into a horizon 10, 15 miles away. Like one enormous reptile, it curled over the highway, a snake with multicolored skin, lying asleep under the hot sun. He climbed back in again, and the station wagon moved an inch, a foot, and greedily he stomped the gas pedal to gobble up the gap. A trooper on a motorcycle bounced between the lanes, and Stooky leaned out of the window to shout at him, inquiring. He rumbled on implacably. The heat got worse, furnace-like and scorching, making him yelp when his hands touched metal. Savagely, Stooky hit the horn again and heard a dim chorus ahead. Every few minutes the station wagon jumped, and every few minutes Stooky closed the gap. But an hour accumulated, and more, and they could still see the tunnel exit behind them. Mitch was whimpering now, and Stooky climbed in and out of the car like a madman, his clothes sopping with sweat, his eyes wild, cursing whenever he hit the gas pedal and crawled another inch, another foot forward.
"A cop! A cop!"
he heard Mitch scream as a trooper on foot marched past the window. Stooky opened the car door and caught the uniformed arm. "Help us, will you?" he pleaded. "What the hell's going on here? How do we get out of this?" "You don't," the trooper said curtly. "You can't get off any place. Just stick it out, Mack." "We'll even leave the goddamn car. We'll walk, for God's sake. I don't care about the goddamn car." "Sorry, mister. Nobody's allowed off the highway, even on foot. You can't leave this heap here, don't you know that?" He studied Stooky's sweaty face and grinned suddenly. "Oh, I get it. You're new here, ain't you?" "What do you mean, new?" "I thought I never saw you in the jam before, pal. Well, take it easy, fella." "How long?" Stoopy said hoarsely. "How long you think?" "That's a stupid question," the trooper sneered. "Forever, of course. Eternity. Where the hell do you think you are?" He jabbed a finger into Stooky's chest. "But don't give me a hard time, Buster. That was your own wreck back there." "Wreck?" Mitch rasped from inside the car. "What wreck? What's he talking about, man?" "The wreck you had in the tunnel." He waved his gloved hand toward the horizon. "That's where all these jokers come from. The tunnel wrecks. If you think this is bad, you ought to see the jam on the turnpike." "Wreck! Wreck!" Mitch screamed, and Stooky climbed behind the wheel. "Well, what's he talking about wrecks for, Stooky?" "Shut up! Shut up!" Stooky sobbed, pounding his foot on the gas pedal to gain yet another inch of road. "We gotta get out of here. We gotta get out." But even when the station wagon jerked forward once more, he knew he was asking for too much, too late. Beelzebub by Robert Bloch. Robert Bloch sold his first story to Weird Tales 2 months after his 17th birthday. Since then, he has racked up 22 books and over 400 stories and articles, and since penning the memorable thriller Psycho, which was made into a hit film, he has become a member of the Hollywood writing set, turning out screenplays, Straight Jacket, The Night Walker, The Cabinet of Caligari, and TV scripts for Hitchcock. Beelzebub, the first of 2 Bloch offerings in these pages, is a tale of mental illness, and is assuredly the sort of blockbuster one reviewer had in mind when he said Bloch's writing is more icily terrifying than all the arcane horrors summed up by a collaboration of Poe and Lovecraft. Howard was still half asleep when he heard the buzzing. It was a faint, persistent drone, balanced delicately on the very threshold of consciousness. For a moment, Howard wasn't sure whether the sound came from the sleeping side or the waking side of his mind. God knows he'd heard plenty of strange noises in his sleep lately. Made them, too. Anita was always complaining about how he'd wake up in the middle of the night screaming at the top of his lungs. But he had reasons to be upset the way things were going, and besides, Anita was always complaining, period. The drone deepened insistently, and Howard knew he was awake now. He could feel the stale heat of the bedroom and the response his body was making to it, the loginess of his limbs and the cold pattern of perspiration forming on them. Bzzz. Howard opened his eyes. The room was dim, but the California sunshine filtering through the smog was also filtering through the interstices of the window blinds. just enough to transform the bungalow court apartment into a small oven with its baking heat. Just enough to give Howard a glimpse of what he didn't want to see, the living room filled with a fan-shaped clutter of clothing and furniture radiating from the axis of the roll-away bed, the cubbyhole kitchen through the open archway with the caked and crusted dishes heaped in the sink. Yes, and the damnable portable typewriter on a table in the corner, its carriage accusingly empty and its untouched keys leering up like rows of dusty teeth. Rows of dusty teeth. Christ, man, what a writer you are. When you're asleep, that is. But he wasn't asleep. He could hear that buzzing. Louder now, much louder. Goddamn fly. How'd it get in here with all the windows tight shut? Anita had a thing about opening windows no matter how hot it was, when she had her curlers in. And she always had the curlers. Bzzz. Howard sat up. The noise was too loud to be coming from the kitchen. It had to be here in this room. He turned and glanced at the huddle in the bed beside him. The sun glinted off the curlers. A ray played cruelly across Anita's neck, accentuating the stringy fold. That's where the fly was sitting. At first he thought it was Anita's mole, but moles don't move. Moles don't buzz. It was a fly, all right. He stared at Anita, thinking, God, how he hated the thing. Noisy, rasping at your nerves. Always around when you don't want it, demanding attention, intruding on your privacy. Dirty, messy creature, carrying filth. Somehow his hand had drawn back, and now it was coming forward. He wanted to hit it, not too hard, just swat it and destroy it, because it had to be destroyed, and he had to get rid of it. Howard wasn't conscious of the blow or its force. Realization of its impact vanished before the overwhelming explosion of Anita's shrill scream. "Oh, you bastard!" And then she was sitting up, striking at him. Not once, but again and again, harder and harder, and shrieking louder and louder. You trying to kill me while I'm asleep." It was crazy. She was crazy. And he was trying to explain about the fly. He was only going to swat the fly, but she wouldn't listen. She never listened when she got into one of those hysterical rages. She was crying, sobbing, stumbling into the bathroom. Of course she locked the door. There was no sense continuing with the same old scene, no sense pounding on the panel and stammering out apologies. All he could do was find his clothes and get dressed, locate his briefcase under the jumble of her clothing. Past 9 already, and his appointment was at 10. He had to be there on time. In his haste, Howard forgot all about the fly. What he had to decide now was whether to spend the next 20 minutes catching a cup of coffee at the drugstore on the corner, or run into the barber shop for a quick shave. He settled for the shave. It was more important to show up looking presentable. Bloch was with him. He got the car started without any trouble, and made it over to the barber shop. There was a vacant chair. Howard settled back in it, grateful for the hot towels that blotted out the sound of the radio and the sight of the autographed photos on the wall. Why was it that every damned barber shop in this town had to keep the radio blabbing at full volume, had to disfigure the wall with faded pictures of faded actors? And why was it that barbers didn't have enough sense to keep their places clean? Howard found himself flinging the sheet aside before the barber had finished applying aftershave lotion. "What's the matter with you guys? Can't you even keep the lousy flies out of here?" He hadn't meant to blow up, and come to think of it, there was only one fly, buzzing around the ceiling in Howard's range of vision as he lay tilted back in the chair. But Howard didn't come to think of it until he was out of the shop, until the damage was done. The way that crummy barber had looked at him... Oh, well, he wouldn't be going back there again anyway. There were plenty of other barbers around. Not so many producers, though. At least, not so many who wanted to make a deal with him. Howard reminded himself of that as he wheeled up to the studio gate. He put a big smile on his face for the guard who directed him to parking space, and an even bigger smile for Miss Rogers, secretary in the outer office of Trebor Productions. But he saved the biggest smile for Joe Trebor. That took a little doing. First of all, there was the damned half-hour wait in the outer office. Well, that was Trebor for you, and A-OK Rat Fink. Of course they were all alike, these producers. They all had the same routine. Set up an appointment, then postpone it. Set up another, give you the pressure. How soon can you make it? Tomorrow morning? Good. 10 o'clock sharp in my office. I'll leave a pass at the gate for you. So you showed up promptly at 10, carrying the briefcase and taking the best possible care of that extra big smile so that it wouldn't crack around the edges. And then you sat there like a damn fool in the reception room, crossing and uncrossing your legs in the uncomfortable little chair, trying not to stare at the secretary, as she kept putting calls through to the guy you were supposed to be seeing right now. Sometimes you even sat there while the charm boys finger-snapped their way in and out of the sanctum sanctorum. The sharp young agents, hair just a little too long over the back of their button-down collar, trousers just a little too tight in the seat, always a little bit ahead of you as they made their pitch, set their deal, for somebody else. Howard got into Joe Trebor's office at 10:32. He stayed 6 minutes. 3 minutes later, he was standing before a payphone in a glass booth trying to dial Dr. Blanchard's number with a forefinger that wouldn't stop trembling. Then, interrupting the incoherency, he poured into the mouthpiece to take a wild swipe at the insect that soared and swooped insanely within the confines of the phone booth. "It's following me!" he shouted into the mouthpiece. "The damn thing's following me!" "Do you want to talk about it now?" asked Dr. Blanchard quietly, as Howard sank into the big leather-covered chair. Scarcely another 20 minutes had elapsed, but Howard was now quite calm. And of course he wanted to talk about it. That's why he'd called Blanchard, even though it wasn't his regular appointment day. That's why he'd come running over here to the nice, quiet office where you could sit back and relax and nobody pressured you. It wasn't like Joe Trebor's office. He was telling the doctor about that now, about the phony modern paintings on the walls and the big desk with the high executive chair behind it and the low chair in front of it, the one you sat in. When you sat in that chair, the producer looked down on you and you had to look up to him. You looked up over that bare desk which told you here was a man too important to waste his time on mere paperwork the way writers did. You looked at the intercom and the phone with the 6 extension buttons, which showed just how busy a producer he was, and at the solid silver water carafe, which showed just how wealthy he was. And you looked at the picture of the wife and kids, which was supposed to show you what a solid citizen he was, if you didn't happen to know the stories about the way he interviewed for feminine leads. But you didn't look directly at Joe Trebor because he was staring at you. Staring and waiting for you to come up with the storyline. You got the notes out of the briefcase and you started to read, all the while conscious that you were just wasting your time with a showboat operator like this, a guy who kept interrupting to make Mickey Mouse suggestions for changes, a guy who didn't understand the values you were aiming for. All he knew was storyline, and, how do you go out? What's the curtain? You need a tag here, and, why don't you change it and play this scene exterior? Typical fly-by-night producer. And then the buzzing. The buzzing. Just when you were trying to build, trying to sell, trying to nail him down. The buzzing, drowning out your voice. And you looked up and saw the fly, perched on the stopper of the silver carafe. It was just squatting there, rubbing its tiny forelegs together, cleansing them. If you put those forelegs under a microscope, you'd understand the need for cleansing because they were covered with filth. Then you looked at Joe Trebor, who was smiling and shaking his head and saying, "Sorry, I don't quite see it. You haven't licked the storyline yet." And as he said it, he rubbed his hands together because they were covered with filth. He'd walked through filth. He left a trail of filth wherever he went, and what right had he to buzz at you? And what right did he have to keep flies in his office to bug you when you were telling your story that you'd sweated over for weeks in that lousy one-room apartment like a furnace, with Anita slopping around in her dirty housecoat and whining, "Why didn't you get up the bread?" And some of this you thought, and some of it you must have said, because Joe Trebor stood up, and he got that look on his face, and he was telling you something you couldn't quite hear because of the damn buzzing. So you smiled, holding your lips very tight, not wanting to admit that you blew it, but you knew. And you split out and made the phone call to the doctor, and there it was. The fly. The same fly. The little black thing with a million eyes that can see everything everywhere, right in the booth with you now, buzzing and listening. It saw and it heard and it followed you through all the filth in the world. Howard knew Dr. Blanchard understood because he was nodding quietly, calm and relaxed. And there was nothing wrong with his eyes. They weren't like Anita's or the barber's or Joe Trevor's eyes, all accusing him of putting them on. And they weren't like the fly's eyes had been either, watching and waiting. Dr. Blanchard really understood. Now he was asking Howard all about it. When the fly had first appeared, how long ago he could remember being conscious of flies. He even knew that talking about such things made Howard a little nervous because he was saying, "Don't be afraid. There are no flies here. Just go right ahead and say whatever comes to your mind. You won't be interrupted by any buzzing. Buzzing, buzzing." The buzzing. It was in the room. Howard heard it. He couldn't hear the doctor's voice anymore because the buzzing was so loud. He couldn't even hear his own voice shouting, but he knew he was telling the doctor, "You're wrong. It's here. It followed me. Can't you see?" But of course Dr. Blanchard couldn't see. How could he see when the fly, the black buzzing fly, was sitting there and buzzing on top of his bald head? And it buzzed, and it stared, and the droning drilled through Howard's skull, and the eyes lanced his brain, and he had to run, had to get out of there, had to get away, because they didn't believe him. Nobody believed him. Not even the doctor could help him now. Howard didn't stop running until he got to the car. He was panting when he climbed in, panting and wringing wet with perspiration. He could feel his heart pounding, but he forced himself to be calm. He had to be calm, very calm now, because he knew there was no one else to depend on. He'd have to do it all himself. The first thing was to check the car very thoroughly, including the back seat. And then, when he was quite sure nothing had gotten in, to lock the doors and roll up the windows. It was hot inside the car, but he could stand the heat. He could stand anything but the buzzing and the stare. He started the engine, pulled out. Calm now. Keep calm. Drive carefully, right up to the freeway access. And edge out slowly. Get into the left lane and open up. Now, drive fast. The faster you drive, the faster you get away from that buzzing and the staring. Keep it at 70. The fly can't do 70, can it? That is, if the fly is real. Howard took a deep breath. Suppose there was no fly, except in his own imagination. But it couldn't be. Not in his imagination, the one tool, the one weapon, the one area a writer must protect. You can't open up your imagination to a buzzing beast, a creature that crawls through filth. You can't allow the invasion of an insect that incubates in your own insanity, an incarnation of your own personal devil, an evil that torments you incessantly. But if it was that way, then of course there was no escape. He couldn't drive fast enough, run far enough to get away. And there was no hope for him at all. Bzzz! It was there, in the car. At least he heard it. But the sound might be coming from inside his own shattering skull. And now he saw it, fluttering against the windshield before him, just below the rear-view mirror. Or did he see it? Wasn't it just a fragment of inward vision? How could there be a real fly here in the car with all the windows closed tight? But he saw it, and he heard it, and it buzzed, and it crawled, and his sweat poured, and his heart thumped, and his breath rasped, and he knew it was real. It had to be real. And if it was, then this was his chance. His only chance, locked inside the car with it, where it couldn't get away. Howard shifted his foot from the gas pedal to the brake. The car was hurtling down an incline, but he knew he had it in control. Everything was under control now. All he needed to do was swat the fly. The creature had paused in its progress across the windshield, so that it was poised directly before his line of vision. Howard could see it very clearly now, as his hand moved up. He almost laughed at himself as he stared, laughed at his absurd fantasies. Silly to think of some demonic possession by such a tiny, fragile insect. He could see every delicate veining and tracery of its fluttering wings as he leaned forward. For an instant he even stared into its eyes, its multifaceted eyes, mirrors of myriad mysteries. In that instant he knew. But his hand was already swooping out, and all he could do was shriek as the car lurched and the culvert wall loomed. When the squad car came, the fly was resting very quietly on Howard's eyeball. Its eyes swiveled slowly as the red-necked patrolman bent over the body, pausing just long enough to sense the frustration, the suppressed anger, the seething tension behind the stolid face. Then it rose gracefully and buzzed around the policeman's shoulders as he straightened. As the policeman turned away, the fly followed. The policeman sighed. "Poor devil," he muttered. It was, of course, Howard's epitaph. The Machine in Ward 11, by Charles Willeford. After spending 10 years with the U.S. Army and 10 more with the Air Force, the much-decorated Charles Willeford tried his hand at a series of new careers. Painter, editor, actor, director, until he found the one that suited him best. Teacher of creative writing and humanities at a leading Southern university. His published work consists of 11 novels, a volume of poems, and a collection of his short stories. After its initial publication in Playboy, The Machine in Ward 11 appeared in Martha Foley's Best American Short Stories of 1962. Of it, Willeford writes, "One of the most difficult writing jobs is to make an insane person sympathetic. This was the task in Machine, and it has been gratifying to me that most readers are on the side of the insane hero all the way down the line. Of course, close identification with insanity may very well be a sign of the times." I like Reuben. He is a nice guy. He doesn't lock my door at night. He closes it, naturally, so that none of the doctors nor any of the other nurses will notice that it isn't locked when they are walking past, but he doesn't lock it. An unlocked door gives me a delicately delightful sense of insecurity. And this is the kind of thing a man appreciates here. As I recall, most of the white-coated boys in the private sanitarium were good guys like Reuben. But here in this mal-funded, state-supported institution, a male nurse with a high IQ is a rare exception. A little thing here is a big thing. Reuben lights my cigarettes, and he doesn't mind lighting them. The day nurse, Fred, always appears to be exasperated when I call out to him for a light. I don't blame Fred, of course. The day nurse has many things to do compared to Reuben's duties. Getting the hallway and latrines cleaned, the privileged patients off to OT, and all of the meals are eaten during the day, too. And Fred is responsible for the cart, the collection of the trays and spoons afterwards, and so on. I've never had a chance to talk much to Fred, but at night I talk to Reuben quite a little, which means I listen, and that is what I need to do. There is a dark, liquid vacuum to be filled. What Reuben tells me I often remember, like the cigarettes. The American Red Cross furnishes each patient with a carton of cigarettes every week, although there isn't any limitation, at least I don't think there is, on how many cigarettes we can smoke. A carton a week is plenty for me. But we aren't allowed to have matches or a lighter. The male nurse is supposed to open the cell door and light them for us when we call to him. There have been many times when I have had to wait so long when Fred, or maybe one of the loose patients, there are quite a few of those loose ones who are allowed to carry matches, and they do little odd jobs around the hospital, only their work details are called therapy for the convenience of the authorities. Came around to light my cigarette. Actually, I forgot what I called out for in the first place. But at night is different. The men in the other 11, that unlucky number always makes my stomach feel queasy. Cells in this locked ward are all good sleepers. Right after the supper meal, or within an hour or so, most of them are asleep. Old man Reddington in number 4 has nightmares that are truly terrible. If I had nightmares like his, I would never go to sleep. But when I mentioned his nightmares to him, he denied having any, so I guess he doesn't remember them. I wonder if I have nightmares. This is something I'll have to pump Reuben about sometime. The reason I don't go to bed early at night is because of my long, peaceful nap every afternoon. I'm not allowed to go to occupational therapy, so when the other patients leave the ward for OT after lunch, I am locked in my cell. It is quiet then, and I sleep. I have nothing to think about. My memory is almost all gone except for isolated, unsatisfactory, and unresolved little incidents. Trying to remember things, however, is a fascinating game. I like Reuben. He is a nice guy. Oh, yes, it was about the cigarettes. I don't really care, Reuben, I said to him the other night. I know it wasn't tonight. But every week, when the gray lady comes around with the cigarettes, I get a different brand. And I don't think it's right, even if I am satisfied with whatever brand I'm given. I realize that smoking is a privilege, but I've also concluded that any man who smoked all the time would sooner or later decide that he preferred one particular brand. And if he did, he'd buy and smoke the same brand all the time. Is it because we're crazy that we get a different brand every week, or what? Reuben looked quizzically at me for a long time, and his searching expression made me feel apprehensive. He's a good-looking guy, in a rather coarse way. 25 or 6, and friendly, with very white teeth. But when he examines me for a long time without replying, I have a premonition that he doesn't truly like me, and he might possibly be a doctor's spy. But then Reuben grinned fraternally, and I knew that he was all right. "You know something, Haskell?" he said with unfeigned sincerity. "You're the only nut in my whole ward who's got any sense." This incongruous remark struck both of us as funny, and we had to laugh. "No, seriously," Reuben went on, "that comment was a sign of progress, Haskell. Do you possibly remember from before maybe smoking one particular brand of cigarettes? Think hard." "No," although I didn't even try to think. "But this talk about cigarettes makes me want one. How about a light?" "Sure." As he flipped his lighter, he said, "If you ever do feel a preference, let me know. Nobody is trying deliberately to deprive anyone of their favorite cigarettes. But I've been working here for 2 years now, and you're the first patient who's ever mentioned the subject." "Then maybe I'm not so crazy after all," I said lightly. "Oh, you're crazy, all right," Reuben said. "Would you like some coffee? I'm going to make a fresh pot." I remember this conversation well. The smoking of the cigarette. And yet I'm not absolutely certain whether he came back later with the coffee, or whether I went to bed without it. I've had coffee with Reuben late at night on many occasions, but that particular night has disconnected gaps in it. I cannot always orient the routine sequence of daily events. It is probably because of the sameness here. The only difference between day and night is that it is quieter at night, except for old man Reddington in number 4. And there is a lot of activity in the mornings. Breakfast, the cleaning up, the doctor making his rounds, and I have my chess problems to puzzle over every morning. I work 2 or 3 problems on my board every morning, although I would never admit it to Dr. Adams. "A man's mind is a tricky thing, Haskell," Dr. Adams said when he brought me the board and chessmen. He made this statement as though I were unaware of this basic tenet. "But if you use your brain every day, and I think you'll enjoy working out these chess problems, it'll be excellent therapy for you. In fact, your memory will probably come back to you in its entirety all at once." He snapped his soft, pudgy fingers. But I don't want you to sit around trying to remember things. That's too hard, you understand? He handed me a paperback book of elementary chess problems to go with the set. Yes, I understand, Dr. Adams, I said unsmilingly. I understand that you are a condescending son of a bitch. Of course I am, Haskell, he agreed easily, humoring me. But solving chess problems is merely an exercise to help you. A person with weak feet can strengthen them by picking up marbles with his toes, and I haven't lost my marbles, I said angrily. They've only rolled to one side. Of course, he said wearily, looking away. I've learned how to discomfit these expressionless psychiatrists every time. I stare straight into their moronic, unblinking eyes. But you will try solving some of the problems, won't you, Haskell? I might. A non-committal answer is the only kind a head-shrinker really wants to hear. So I've never given Adams the satisfaction of knowing that I worked 3 or 4 problems every morning. When he asks me how I'm getting along, I tell him I'm still on the first problem in the book, although I've been through the book 4 times already. Or is it 5? Here's Reuben with my coffee. The coffee's strong, just the way I like it, with plenty of sugar and armored cow. And Reuben is relating the story again about why he elected to become a male nurse. He told me all this before, but each time he tells it a little differently. His fresh details don't fool me, however. He actually took the 2-year junior college nursing course to be the only male student in a class of 38 girls. But talking to me at night, or should I say, at me, is undoubtedly good therapy for Reuben. By the way, Haskell, your wife will visit you tomorrow. You asked me to remind you. Already? I made a clucking sound in my throat. My, how time flies. It seems like only yesterday, and yet 30 happy, happy days have flown by. I shook my head in mock dismay. Not for me, grimly. He took my empty cup and closed the door. I'm beginning to get accustomed to my wife and her monthly visits now. The first time she visited me, I didn't even know the woman. I still don't recall marrying her or living with her before I assumed the bachelor residence of this cell. But I had uncommonly good taste. Hazel is a real beauty, still well under 30, and she's a movie actress. She keeps telling me. The first time Hazel visited me, at least the first time that I remember, I made the undiplomatic mistake of asking her what her name was, and she wept. I felt so sorry for her, I've never made the same mistake again. Now, when her name escapes me momentarily, I either call her Honey or Sweetie Pants. She likes these pet names. We usually spend our whole hour together talking about the movies, about technical details mostly, and she often asks me questions about acting techniques. The doctor probably suggested such questions to Hazel as an aid to help me regain my memory, but I enjoy giving her sound advice. I am an expert in the field of falsely induced emotions, and although I don't remember directing any of the plays or movies or TV shows she told me I directed, I am apparently well acquainted with all the terms and aspects of the craft. Or so it seems. Hazel may be lying to me, of course. It is quite feasible that this vast store of movie knowledge I dredge up and dispense so freely during our visiting periods was gained by reading books on the subject before I came here. And it may be that a freak memory breakthrough allows me to remember various things concerning films the way a person does who has a photographic memory. That's a nice double meaning. I'll mention it to Hazel when she comes tomorrow, if I don't forget it. But if Hazel is an actress, she is a most convincing actress, because I always believe her when she tells me that I was once a director. Besides, there is that sharp single scene that keeps recurring inside my mind at odd times. And although I thought at first that it was a delusion, I have finally learned how to tell the difference between delusion and reality. The secret was so simple it escaped me for a long time. If I can see myself within the scene, It's an imaginary scene, and I can enjoy the experience for what it is worth. But if I see the scene through my eyes, as though I were a camera, it is something that actually happened in the past. There can be no other rational explanation. It would be impossible for a man to see through his own eyes and watch his body perform as an actor at a distance, both at the same time. The sun is so hot. This is our 5th 12-hour day on desert location, and it is the 20th episode of the series. 19 more to go after this one is in the can, and if Red Farris doesn't change his attitude, we'll never finish them all, which means, of course, that I will not. We may not even finish this one, The Pack Rats, which is, in my considered opinion, the lousiest script I've ever directed. But Red is brilliant. He knows everything. This is his 3rd year as the star of the series, and he now owns a juicy 50%. A big, stupid, 6'2" ex-football player who never had anything better than a walk-on at the Pasadena Playhouse before he lucked into this Western series, and yet he tries to tell me how to direct a scene. And when I explain some basic acting principle to him, he nods condescendingly and winks broadly at the grinning crew members he plays poker with instead of studying his lines. Take 12 coming up. Far too many for the budget, but every time he does some annoying thing wrong. Purposely? I'm beginning to wonder. The scene is unimportant. Even a poor take would be valid enough, but I seem to have some sort of uncontrollable compulsion to shoot it over and over again until it's perfect. The arid heat must be at least 110 degrees. But the enmity from everybody on the set is hotter than that, much hotter. They all hate me now. They hate my guts. Wonderful. Okay, Red? My chapped lips hurt as I grin pleasantly at our stupid star, who stands petulantly beside his sweaty gray horse. I know I'm a real bastard, Red, but let's try it one more time. Rolling a cigarette is supposed to be as natural as breathing to a cowboy, and yet... And I'm also supposed to be tired, Haskell, after riding across the desert, and after about 50 damn takes. 11, I emended. I'm not faking it. I am tired. Get mounted. Ignoring his petty, childish outburst, I turned my back on him. Here we go, kiddies, I announced to the sullen crew. No one moves. They avoid my eyes. They are looking past me toward Red Farris. I turn. Red is still standing stubbornly beside his horse. He glares at me, pouting with his upper lip only. No mean feat for a television actor. Avoiding my eyes, he looks toward the camera, raising his dimpled chin. That's it, everybody! He shouts fiercely in stentorian but untrained pectoral tones. A triumphant crew cheer mingles with the heat waves, 31 voices, including the script girl's parched cigarette contralto. My face grows numb as Red flashes his trademark, the sneer-snarl smile, an endearing grimace which has been described with gushing detail in 7 trade magazines. And on the way back, Red yells again, raising a long arm, the football signal for free catch. The stakes are on me at Palm Springs. Another enthusiastic rejoinder followed immediately by the happy sounds of furious tearing down, leave-taking activity. I've been fired before, Red, I mentioned quietly, but not this way. Hell, you aren't fired, Hask. It's been a rough week, that's all. The cutting room boys can piece together at least one good take out of the 11, and if not, shrugged, we'll simply junk the scene. Okay, Hask? Sneer-snarl smile. A patronizing hand reaches for my shoulder, but I back away quickly before he touches me. No, it isn't okay. Either I have full authority or I don't direct. It's one of the little rules a good director lives by. I haven't done anything to hurt your authority, Hask. In fact, I submitted damn well to every stupid idea you've had for this week. And you know as well as I do there isn't another star in television who'd go through 11 straight takes in a row without sounding off. Am I right or am I wrong? Sneer, snarl, smile. Look, Hask, we'll have us a few cold ones at the Springs, rustle up some girls, and Monday is another week, right? There's no use getting sore over... I swung for his dimpled chin and missed. It should have been a fairly decent brawl, but it wasn't. Although I'm shorter than Red, 5'11", I'm well over 200 pounds, but Red's right fist, as though it contained a roll of nickels, slammed into my jaw. The color film snapped with a clickety-clickety-clack as the crazy reel whipped around, and that's all I remember for a while. At first, the thing in itself confused me. Bam! A hard right to the jaw could not, or did not, at my initial awakening, add up to 2 heavily bandaged wrists. I was snugly warm, in bed. I was lethargically comfortable, and my wrists, bound with white gauze, didn't hurt at all. I was fighting memory, and then total recall washed over the surface of my mind in a humiliating torrent. No, I hadn't stopped with the gang in Palm Springs. I pushed my sea-green Porsche, top down, at a forbidden speed, all of the way home to my craggy redwood retreat in the Verdugo woodlands above the L.A. smog belt. A drink alone on the sun deck, except for my fear. Economic fear. Failure fear. I had been wrong, Ferris had been reasonable, and now I was through. Aware of this, I impatiently awaited the confirming phone call. The breezy deck was cool after a miserable week in the desert. A dozen giant potted plants with waxed green leaves placed strategically at staggered intervals along the rail masked successfully the dusty chaparral of the steep olive-colored hills. In some kind of wild optimism, my eyes kept returning to the white telephone on the big circular coffee table. Would I finish 1, 2, 3, or 4 drinks before it rang? The total was 6, and I allowed it to ring 3 times before I reached for it. "Hask, baby," Weldon Murray, my agent, said on the phone. "Willie boy, and you found a new job for me already? You're the greatest, Willie. I shall not want—" "I really am the greatest, Hask. I managed to keep you on the payroll, and it wasn't easy. Only you'll have to be satisfied with the standard director's contract, $180 per week. It stays in effect till the series plays out, and that may be forever. But I still haven't heard your side, sweetie, and everybody always has a side. If it's a fight they want, we can do that, too. Why didn't you call me first, baby? I didn't have any ammo to shoot with, and I didn't have any to give you, Willie." "Uh-huh." Pause. "I don't suppose you'd be willing to cry a little, kiss and make up?" "No, that wouldn't do any good. It's been coming for weeks. And I'm tired, Willie. Tired. I love you, sweetheart, but you're going to get a damned long rest. 3 is the fatal charm, it has been muttered in high places. And this is the 3rd time for you in less than a year. TV can't afford perfectionist, baby." "I know. It's just that TV isn't the movies, and today even the movies can't—" "Please, no lecture, Willie," I said wearily. "Have you called Hazel?" "No, she's in London. Or was. Want me to call her for you?" "I'll call her later, but thanks, Willie." After racking the phone, I fished a squirming, many-legged anthropod out of my drink. How many men, I wondered, are all washed up at the age of 32, meridional? Was I ahead of or behind schedule? And yet I don't believe that I was really depressed. In a way, I had a rather sickening sense of relief. The useless struggle was finally over. The end. I drank slowly, spacing my drinks, enjoying the quiet evening and the yellow sky above Glendale. Minutes later, perhaps hours later, I was giggling, lurching through the empty house in search of a razor blade. A $60,000 house, meaning the mortgage, a swimming pool, and no blades. How can a man slash his wrists with an electric razor? The phone kept ringing all the time. Needlers, the gloating sympathizers. But I didn't answer it. At last I found a blade, a rusty, used blade, in an old plaid train case that had belonged to my wife. In all probability, the ancient blade had nibbled golden stubble from Hazel's long legs. I giggled again as I eased the blade with concentrated caution into a cake of soap. No, I didn't want to cut the fingers holding the blade. Too painful. And yet I wanted to slice my wrists. This paradoxical prudence struck me as very funny indeed. The hospital, and not this place I'm in now, but a private hospital, was a warm, white womb. There was a sunny, glassed-in porch running parallel to the far end of the ward, and the meals were served on schedule in the dining room. I liked every one of my 18 fellow patients, a charming, mixed-up group, and I would have been content to remain dormant in the friendly ward forever. My closest friend was Dave Tucker, an actor who had been possessed, literally, by the devil. Dave had played the devil and Daniel Webster in Summer Stock a few months before, and while he was immersing himself in the role of Daniel, the devil got inside of his skin. Our unimaginative psychiatrist unfortunately couldn't exorcise the devil from poor old Dave because the doctor didn't believe that the devil was really under Dave's hide. I didn't believe it either at first, although I never expressed my doubts, and besides, I didn't really know. "The worst thing about him, Hask," Dave told me, "is the constant itching. I itch all the time because he squirms around so much, and scratching can't get to him." Poor Dave. His discomfort was real enough. Why would any man lie about something like that? But I still couldn't resist from time to time giving Dave the business. "Your case is the inevitable result of method acting, Dave," I told him one afternoon. "But it could have been worse." "How?" "You could have been playing in Jumbo." "Move," he said irritably, scratching his chest. "It's your move." And we continued our daily chess game on the sunlit porch. I see now that it was a mistake to become friends with Dave Tucker, or anyone else for that matter. It hurt me too much. It was only a few days later when the devil finally got him. We were playing chess as usual, smoking, not saying much of anything, when Dave stage-whispered my name. "Hask, get the doctor. He's turned on the heat." I looked up from the board, and Dave's face was fiery. There was no perspiration, no time. The devil had caught Dave in an unguarded moment. I rushed frantically into the ward, screaming my head off for the doctor, and although I returned to the porch with Dr. Fellerman, within a minute and a half, at the very longest, Dave was dead when we got there. It was a preposterous scene, impossible. And yet it had happened. The devil had boiled Dave's blood for him and fled. I was unreasonable, more than a little hysterical, and I cursed Fellerman for all he was worth, which wasn't much, although it hadn't been entirely his fault, except that he had refused to even pretend belief in Dave's story. The devil would have taken Dave sooner or later anyway, but the swiftness of the attack unnerved me, and I had a prolonged crying spell. After Dave, I dropped out of the ward's activities. No more friends for me, not after Dave. I simply couldn't take it, and I was wise enough to see that I couldn't. A truly successful nigrescent state of depression has to be nourished, cherished. The strong black wall can keep everything out and everything in, but it must be built stone by stone. Each brick must be carved patiently from igneous rock. Every added layer must be laid meticulously, with the stones so close together that no mortar is required. Before I retired to my walled-in garden, I had been well on the road to recovery. All of the written and oral psychological tests had been taken docilely. The needles had been inserted into my scalp for the recording of my brainwaves, and I had been a reluctant but participating member of Ward 14's group therapy group. We met on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 11 a.m. in Ward 11 under the joint chairmanship and supervision of Drs. Spellerman and Molinare. There were 4 of us, not counting the 2 doctors. They merely observed and listened. Tommy Amato, the 17-year-old son of a well-known movie star, and every night Tommy drowned his bed. Randall Hickman, an ex-hotel manager who had deliberately wrecked his car and now possessed a corrugated skull and headaches. And Marvin Morris, a songwriter who, like me, had also unsuccessfully attempted suicide. I never did understand fully what the 4 of us were supposed to accomplish during these weird tri-weekly sessions. The 2 psychiatrists never uttered a sound. They sat impassively on their metal folding chairs, looking us over like a couple of bespectacled owls caught out in the sunlight at high noon. We, the sick ones, were supposed to discuss our problems. I believe that was the general idea. But the atmosphere in this scaly, gray-walled ward was too depressing for talk of any kind. The first few minutes of every meeting were invariably awkward, taut with the clearings of tense, dry throats. Ward 11 was an unused ward. By cannily raising its monthly rates, the hospital had managed to rid itself of several unwanted low-income patients. We sat in a rough semicircle, smoking, trying to avoid looking in the direction of the 6 unoccupied mattresses on the floor by the doorway. The electroshock machine rested on a small metal stand in one corner of the room, and right next to it was the rubber-sheeted treatment table. When the shock treatments were given early every morning, the unconscious bodies were deposited on the mattresses until they recovered, and then the bedazed patients were led away to eat breakfast. No, the atmosphere was not exactly conducive to animated talk, but the hospital was still cramped for space, and Ward 11 had been pressed into service as a group therapy meeting place, as well as a treatment room for electroshock therapy. Although there is a federal law against photographing nuts in a funny factory, these group therapy sessions were great human comedies that should have been put on film. They were the kind of Chaplin-esque comedies that cause strong men to weep copious tears. Albert McCleary would have loved to show them live on television's old Cameo Theater, cutting back and forth from face to face. After the prolonged silence became almost unbearable, young Tommy was always first to break the unhappy uneasiness. "I wet my bed again last night." A simple announcement. Tommy was no longer embarrassed by his chronic enuresis. Now that the doctors had convinced him that this was a psychosomatic condition, and he felt that we older patients could help him. We were grateful to Tommy every time, of course, for getting us through the sound barrier. "Did you try elevating your feet?" Marvin would ask eagerly. "Yes, sir. I slept with 3 pillows under my feet, but they didn't do any good." The group therapy session was then underway. We discussed movies, BB, Russia, bridge, paperback novels, the quality of the hospital food, taxes, the L.A. traffic, the new long-distance dial system, everything, in fact, except our personal individual problems. Tommy, however, was always provided with several thoughtful suggestions for his little problem. Not that any of them ever proved to be successful. The 2 doctors didn't take notes. They never made any comments or suggestions, and they never tried to steer our digressive conversations. For this much we were grateful, all of us, and I believe we did our best to entertain them so they wouldn't be too bored during their listening-in hour. But maybe the meetings did the doctors some good. I really don't know or care. After Dave died, I refused flatly to attend any more of them. Ward 14 wasn't a locked ward, and as its privileged residents, we had considerable freedom within the hospital. There were 16mm movies every night in the patient's lounge. There was a small library, a TV set on the porch, and there was a snack bar. But I gave up these frivolous activities for the full-time occupation of my uncomfortable bedside chair. I ate my 3 full meals every day, marching to the dining room with the others when it was our ward's turn to eat. But I returned immediately afterward to my chair. After dinner each night I went to bed, sleeping dreamlessly until 6:30 a.m. I could have slept all the time, I think, but we weren't allowed to lie on our beds during the day. Unable to drowse in my hard metal chair, I read and meditated again. And it was always the same book, Thomas Merton's The Silent Life. I was fascinated by the various accounts of monastery life, particularly the account of the Carthusians, and the way they lived in their isolated hermitages. Here were the men who had discovered the right answer to the complexities of life, and I was saddened by the knowledge that I could never be one of them. These holy monks had a curious mixture of humility and vanity I could never hope to achieve. They believed that if they were humble enough, they would see God when they died. Surely this was a strange vanity. But I knew that God would never look at a wretch like me. However, there was another way, and now that I had time to think, more time than I had ever had before in my entire life, the new idea appealed to me more and more. To reach the top wasn't too difficult. Only a small percentage competed for the top, and I had been up there 3 different times already. But the pyramid was much broader at the base. How many men had consciously directed every effort toward achieving the absolute bottom of the pile, burrowing their way purposely to the exact center of the bottom of humanity? If I could only get down there, really down, all the way, and without any outside help. Here was a unique and terrible aspiration. How? A man could meditate forever on this fascinating problem. My deliberations were interrupted one morning by Dr. Fellerman, who had approached my bed surreptitiously and tapped me on the shoulder. He wanted to know if I would like to talk to him alone in his office twice a week. I've got an hour open on Thursday now, and another on Monday. I'll squeeze you in. Squeeze in somebody else, I told him coldly. I have nothing to say to you. Unbidden, he had interrupted a very important train of thought, and I glared at him to express my annoyance. Fellerman was a tall, almost cadaverous-looking man, a tired-faced and ostensibly overworked doctor. In his loose, knee-length white coat and his humped shoulders and his narrow head cocked to one side, he always reminded me of an unskilled mechanic listening for an engine knock. "And you won't rejoin our group therapy sessions, either?" "No. But if I happen to come up with a valid suggestion for Tommy Amato," I said sarcastically, "I'll write it down and give it to him in the dining room." I got to my feet, turned my back on the doctor, and sat down again facing the wall, thereby terminating the unwelcome interview. This brief interchange occurred on a Monday afternoon. On Wednesday morning, right after breakfast, Lucchese, the male nurse, told me that we were going to Dr. Fellerman's office. Any mental patient has the privilege of arguing with his doctor, but only a crazy man will argue with a male nurse. Without protest, I accompanied Lucchese to Fellerman's office. "I've decided to give you the short series of 9 electroshock treatments, Mr. Haskell." Fellerman stated this calmly, without any preamble. The sentence was a nail on a slate. The hand, my right, carrying the cigarette to my mouth, was arrested in midair. I was astonished, yes, but my fear was even greater. The hairs at the nape of my neck stiffened. The 6 white-sheeted mattresses on the floor in Ward 11 appeared vividly, sickeningly in my mind, and the small electroshock machine, which resembled a cheap portable phonograph more than anything else, became a leather-covered symbol of terror, swift, sudden death. "No," I managed to say at last. "You aren't serious." "I don't know what else to do with you, Mr. Haskell," he shrugged. "Do you still hold the opinion that the devil, rather than apoplexy, killed your friend, Mr. Tucker?" "What my opinions happen to be on any subject are not your concern." "But you are, as my patient. You won't attend group therapy, you've refused to talk to me, and you aren't getting any better." Depression is something I can learn to live with, I said bitterly. But I can't live with death. Now you're being melodramatic. Am I? How many people survive these electroshock treatments? The fatality percentage is so small we don't even consider it as important any longer. That is, in comparison with the good. It's important to me. What is the percentage? I don't recall the exact figures, but it's less than 1 fatality in 3,000 or 4,000. And that would be a person with a weak heart, or 9 treatments in a row drops those odds down to a damn dangerous level. If we thought there was any real danger, Mr. Haskell, we wouldn't consider electroshock therapy. You're a strong, healthy young man, except for being a little overweight. And to lessen the convulsion, we'll give you curare to relax you. Poison? I see. If the shock doesn't kill me, the curare will. Is that the idea? I assure you, Mr. Haskell, you have nothing to worry about. The treatments start tomorrow morning. Don't go to breakfast with your ward. And if I refuse? Don't you want to get well? No, not if I have to take shock treatments, I don't. There's absolutely no pain, Haskell. I don't care about the pain, but I don't want to lose my memory. My memories may be bitter, but they're all I've left, and I want every single one of them. There is a slight memory loss, but it's only a temporary condition. I don't care to discuss it. I refuse to take the treatments, and that's final. The forgotten cigarette burned my fingers, and I dropped it into his desk ashtray, a white ceramic skull. The ashtray alone was the key to the psychiatrist's sadistic nature. The choice isn't yours to make, Haskell, he reminded me. You're frightening me, Doctor. You needn't be. Your wife has consented to the treatments. I don't believe you. It's true, nevertheless. Don't build these simple shock treatments up out of all proportion in your mind. If all goes well, and it often does, you may not need 9 of them. Sometimes 6 are plenty, and you'll be going home before you know it. But I don't want to go home, I wailed. Despite my shame, I couldn't prevent the tears that streamed down my face. All I want, all I've ever wanted, is to be let alone. Blubbering helplessly into my sleeve, I stumbled blindly out of his office, and Lucchesi took me back to the ward. A few minutes later, and considerably calmer, I realized upon reflection that most of my scanty knowledge about electroshock therapy had been learned second-hand from a fellow patient, Nathan Becker, during bull sessions on the porch. Unintentionally, perhaps, Nate had implanted a dread of the little machine in my head by innocently underplaying the description of his own course of treatments. I didn't mind too much, he told me quietly. His dark sienna eyes already had a puzzled expression, and at the time he had only had 3 treatments. On the first one I asked to go first because I was scared and I wanted to get it over with. I climbed up on the table in Ward 11, and the 4 nurses, Lucchesi's one of them, all got a good hold on my pajamas and dressing gown. One guy held on to my feet. When the electricity shoots through your brain, you get one hell of a big convulsion, you see, and if these guys didn't hold you in a tight brace, you'd get your back broke. Anyway, Dr. Fellerman slipped a little harness over my head. There's a chromium electrode that clamps tight over each temple. Then they stick a curved piece of rubber hose in your mouth to bite down on. If they didn't, you'd bite off your tongue, I suppose. And that's it. What do you mean, that's it? I asked tensely. Bluey, that's all. Bluey? Bluey. I didn't feel anything. Next thing I know, I'm awake and looking up at the ceiling, only instead of being on the table, I'm flat on my back on one of those mattresses in Ward 11. You know that... I know. But what did you feel? Did you have any screwy dreams while you were out, or anything like that? No, I don't think so. He shook his head. Just Bluey, that's all. One minute I'm wide awake, a little scared, looking up at Dr. Fellerman's face, and then I'm on the mattress looking at the ceiling instead. Funny feeling. As soon as the orderly sees you're awake, he sends you across the hall to the kitchen in Ward 10 for scrambled eggs. You can get 'em any way you want, but I always get mine scrambled. But there must be more to the shocks than that, Nate. You make the whole thing sound too simple. It is simple, Hask. I watched some of the other guys before I took my second treatment to see how it worked with them. And that was it. Soon as the electrodes are in place, Dr. Fellerman turns the two knobs on the machine. There can't be more than 110 volts because the cord's plugged into the wall socket. And Dr. Fellerman watches the needle pretty close. What's this about the needle? The needle on the gauge. The machine is preset, but there isn't any rheostat, or whatever you want to call it. So when the needle hits the right number on the gauge, the doctor just turns off the machine, and that's it. But the patient on the table, what kind of a convulsion does he have? You really can't tell now with all those guys holding him and all. But all in all, it's a very humane machine, Hask. I imagine the electric chair works the same way when they execute somebody. They shove the guy in the chair, flip the old switch, and bluey, that's all. Of course, Nate frowned, they have to strap the guy onto the electric chair because the voltage is so much more powerful. He giggled. The guy's backbone probably snaps like a match anyway, but he's dead by that time, so it doesn't make any difference. Nate Becker was no longer with us. The course of shock treatments had helped him. Perhaps they had eliminated his mental depression altogether, and he had been discharged from the hospital. But after a very few treatments, he had developed a frowning, perplexed expression. He had been unable to recall entering the hospital or any of the events that had occurred for several months prior to his admission. I had talked to him several times before his release, and except for his loss of memory, which bothered him considerably, he was a rational, perfectly normal nothing. That was it. Nothing. He was neither depressed nor elated. He was stonily indifferent, and he had believed Dr. Fellerman when he was told that his memory would return all in good time. But I didn't believe it. Not for a second. My palms perspired. My throat was dry. For the very first time in my life, I knew true fear. Ordinary fear was a familiar emotion I had known intimately many times. The fear of losing an arm or a leg or an eye in battle when I had fought for a blissfully short 3 months toward the very end in Korea. The fear of being broke, the fear of success, and the fear of failure, and certainly the fear of death. And I had also known that secret, unvoiced fear, the kind no one ever admits to anybody and only rarely to himself. The terror of after death. Is there an afterlife, or isn't there? And if there is, how will a man fare there? Will he be able to withstand the punishment meted out to him according to his earthly record? But what were any of these childish, mundane fears compared to the worst fate on earth, the worst possible misfortune that could happen to mortal man? The fear of becoming a vegetable. Could any misfortune be greater? His memories, and his ability to laugh at his own stupidities. When the chips are finally down, these are all that a man has left to him. Otherwise, a man is a turnip, a pine tree, a daisy, a weed, existing through the grace of the sun and photosynthesis during the day, and ridding himself of excess carbon dioxide during the long night. I was still a fairly young man, but if the choice had been the simple one of sudden and lasting death, I could have faced it. Perhaps I even could have mustered some show of insouciant bravery. I didn't really know. But I had only to go to one of the glass windows on the porch and look out over the verdant hospital grounds. On a warm day, there were always 5 or 6 hospitalized human vegetables sitting on benches beneath the sun. Most of them were old men, white-thatched, perfectly harmless, and they were allowed to remain outside all day long when the weather was nice. They never bothered anyone. They didn't talk. They didn't think. They couldn't remember anything, not even their names. And their ability to laugh was completely gone. Plants. Vegetables. Mental patients live for an uncommonly long time, and I was only 32. I was also blessed with that accursed trait that every actor or director must have to achieve any kind of success in the world of make-believe, the ability to put myself into someone else's place. I could project myself into the future, near and far. Haskell the vegetable, sitting in the sunlight year after year, until he was a feeble old man of 80, no, 90. The damned busybody medicos were learning more about geriatrics every day. No longer was I Haskell the arrogant, the one man in Hollywood who had never taken anything from anybody. I was transformed almost instantaneously by my cool, logical imagination into Haskell the abject, Haskell the craven, Haskell the beggar. If Dr. Fellerman wanted me to crawl, I would crawl. If he wanted to see me humbled, or if he wanted his feet washed, I would wash his feet and anoint them with scented oils. The gelid dread that clutched my entrails was panicky, and there was so little time. The restless clock above Lucchese's desk told me that it was 11:40. I had to see Fellerman now, before he left the hospital at noon. When tomorrow morning came, it would be too late. They would inject their South American curare into my veins and destroy my mind forever with their machine. Controlling my inner conflict as well as I could, I headed for the nurse's desk at the end of the ward. You should have reminded me, Lucchese, I said, smiling, about the group therapy session in Ward 11. I thought you dropped out of that group therapy. But he wasn't suspicious. He was already filling in a hall pass for me. Oh, I did for a while, but I was supposed to start again today. That's what the doctor wanted to talk to me about this morning. You're late, you know. Lucchese handed me the pass. But it isn't my fault. No, it's mine, I know. I simply forgot about it. It's probably too late to go at all now, but if I didn't show up anyway, Dr. Fellerman would say that I was being uncooperative. You know how he is. Sure, well, you better get a move on. I had escaped legally from the ward. Despite our privileges in the unlocked ward, we weren't allowed to wander around the hospital without an official pass and a destination of some kind. But nobody stopped me. When I reached Ward 11, the group therapy session was just breaking up. Tommy Amato was the first patient through the door. I nodded to him absently, brushed by the 3 other emerging patients, and entered the ward. Dr. Fellerman and Dr. Molinaire were still seated on their folding metal chairs, holding a post-mortem, I supposed, on the lately departed quartet of singers. I hesitated just inside the doorway, not allowing my eyes to look toward the right and the electroshock machine and treatment table. Well, hello there, Haskell, Dr. Molinaire called out cheerily. Long time no see. This Molinaire character was a real cornball. Good morning, Dr. Molinaire, I responded pleasantly. Sorry to intrude on you gentlemen this way, but I wanted to talk for a few minutes with Dr. Fellerman. I moved toward them, holding myself stiffly erect. That's quite all right, Haskell, Fellerman said. We're finished here. He winked at Molinaire. We can talk about that later. All right, Frank? Sure. Molinaire clasped my shoulder with a sweaty, meaty hand. We've missed you at our little sessions, Haskell, he said lightly. I've missed them too, Doctor, I lied. Perhaps Dr. Fellerman will let me rejoin the group? Molinaire didn't reply. He left the ward, closing the doors behind him. I wet my parched lips, wondering how to begin. The practiced silence peculiar to psychiatrists puts every patient on the defensive. These doctors rarely, if ever, ask questions, except perhaps with their incurious, unblinking eyes. But even their eyes are distorted, as a rule, behind glasses. Fellerman, his skinny shoulders hunched, his narrow head cocked to the right, as he looked up at me from his seated position, gave me no encouragement whatsoever. His face was as impersonal as doom. How could any man, a human being, approach such a machine? I've been hoping, sir, I began humbly. It was the first time I had addressed another male as sir since the age of 12. That you might reconsider the idea of putting me on shock treatments. My attitude has been poor all along, sir, and I realize that now, and I apologize. If I am to help myself, I must cooperate fully with you and the other members of the staff, and I want you to know, Dr. Fellerman, I'm ready to turn over a new leaf. If you'll allow me to do so, I'll return gladly to the group therapy sessions, and if you still have those 2 free hours a week open you mentioned, I'd like to take advantage of them as well. Why, when I finally managed to get it through this thick, dumb head of mine, Doctor, that I was only hurting myself by my poor attitude, I began to feel better right away. Yes, sir, and that's the truth. Why, I'm not nearly as depressed as I was when I talked to you earlier this morning. I essayed a little laugh then, and it was indeed a pitiful, strangling sound. Is there anything more heartrending than the sound of forced, false gaiety? And what's more, sir, I continued doggedly, my change in attitude will be beneficial to my fellow patients, too. Out in the hall just now, when I bumped into young Tommy Amato, I realized how selfish I'd been all along, thinking only of myself instead of the others. And as you may remember, Doctor, I talked quite a bit at group therapy, just as much, if not more, than any of the other patients. I've got a good mind, Doctor, an inventive mind. And if I put all of my intelligence to work, I'll bet you anything you want to wager that I can come up with a valid solution to Tommy's bedwetting problem. Yes, sir. If you'll cancel those shock treatments, I'll get a notebook and pencil and start working on Tommy's problem right away. Now, I know it sounds funny now that I'm a mental patient, but when I was in college, I got straight A's in logic. And I'll also bet you, sir... For a brief instant, I considered injecting another forced, merry little laugh into my monologue, but I swiftly changed my mind, knowing I couldn't pull it off convincingly. That once I solve Tommy's problem, I'll also solve my own. From what little knowledge I picked up about Freud, of course I don't know nearly as much as you do, what with your wonderful training and the brilliant record you've established and all, but it's a sign of progress, isn't it? I mean, when a mental patient starts to think about other people instead of himself, isn't that an indication of recovery? Well, maybe not, but what I want to get over to you is that I'm not in any badly depressed state any longer. Electroshock treatments are for people who really need them. And when we get into our private consultations, just you and I alone, I don't like to confess really personal things in a group session, but when it's only you and I'll tell you everything, anything you want to know. Involuntarily, in the face of his silence, my voice dropped down to an aspirate whisper. For instance, when my wife and I were first married, we were very much in love, Doctor. And some of the things we did together, sex play, I guess you'd call it, were pretty unusual. I know you want to go home to lunch now, but when we meet alone, I'll tell you about every intimate thing we did together. They were really sordid, some of the things we did, at least from a Freudian point of view. But I'll tell you all the details. I'll even make notes if you want me to, so I don't forget a single moment. I'll do anything, only please, please, please. I was unable to continue. Dr. Fellerman's impassive expression hadn't changed once as I had talked. Nothing I had said, or possibly could say, made any impression on the man. I dropped abjectly to my knees and kissed the toes of his shoes. He wore black, rather old-fashioned, high-top shoes and white cotton socks, and I was furious with myself because I couldn't cry. The needed tears wouldn't come, and I had a desperate need for every crutch on the emotional scale to elicit sympathy from this stone, this dehumanized machine. Get up, Haskell, get up from the floor. Yes, sir. I scrambled to my feet. You'll take me back in group therapy, Doctor? And you won't put me on any shock treatments? He got up from the chair, stretching his long arms as he yawned. And yawn he did. No, Haskell, these shock treatments will do you a lot of good. Without a backward glance, he started toward the exit. Before he took 3 steps, I caught up with him. My fingers dug deeply into his throat before he could cry out. He struggled, but he didn't have a chance. Despite his height, he didn't weigh more than 150 pounds. I kicked his feet out from under him and followed him to the floor, still clutching his scrawny neck. I squeezed relentlessly until my fingers tingled with pain, but the moment his body went limp, I dragged him to the treatment table in the corner. Using hastily ripped strips of sheeting I snatched from one of the mattresses on the floor, I tied his body to the table. As I began to stuff his slack mouth with wadded paper towels from the pile on the metal stand, Fellerman gagged slightly and opened his eyes. Without his glasses, which had been dislodged during our one-sided wrestling match, his brown eyes were very expressive indeed, particularly when I slipped the elastic harness over his head and adjusted the shiny electrodes to his temple. A simple, impersonal, uncomplicated machine. I plugged the cord into the wall outlet, turned the 2 plastic knobs to the right as far as they would go, and left them there. The black, sensitive needle beneath the glass of the gauge hit the red plus pole so hard it almost bent. The convulsions were terrible. I couldn't bear the sight of this long, skinny body buckling and jerking beneath the steady flow of electricity. But it was no hallucination. I can see him still through my own eyes. Turning away, I lit a cigarette. And as I hurried back down the corridor to my ward, it was time to get into the lunch line for the march to the dining room, I considered the involved technical problems of capturing this unusual scene on film from a director's point of view. Handled right, with an exceptionally good score on the soundtrack, the scene would scare hell out of an average movie audience. But one mistake of any kind, a slip-up, and they would burst into embarrassed, giggling laughter. For the discreet, unblinking eye of the camera, sympathy for either one character or the other would have to be firmly established prior to showing the scene. And who would the hero be, Hellerman or me? I never took any electroshock treatments. That much I know for certain. But although I won the battle with Fellerman, I lost the war with the hospital. They gave me insulin shock treatments instead, and they were started before my transfer came through. The nurses came for me early in the mornings, jerking me out of sleep, dragging me kicking and screaming down the dark halls to the unnumbered, sound-proofed room. When my ankles and wrists were bound with loops of gauze to the bedstead, they forced the sugar-eating, mind-destroying plungerfuls of insulin into my terror-stricken body. And the long insulin comas were much worse than the brief electroshock could possibly have been. Strange things happened to me during the comas. Some of them were imaginary, but many of them were real. I know they were real. What's the matter, Haskell? Are you all right? Reuben sounds as if he's genuinely concerned. Sorry, Reuben. I'm all right. Every once in a long while, one of those screams gets away from me before I can catch it. I'm sorry, but after all, if I wasn't crazy, I wouldn't be lodged permanently in the state asylum for the criminally insane. Or would I? Well, you'd better take a towel and wipe your face. Your head is soaking wet. Sure, I'll do that. Would you like a hooker of peraldehyde to go to sleep on? You're entitled to a 2-ounce shot if you want it. No, thanks. I'll be all right. And take it easy, Haskell. I don't want old man Reddington to get started again. He closed the door, and this time he locked it. Reuben is a nice guy, but I'll have to watch myself more closely. I can't afford the risk of being put on insulin shots again. Despite the wide gaps in my memory, a continuity pattern is already discernible. And if I ever do regain my memory in its entirety, they won't be able to bounce me out of here as long as I keep the information to myself. I doubt if they would ever consider seriously the idea of trying me for the murder of Fellerman. But they would dearly love to throw me back into the outside rat race again. But to keep my low position on the bottom of the pile, all I have to do is keep my big mouth shut. And I'm just the man who can do it, too. As Reuben so wisely remarked, I'm the only nut in his whole ward who's got any sense. The Academy, by David Ely. David Ely is best known for his novels The Tour, Trot, and Seconds, the latter of which became a faithfully rendered, shocking film directed by John Frankenheimer and starring Rock Hudson. Mr. Ely, a former newspaperman, was educated at the University of North Carolina, Harvard, and Oxford, where he was a Fulbright scholar. "What a pleasure it is to encounter a really new talent," said Eric Ambler of him, and critics have acclaimed his work as entertaining, suspenseful, and significant, as well as taut and bizarre, liable to keep readers awake far into the night. That is certainly true of The Academy, a fine tale which was chosen for Martha Foley's Best American Short Stories, 1966, after its appearance in Playboy. The Academy lay in the center of a valley, its red brick buildings arranged in a square. Beyond the surrounding athletic and drill fields were thick woods that rose gradually on all sides, forming a shield of privacy that made the Academy seem, in fact, to be, in the words of the school brochure, a little world of its own. Mr. Holston parked his car in the area marked for visitors. Before proceeding toward the administration building, he paused to watch several groups of uniformed cadets marching to and fro on one of the fields. There was an atmosphere of regularity and tradition that he found quite pleasing. The buildings were old and solid, their bricks weathered to a pale hue, and the stone steps worn down by generations of cadets. The concrete walkways were scrubbed clean and bordered by grass meticulously clipped and weeded. Even the trees of the forest stood in formation. In front of the administration building was the statue of an elderly man in military dress, one hand resting benignly on the stone shoulder of a young cadet, the other arm extended in a pointing gesture. Mr. Holston supposed this might represent the Academy's founder, perhaps a retired Civil War general, but the legend inscribed on the base was so faded that he could not read it. The symbolism of the man and boy was conventional, of course, the firm but kindly teacher indicating the horizon of manhood to his youthful charge, although Mr. Holston noted that the figures were facing so that the stone commander was pointing toward the school, rather than in the direction of the outside world, which would have been more appropriate. In the lobby of the administration building, Mr. Holston gave his name to the cadet at the reception desk and was at once ushered down a hallway to the director's office. The office was as spare and neat as everything else Mr. Holston had observed about the Academy. It contained a filing cabinet, a single chair for visitors, and a desk behind which the director himself was in the process of rising. The director was a strongly built man whose white hair was closely cut in military fashion, and his handshake was vigorous. He wore the gray uniform of the school with a single star on each shoulder to denote his rank. "Well, Mr. Holston," he said after the customary exchange of amenities, "I've studied your boy's transcript and test records, and I've discussed them with the admissions committee, and without beating around the bush, sir, we're prepared to look favorably on a formal application, if you'd care to make one." "I see," said Mr. Holston, who had not expected such an immediate response. "That's very encouraging to hear." Feeling slightly ill at ease under the director's gaze, he glanced around the walls, which, however, were completely bare. "So," continued the director, "the only question that remains is whether you want your son to be enrolled here. I'm assuming there's no special financial problem involved, naturally." "Oh, no. We have all that worked out." Mr. Holston hesitated, thinking that such an important matter should not be disposed of so simply. I would like to ask about one thing," he said. "Your catalog mentioned a policy of not having any home visits during the first year." The director nodded. "Yes. Well, we've worked out our system over a long period of time, and we've found that home visits just don't fit into the picture until the cadet is thoroughly oriented to our way of doing things. We say a year, merely as a general guide.
Sometimes it's longer than that. Parents can visit here, of course, at specified times."
The director gazed inquiringly at Mr. Holston, who tried to think of some more questions, but could not.
"Actually," the director continued, "the cadets seem to prefer it this way once they get started. What we're looking for, Mr. Holston, is to motivate them. Motivate them to achieve success, which means success in becoming a fully oriented member of this community. And you can see how home visits might cause a little disruption in the process."
"Oh, yes," said Mr. Holston.
"Well," said the director, "you want to see a little more of the academy before making up your mind, I should imagine. Classrooms, dormitories, and so forth."
"If it isn't too much trouble."
"No trouble at all."
The director rose and escorted Mr. Holston out to the hall.
"Nothing special about our classrooms,"
the director remarked, stopping at one of the doors. He opened it. The instructor, a gray-haired man, roared,
"Attention!"
and the entire class leaped up smartly as the instructor did a left face and saluted the director.
"At ease, Grimes," said the director, returning the salute. "Proceed with instruction."
"Very good, sir." The director closed the door again so that Mr. Holston had only a glimpse of the class. A room full of gray-uniformed figures, heads so closely cropped that they were almost shaven, with nothing much to distinguish one cadet from the next. "Those were big fellows," remarked Mr. Holston as they continued along the hallway. "I suppose they're your seniors."
We don't go by the usual class designations, Mr. Holston. Each cadet is paced according to his needs and capacities. Our purpose is to build men, sir, and you simply can't find a formula to satisfy the requirements of every case. Now here," said the director, pushing open a pair of swinging doors, "is our cafeteria, which is staffed by the cadets themselves, part of our community work program."
It was the middle of the afternoon, and the cafeteria was empty except for a few men who were mopping the floor and scrubbing the serving counters. They, too, snapped to attention when the visitors appeared, until the director motioned for them to continue their work as he escorted Mr. Holston on into the kitchen, where several male cooks were preparing the food for the evening meal.
"At ease," the director called out, for the cooks, too, had come to attention. "All modern equipment, Mr. Holston, as you can see,"
he said, indicating the gleaming ranges, the sinks, and the neat rows of cleavers, knives, and other implements hanging on the white walls.
"You will understand," he added, "that we can't run a military establishment in a sloppy fashion. We try to be thorough, sir. We have, as I say, a little world here, and it's a world that happens to be organized along military lines."
He turned to an elderly cook.
"Looks good, Carson."
Thank you, sir,"
Carson saluted.
Mr. Holston and the director left the kitchen by the rear door, passing into the square formed by the academy buildings.
"I suppose," said Mr. Holston, "that you find a lot of employees who like the military way. Old army men, say." The director was busy returning the salute of an instructor who was marching a platoon of cadets nearby. He stood silently watching the ranks pass by.
"Drill," he declared finally. "Sometimes I think it's the greatest lesson of all. When a boy knows drill, Mr. Holston, then he knows something about life, don't you think?"
Yes, said Mr. Holston, a bit uncertainly. "Of course, it's a splendid training, especially when a boy goes on to have a career in the services."
"Not only there, sir, if you permit me. Drill has important values in civilian pursuits as well, in my opinion. And I don't mean only physical drill," the director added, as he and his guest walked on. "We use drill techniques in classroom work to instill habits of mental discipline and personal courtesy. We've been given hopeless cases, Mr. Holston, but we've managed in every single one, sir, to find the right answer. And the key to it has been drill, whether on the parade ground or in the classroom. Of course," he said, ushering Mr. Holston into the next building, "in some instances it takes more time than in others. And I don't mean to imply that the academy deals primarily with so-called problem boys. Not at all. The great majority are like your own son, good, decent young fellows from fine, upstanding homes." He opened a door. "This is one of our dormitories, Mr. Holston." The room ran the length of the building. The wall was lined with beds, spaced out to accommodate lockers, chairs, and desks. The few cadets who were then studying in the room sprang from their chairs. "Maybe you'd like to chat with one of the boys," the director said to Mr. Holston after he put the cadets at ease. "Here," he said, as they approached the nearest student, who was taller than either of the men. "It's Cadet Sloane, isn't it?"
"Yes, sir."
"Well, this is Mr. Holston, Sloane, and he'll have a few words with you," said the director, who then moved off along the row of beds, inspecting the blanket corners and testing here and there for dust. Mr. Holston, left with Cadet Sloane, did not know quite what to say. "Well," he began, "how do you like it here?"
"I like it very well, sir."
"That's good. The food and everything, you find it all right?"
"Everything is very good, sir."
"Ah," said Mr. Holston, rubbing his hands together, trying to think of additional questions, while Cadet Sloane gazed at him with polite attention. "Well, I suppose you're planning on some college or other, aren't you?"
"My plans aren't too definite at present, sir."
Yes. Well, I can see you're a hard worker on your books, Mr. Sloane," Mr. Holston continued, glancing first at the stack of texts on the desk and then at Cadet Sloane's face, which wore a studious look that was reinforced by little wrinkles of concentration around the eyes and mouth.
"We have plenty to do, sir, that's right. Your parents must be proud to have such a hard-working son. My parents aren't living, sir."
Oh, I'm sorry." Mr. Holston regretted his blunder. No wonder Sloane looked drawn.
"Oh, that's all right, sir. It's been quite a while."
"Ah, yes. Mr. Holston could not help being struck by the manly demeanor of Cadet Sloane. He put out his hand.
"Nice to talk to you, son," he said, "and good luck."
"Thank you, sir." The director and his guest walked back toward the administration building. On all sides, Mr. Holston was aware of organized and purposeful activity. Several groups of cadets were marching along the paths on their way from one building to another. A soccer game was in progress on a field nearby, and on the main parade ground, a full company in dress uniform was executing a complex series of drill maneuvers. "It's all very impressive," said Mr. Holston. The director smiled. "We try to keep our young men busy." That cadet I talked to back there," Mr. Holston added, "Sloane, he seemed to be a remarkably mature person." "We strive to build a sense of maturity, Mr. Holston." Yes, I can certainly tell that." Mr. Holston saw that they were approaching the stone figures of teacher and student, which were turned the wrong way. He gestured toward the statues. "That's quite a piece of sculpture." "Thank you. We're very proud of it." Mr. Holston could not repress his curiosity. "It does seem a little, unconventional, I mean. The positioning. You know, facing toward the academy instead of away from it." The director nodded. "Yes, most visitors notice that, Mr. Holston. At first glance, it does seem to be a mistake, I agree." He paused beside the figures and gazed approvingly up at the stern features of the teacher. Mr. Holston thought he saw a resemblance between the director and the statue, which he reflected further might be no mere fancy, for the operation of the academy could very well be a family matter, with the leadership being passed on from one generation to the next. "For us, you see," said the director, continuing with his explanation, "the important thing is the academy. This is our world, Mr. Holston. All that a boy needs is to be found right here, so that the symbolism of the figures, sir, is to represent a welcome to this little world, rather than the more conventional theme of farewell, which would be indicated if the man were pointing away from the academy." "Of course," said Mr. Holston. They returned to the director's office, where an elderly man in green fatigues was polishing the desk and chairs. He stopped as they entered and stood stiffly near the wall. "At ease, Morgan," said the director. "That'll be all." "Very good, sir." The elderly man saluted and hobbled out. The director seated himself behind the desk and briefly inspected its top for signs of dust. "Well, Mr. Holston," he said, "now you've seen something of the academy, and I'm sure you've had an opportunity to consider a little further the question of whether it may be what you're looking for to help your boy." Yes, of course," Mr. Holston nodded. "You have a fine institution here, I must say. Everything seems to be organized with real efficiency." He glanced toward the door, beyond which he thought he could still hear the shuffling steps of the elderly man in fatigues. "It's a real example of what the military method can achieve," he added, feeling that perhaps he had not sufficiently expressed his admiration for all that the director had shown him. The director took a folder from a drawer and placed it on the desk. "As for my son," said Mr. Holston, "that's the important question, of course, whether this would be the right place for him, or rather," he amended, "whether he would be right for you. I'm sure there are many instances where boys simply don't fit in." The director smiled. "We don't believe in failure here, Mr. Holston. When we agree to admit a boy, sir, that means we are laying our reputation on the line." He opened the folder and took out a letter. "And without intending to boast, Mr. Holston, I think I can truthfully say that we have yet to concede defeat." He pushed the letter across the desk. Mr. Holston saw that it was an official notice of acceptance, complete except for his own signature as parent. He felt in his pocket for his fountain pen. "In some cases, naturally," the director continued, "we need to have more patience than in others, but patience is built into our system." Patience, yes," said Mr. Holston. He laid his pen beside the letter of acceptance. "Boys need patience. You're right there, of course. Some boys need a lot of that, I agree." He moved the letter slightly so that it was squared off with the edge of the desk. "He's not a bad boy, though." "Not at all," he added. "Mr. Holston, in my experience, there is no such thing as a bad boy. I mean, he's gotten into a couple of little scrapes. That's in the records, of course, but nothing really, Mr. Holston cleared his throat. "Boys will be boys, sir. Lack of proper motivation leads to trouble, even in the best of families. You have nothing to be ashamed of, sir." "Oh, we're not ashamed. We just feel, my wife and I, we feel that he would be better off in the kind of atmosphere you provide here, especially during the difficult years." "That's what we're here for, Mr. Holston," said the director. "I mean, it's not as though we were trying to avoid our own responsibilities as parents." "Far from it, sir," agreed the director. "But in certain situations it seems advisable to place a boy in congenial surroundings under the proper form of supervision," said the director, helpfully completing Mr. Holston's thought. "You're absolutely right, sir. Believe me, I deal with parents every day of the year, and I know all of the things that pass through their minds." He clasped his hands together and smiled at his visitor. "Some people think it's a kind of rejection of the child. I mean, getting rid of him." "Oh, I've heard plenty of that, Mr. Holston. It's all this modern psychiatric stuff. Guilt feelings." The director gave a short laugh and shook his head. "I tell you, when a father and mother are prepared to undergo a heavy financial sacrifice in order to see their boy receive a decent chance in life, well, if that's getting rid of him, then it's a pretty conscientious way of doing it." Yes, said Mr. Holston quickly. They smiled at each other. In the brief pause that followed, Mr. Holston heard the commands of the drill instructors faintly in the distance, and the muffled beat of the marching cadets. There was marching in the hallway, too, and he supposed that it was a class moving in formation from one room to another. "Perhaps you have some further questions," the director remarked. Mr. Holston picked up his pen. "Oh, not at all. No, I think you've covered everything." He tested the point of the pen against his thumb to be sure it was working. "This is the time for questions, Mr. Holston," the director continued. "It's better to ask them now, I mean to say, while the academy is fresh in your mind. Sometimes it's hard for a parent to remember later on the things he wanted to ask." "Oh, yes, I can understand that," said Mr. Holston, studying the letter before him. "For example, you might like to know more about our cooperative work program for the cadets. The cafeteria was an instance of that." "It was a very fine cafeteria," said Mr. Holston. "No, I don't really have any questions about it." "Then there's the academic program. Perhaps you feel insufficiently informed on that aspect." No, the catalog was quite complete. I really can't think of anything it didn't cover." "We are great believers in the value of learning by teaching. Let me explain that. The cadets take turns, you see, in the instruction program." "Quite so," said Mr. Holston. "I'm sure it's a remarkably effective feature of your system." "Oh, it is indeed. The classroom that you saw, for example." "Really, I have no questions," said Mr. Holston. He signed his name in the proper place, put his pen in his pocket, and pushed the letter back across the desk. "Thank you," said the director, placing the letter carefully in the folder. "Actually, few parents do have questions. He smiled at Mr. Holston, who, however, was glancing at his watch and pushing back his chair. "They seem to sense right away whether the academy is what they really want for their boys. Like yourself, sir, if I am not mistaken." "Absolutely," said Mr. Holston. He went quickly down the worn stone steps, passed by the statues of the man and boy without looking up at them, and hastened to his car. On his way out, he drove by a group of cadets in sweatshirts, resting by the road after a session of calisthenics. They got quickly to their feet at the command of their instructor, but Mr. Holston concentrated on his driving, and although it seemed to him that several of the cadets were bald and that others were quite gray, he gave them only a glance and thought no more about it. The Manuscript of Dr. Arness by Gahan Wilson. Like the clown who yearns to play Hamlet, or the crooner with a yen for grand opera, the cartoonist who hankers to write will always be with us, darkening our days with clouds of embarrassment. The only thing spoiling that glib generalization is Gahan Wilson, a masterful cartoonist of the macabre, who one day turned temporarily away from his drawing board to his typewriter and started writing some very good fiction indeed. The first of his two contributions to this volume is The Manuscript of Dr. Arness, in which a man's search for immortality is appallingly successful. Before I do what I must do, I suppose it would be a good idea to leave behind an explanation. I generally detest suicide notes. They tend to be pathetic, often mawkish monuments. But then, most suicides themselves are pathetic and mawkish, the puerile resolution to a neurotic stupidity. I do love life. Perhaps not as passionately as some men do or say they do, but I love it. I am not pleased at the idea of giving it up. If I could discover any reasonable alternative, I would not even now give it up, but there is no alternative. My main reason for writing this is to leave behind a warning. Because I am brilliant, what I have done is brilliant, and ordinary men are hardly likely to have the requisite ingenuity to blunder into anything like my present predicament. But there are many other brilliant men in this world, and some of them even now may be engaged in an experiment similar to my own, unaware of where it is leading them. I address myself to this elite. It is ironic that I have been pushed into suicide because of an attempt to prolong my life. Like most thinking individuals, I have always been galled by the tiny span allotted to us by a supposedly beneficent providence. A man has barely attained a state of mature efficiency before he finds himself advancing rapidly into his decline. It is infuriating to contemplate what a Newton or a Kepler or a Beethoven or a Dante could have accomplished if his creative years had been extended. Imagine, to take an example, how much richer our artistic heritage would be had Cézanne been given a mere decade more of productive existence. The stretching out of old age has my sympathy, but not much of my interest. If I had lived to be a tottering ancient, I suppose I would be as eager for a few more blurry years as they appear to be, but I do not see any particular value for the race as a whole in the prolongation of an individual long after he has passed anything that could be described as a fully operative condition. If the present triumphs of geriatrics continue, we shall probably find ourselves wandering among vast legions of the vague elderly. I would not for the world deny them their extra years, but I cannot see that it renders the rest of us any more than a sentimental service. No, it is the extension of men at their working best that obsesses me. I use the word advisedly, for it is, with me, truly an obsession. Since childhood I have been consumed with this single ambition. It is quite possible the germ of the concept first came to me wrapped in a nursery tale. In any case, it has been my driving motive for as long as I can remember. I am, as I said, brilliant. I am not boasting, for it isn't something I've accomplished, but merely a quality with which I was born. I did, however, make full use of it and managed to crowd a sizable amount of learning into a very short period of time, establishing in passing a quantity of records in various educational establishments. I felt, you see, that I was working against the clock. I wanted to cheat the time trap as much as I possibly could. So it was that I began the serious phase of my investigations while still a comparatively young man. Despite this initial advantage, I was in my mid-30s before I had completed the fundamental structure of my theory, and well into my 40s before I was in a position to bring it to the actual physical test. My technique was a radical departure from the previous approaches to the problems of aging, all of which may be satisfactorily grouped under two rough headings: the propping up school, which employs preventive medicines, vitamins, exercises, and so on, and the patching up school, which makes use of reparative operations, stimulants, artificial supplements, or replacements to damaged organs, and the rest. My aim was to bring about a fundamental reorientation of the body's molecular structure. I intended to alter its metabolic operations by manipulating the tiny components that control it. This I accomplished by means of an electrochemical process, the details of which are given in the notebook that I shall leave behind to accompany this brief note. I proceeded in the classical manner, testing my theories on animals under controlled conditions, taking copious notes and records of their reactions. I began with mice, went on to guinea pigs, and worked the final experiments on a group of chimpanzees named, unromantically enough, 1, 2, and 3. The effect of my treatment is cumulative. It is a slow transformation, a gradual alteration of the body working from the large to the small, so that the small can work on the large. There is no discernible change during the first phase, but after a period of time, depending on the eccentricities of the particular animal's construction, new elements become evident. Their mood becomes buoyant, and their health is dramatically improved. One interesting and unanticipated bonus is that all congenital defects disappear. Chimpanzee 2, for example, had a slightly stunted arm that he could move only with some difficulty. After 3 weeks, that arm was fully grown and completely operative. One by one, the predictions of my theory checked out, all on schedule, all completely fulfilling or exceeding expectation. To say that I was pleased with the results of these experiments is to profoundly understate the case. The dream of my life was proving itself before my eyes. I had achieved the power to work the miracle for which I had been born. I, myself, not some distant inheritor of theory, could become, for all intents and purposes, immortal. It was at this point that I erred, and the error was precipitation. But can you blame me? The years were passing, each one, it seemed, faster than the year before. Freedom from time was in my grasp. I could not resist the temptation to reach out and take it. I was guilty of undue haste. But even now I cannot blame myself too much. I began to apply the treatment to myself. As with my animals, there was no observable reaction at first. But then I became aware of a growing peace and contentment, and I saw clearly that I was much improved in every bodily function. I had worn thick glasses. In 4 weeks I dispensed with them altogether, having no further need of them. My digestion had been faulty. Now it was perfect. I could hardly believe the image in my mirror. It was like some incredible before and after ad in the back pages of a magazine. I positively radiated health. By now, the lack of aging had become evident in my animals. The mice, which would have died long ago under normal conditions, were all alive and thriving. Each of the creatures was totally unaltered since its first transformation. They could be killed, of course, by any normal means, but if they were only wounded, their rate of recovery was staggering. A scalpel cut that would ordinarily take weeks to mend would heal in a matter of days. My triumph was past all belief. These few glorious days are still worth all the rest. Not many men taste perfect victory. Now I must proceed to the less happy events that followed. It was my habit to occasionally run my mice through mazes to determine their reaction time. At the start of the experiment, when the initial alteration was effecting itself, their increased abilities had afforded me much joy. Now, to my growing apprehension, I observed that the period of time they took to complete their chore was unmistakably graphing up. I examined them carefully. I dissected a few to see if anything had gone wrong with their internal organs. They were all in flawless condition, but still each day they took a little longer to find their way through the maze. In a month I discovered to my great discomfort that they took twice as long to find their way from the beginning to the end. By this time a similar phenomenon had begun to manifest itself in my guinea pigs, and even in 1, 2, and 3. There was nothing, not the slightest thing, wrong with any of them, except that they needed more and more time to accomplish any task. In another month, the condition of my mice had become positively grotesque. At their peak, they had averaged about a minute and a half to complete their trek through the maze. Now they all required approximately 2 hours. It was not that they had become sluggish in the ordinary sense of the word. They did not lie down or take any periods of rest at all. They worked at their task steadily, even intelligently, but they lingered agonizingly over each and every move. It was the same with all their activities. They ate, they played, they fought, and made love, but one's patience was worn thin watching them at any of it because it took them such a damnably long time to move from one part of it to the next. I can only compare the effect to that of a slow-motion picture. This slowness, if I may use a contradiction in terms, accelerated. Each of the various groups of animals proceeded in proportion to its own metabolism. By the time the guinea pigs had achieved the condition I have just described in regard to the mice were moving so slowly that it required an extended period of observation to determine whether they were moving at all. I attached an ink marker to the tail of one mouse so that the creature would leave a thin black line behind itself as it moved. After 1 full week, the tiny trail was only 1 1/4 inches long. Yet all of my mice remained in the best of health. Their coats were still glossy, and their eyes sparkled with undimmed enthusiasm. The only trouble was that to a casual observer in my laboratory, they would have appeared to be absolutely inert. As the reader will have surmised, I was not exempt from this slowing process. Subjectively, I was not aware of it at all, but by timing my actions against an external check, such as the rotations of my watch's hands, I could see only too well that my movements had become increasingly slower. The alteration continued in the same snowballing fashion as with my pets. And now I no longer need anything as delicate as a clock to remind myself of my condition. I cannot strike a match fast enough to ignite it. By counting the sunrises and sunsets through the window, I determined that it took me 9 days to arrange my typewriter so that I could type this note. I determined to end my life after what might seem a trivial enough incident. I gave 3 a banana, and observed that it took him an entire afternoon to peel it. He looked so contented, so blissfully unaware of his snail-paced condition, that I began to laugh at him. My laughter became hysterical, and I ended by crying. I have no idea how long ago this happened, as I have lost all track of time, ordinary time. It has become a foreign thing to me. I can see no point in becoming a comical object. 1, 2, and 3 now look like so many stuffed monkeys, and I, without any doubt, would also come to resemble a particularly successful example of the taxidermist's art, were I to allow myself to survive. I have no intention of doing so. I shall now take the gun, which I have placed beside my typewriter, and blow out my brains with it. I wonder how long it will take me to do it. As I said, the situation is not without iron. Thus ends the manuscript of Dr. Arness. The last page remains, as you can see for yourself in the exhibit, rolled in the platen of his typewriter. The placement of the typewriter in relation to the gun, the table, the chair, and to Dr. Arness himself is exactly the same as when he and the objects were discovered in his laboratory. Although Dr. Arness appears to be, to use his tragic description, stuffed, he is not. He is alive, in good health, and he is moving. His index finger, even now, is actually approaching the final Y in irony, although at a speed that can be measured only with the most delicate of instruments. Dr. Arness is now 250 years old. The animals referred to in his manuscript are also all alive and well, and may be seen in the Hall of Mammals. Attractive models of chimpanzees 1, 2, and 3 have been created, and they are available in various sizes at the Museum Curio Shop. The Party by William F. Nolan. William F. Nolan's first major fiction sale was to Playboy, The Derreninger Build-Up in 1956. Encouraged by this, he quit his job and became a full-time writer, a profession he has profitably pursued ever since. Author of 9 books, the editor of 4 more, he is a contributor to many of the country's leading magazines, and his stories have appeared in numerous anthologies. When last heard from, this busy scribe was screenwriting Logan's Run from his co-authored novel of futurific horror, soon to be published by Dial Press. Ray Bradbury, in his introduction to Nolan's short story collection, Impact 20, commends Nolan's ability to create a real atmosphere of night and slow-passing time and ultimate terror, causing the reader to live out the nightmare to its unrelenting conclusion. It is a comment that might well apply to Nolan's deceptively simple story of The Party. Ashland frowned, trying to concentrate in the warm emptiness of the thick-carpeted lobby. Obviously he had pressed the elevator button because he was alone here, and the elevator was blinking its way down to him, summoned from an upper floor. It arrived with an efficient hiss, the bronze doors clicked open, and he stepped in, thinking, blackout. I had a mental blackout. First the double vision, now this. It was getting worse. He had blanked out completely. Just where the hell was he? Must be a party, he told himself. Sure, someone he'd met whose name was missing along with the rest of it had invited him to a party. He had an apartment number in his head, 9E. That much he retained. A number, nothing else. On the way up, in the soundless cage of the elevator, David Ashland reviewed the day. The usual morning routine, work, then lunch with his new secretary. A swinger, but she liked her booze. Put away 3 martinis to his 2. Back to the office. More work. A drink in the afternoon with a writer. A beefeater, no rocks, very dry. Dinner at the new Italian joint on West 48th with Linda. Lovely Linda. Expensive girl. Lovely as hell, but expensive. More drinks. Then, nothing. Blackout. The doc had warned him about the hard stuff, but what else can you do in New York? The pressures get to you, so you drink. Everybody drinks. And every night, somewhere in town, there's a party with contacts and girls to be made. The elevator stopped, opened its doors. Ashland stepped out uncertainly into the hall. The softly lit passageway was long, empty, silent. No, not silent. Ashland heard the familiar voice of a party, the shifting hive hum of cocktail conversation, dim, high laughter, the sharp chatter of ice against glass, a background wash of modern jazz, all quite familiar, and always the same. He walked to 9E, featureless apartment door, white, brass button housing, gold numbers. No clues here. Sighing, he thumbed the buzzer, waited nervously. A smiling fat man with bad teeth opened the door. He was holding a half-filled drink in one hand. Ashland didn't know him. "Come on in, fella," he said. "Join the party." Ashland squinted into blue-swirled tobacco smoke, adjusting his eyes to the dim interior. The rising, falling sea tide of voices seemed to envelop him. "Grab a drink, fella," said the fat man. "You look zonked." Ashland aimed for the bar in one corner of the crowded apartment. He did need a drink. Maybe a drink would clear his head, let him get this all straight. Thus far he had not recognized any of the faces in the smoke-hazed room. At the self-service bar, a thin, turkey-necked woman wearing paste jewels was intently mixing a Black Russian. "I got to be exceedingly careful with these," she said to Ashland, eyes still on the mixture. "Too much vodka cracks them up." Ashland nodded. "The host arrived?" "I'll know him, I'm sure." "Due later, or sooner. Sooner or later. You know, I once spilled 3 Black Russians on the same man over a 30-day period. First on the man's sleeve, then on his back, then on his lap. Each time his suit was a sticky, gummy mess. My psychiatrist told me that I did it unconsciously because of a neurotic hatred of this particular man. He looked like my father. The psychiatrist? No, the man I spilled the Black Russians on. She held up the tall drink, sipped at it. Still too weak. Ashland probed the room for a face he knew, but these people were all strangers. He turned to find the turkey-necked woman staring at him. "A nice apartment," he said mechanically. "Stinks. I detest pseudo-Chinese decor in Manhattan brownstones." She moved off, not looking back at Ashland. He mixed himself a straight Scotch, running his gaze around the apartment. The place was pretty wild. Ivory tables with serpent legs, tall figured screens with chainmail warriors cavorting across them, heavy brocade drapes in stitched silver, lamps with jewel-eyed dragons looped at the base, and, in the far end of the room, an immense bronze gong suspended between a pair of demon-faced swordsmen. Ashland studied the gong. A thing to wake the dead, he thought. Great for hangovers in the morning. "Just get here?" a girl asked him. She was red-haired, full-breasted, in her late 20s. Attractive. Damned attractive. Ashland smiled warmly at her. "That's right," he said. "I just arrived." He tasted the scotch. It was flat, watery. Whose place is this?" The girl peered at him above her cocktail glass. "Don't you know who invited you?" Ashland was embarrassed. "Frankly, no. That's why My name's Viv, for Vivian. I drink. What do you do? Besides drink." "I produce. I'm in television." "Well, I'm in a dancing mood, shall we?" "If nobody's dancing," protested Ashland, "we'd look foolish." The jazz suddenly seemed louder. Overhead speakers were sending out a thudding drum solo behind muted strings. The girl's body rippled to the sounds. "Never be afraid to do anything foolish," she told him. "That's the secret of survival." Her fingers beckoned him. "Come on." "No, really, not right now. Maybe later." "And I'll dance alone." She spun into the crowd, her long red dress whirling. The other partygoers ignored her. Ashland emptied the watery scotch, fixed himself another. He loosened his tie, popping the collar button. Damn. "I train worms." Ashland turned to a florid-faced little man with bulging, feverish eyes. "I heard you say you were in TV," the little man said. "Ever use any trained worms on your show?" No, we don't." "I breed 'em, train 'em. I teach a worm to run a maze. Then I grind him up and feed him to a dumb, untrained worm. Know what happens? The dumb worm can run the maze, but only for 24 hours. Then he forgets unless I keep him on a trained worm diet. I defy you to tell me that isn't fascinating." "It is indeed." Ashland nodded and moved away from the bar. The feverish little man smiled after him, toasting his departure with a raised glass. Ashland found himself sweating. Who was his host? Who had invited him? He knew most of the village crowd, but had spotted none of them here. A dark, doll-like girl asked him for a light. He fumbled out some matches. "Thanks," she said, exhaling blue smoke into blue smoke. "Saw that worm guy talking to you. What a lousy bore he is. My ex-husband had a pet snake named Baby, and he fed it worms. That's all they're good for unless you fish. Do you fish?" "I've done some fishing up in Canada." "My ex-husband hated all sports, except the indoor variety," she giggled. "Did you ever hear the one about the indoor hen and the outdoor rooster?" Look, Miss Talia. But you can call me Janney. Get it?" She doubled over, laughing hysterically, then swayed, dropping her cigarette. "Oops, I'm sick. I better go lie down. My tum-tum feels awful." She staggered from the party as Ashland crushed out her smoldering cigarette with the heel of his shoe. Stupid bitch. A sharp hand-clap startled him. In the middle of the room, a tall man in a green satin dinner jacket was demanding his attention. He clapped again. "You!" he shouted to Ashland. "Come here." Ashland walked forward. The tall man asked him to remove his wristwatch. "I'll read your past from it," the man said. "I'm psychic. I'll tell you all about yourself." Reluctantly, Ashland removed his watch, handed it over. He didn't find any of this amusing. The party was annoying him, irritating him. "I thank you most kindly, sir," said the tall man with elaborate stage courtesy. He placed the gold watch against his forehead, closed his eyes, breathing deeply. The crowd noise did not slacken. No one seemed to be paying any attention to the psychic. "Ah, your name is David Ashland. You are successful, a man of big business, a producer, and a bachelor. You are 28, very young for a successful producer. One has to be something of a bastard to climb that fast. What about that, Mr. Ashland? Are you something of a bastard?" Ashland flushed angrily. "You like women," continued the tall man. "A lot. And you like to drink. A lot. Your doctor told you—" "I don't have to listen to this," Ashland said tightly, reaching for his watch. The man in green satin handed it over, grinned amiably, and melted back into the shifting crowd. "I ought to get the hell out of here," Ashland told himself. Yet curiosity held him. When the host arrived, Ashland would piece this particular evening together. He'd know why he was here at this particular party. He moved to a couch near the closed patio doors and sat down. He'd wait. A soft-faced man sat down next to him. The man looked pained. "I shouldn't smoke these," he said, holding up a long cigar. "Do you smoke cigars?" "No. I'm a salesman, Dover Insurance. Like the White Cliffs of, you know? I've studied the problems involved in smoking. Can't quit, though. When I do, the nerves shrivel up, stomach goes sour. I worry a lot, but we all worry, don't we? I mean, my mother used to worry about the Earth slowing down. She read that somewhere between 1680 and 1690 the Earth lost 27/100ths of a second. She said that meant something." Ashland sighed inwardly. What is it about cocktail parties that causes people you've never met to instantly unleash their troubles? "You meet a lot of fruitcakes in my Dodge," said the pained-looking insurance man. "I sold a policy once to a guy who lived in the woodwork. Had a little ratty walk-up in the Bronx with a fold-away bed. Kind you push into the wall. He'd stay there. I mean inside the wall most of the time. His roommate would invite some friends in, and if they made too much noise, the guy inside the wall would pop out with his Thompson. Bam! The bed would come down, and there he was with a Thompson submachine gun aimed at everybody. Real fruitcake." "I know a fellow that was twice that crazy." Ashland looked up into a long, cadaverous face. The nose had been broken and improperly reset. It canted noticeably to the left. He folded his long, sharp-boned frame onto the couch next to Ashland. "This fellow believed in falling grandmothers," he declared. "Lived in Upper Michigan. Watch out for falling grandmothers, he used to warn me. They come down pretty heavy in this area. Most of them carry umbrellas and big packages, and they come flapping down out of the sky by the thousands. This Michigan fellow swore he saw one hit a postman. An awful thing to watch, he told me. Knocked the poor soul flat, crushed his skull like an egg. I recall he shuddered just telling me about it." "Fruitcake," said the salesman. "Like the guy I once knew, who wrote on all his walls and ceilings. A creative writer, he called himself, but said he couldn't write on paper, had to use a wall. Paper was too flimsy for him. He'd scrawl these long novels of his, a chapter in every room with a big black crayon.
Words all over the place. He'd fill up a house, then rent another one for his next book. I never read any of his houses, so I don't know if he was any good.
Excuse me, gentlemen, said Ashland. I need a fresh drink. He hurriedly mixed another scotch at the bar. Around him, the party rolled on inexorably, without any visible core. What time was it, anyway? His watch had stopped. Do you happen to know what time it is? He asked a long-haired Oriental girl who was standing near the bar.
I've no idea, she said. None at all.
The girl fixed him with her eyes.
I've been watching you, and you seem horribly alone. Aren't you?
Aren't I what?
Horribly alone?
I'm not with anyone, if that's what you mean. The girl withdrew a jeweled holder from her bag and fitted a cigarette in place. Ashland lit it for her.
I haven't really been alone since I was in Milwaukee, she told him. I was about, 15 or something, and this creep wanted me to move in with him. My parents were both dead by then, so I was all alone.
What did you do?
Moved in with the creep. What else? I couldn't make the being alone scene. Later on, I killed him.
You what?
Cut his throat.
She smiled delicately.
In self-defense, of course. He got mean on the bottle one Friday night and tried to knife me. I had witnesses.
Ashland took a long draw on his scotch. A scowling fellow in shirt-sleeves grabbed the girl's elbow and steered her roughly away.
I used to know a girl who looked like that, said a voice to Ashland's right.
The speaker was curly-haired, clean-featured, in his late 30s.
A Greek belly dancer with a Jersey accent, dark like her and kind of mysterious. She used to quote that line of Hemingway's to Scott Fitzgerald. You know the one.
Afraid not.
One that goes, "We're all bitched from the start." Bitter line.
He put out his hand. Ashland shook it.
I'm Travers. I used to save America's ass every week on CBS.
Beg pardon?
Terry Travers. The old Triple Trouble for Terry series on Channel 9, back in the late 50s. Had to step on a lot of toes to get that series.
I think I recall the show. It was,
dung. That's what it was. Cow dung, horse dung. The worst. Terry Travers is not my real name, Natch. Real one's Abe Hochstadter. Can you imagine a guy named Abe Hochstadter saving America's ass every week on CBS?
You've got me there.
Hochstadter pulled a brown wallet from his coat, flipped it open. There I am with one of my other rugs on, he said, jabbing at the photo. Been stonebald since high school. Baldies don't make it in showbiz, so I have my rugs. Go ahead, tug at me.
Ashland blinked. The man inclined his head.
Pull at it. Go on, as a favor to me.
Ashland tugged at the fringe of Abe Hochstadter's curly hairpiece.
Tight, eh? Really snug. Stays on the old dome.
Indeed it does.
It cost a fortune. I've got a wind-blown one for outdoor scenes. A stiff wind will lift a cheap rug right off your scalp. Then I got a crew cut and a western job with long sideburns. All kinds. 10, 12, all first class.
I'm certain I've seen you, said Ashland.
I just don't... It's all right. Believe me, a lot of people don't know me since I quit the Terry thing. I booze like crazy now, you and me. We're among the nation's 6 million alcoholics.
Ashland glared at the actor. Where do you get off linking me with...
Cool it. So I spoke a little out of turn. Don't be so touchy, chum.
To hell with you, snapped Ashland. The bald man with curly hair shrugged and drifted into the crowd. Ashland took another long pull at his scotch. All these neurotic conversations. He felt exhausted, wrung dry, and the scotch was lousy. No kick to it. The skin along the back of his neck felt tight, hot. A headache was coming on, he could always tell. A slim-figured, frosted blonde in black sequins sidled up to him. She exuded an aura of matrimonial wars fought and lost. Her orange lipstick was smeared, her cheeks alcohol-flushed behind flaking pancake makeup.
"I have a theory about sleep," she said. "Would you like to hear it?"
Ashland did not reply.
"My theory is that the world goes insane every night. When we sleep, our subconscious takes charge, and we become victims to whatever it conjures up. Our conscious, reasoning mind is totally blanked out. We lie there helpless while our subconscious flings us about. We fall off high buildings or have to fight a giant ape, or we get buried in quicksand. We have absolutely no control. The mind whirls madly in the skull. Isn't that an unsettling thing to consider?"
Listen," said Ashland. "Where's the host?"
"He'll get here."
Ashland put down his glass and turned away from her. A mounting wave of depression swept him toward the door. The room seemed to be solid with bodies, all talking, drinking, gesturing in the milk-thick smoke haze. "Potatoes have eyes," said a voice to his left. "I really believe that." The remark was punctuated by an ugly, frog-croaking laugh. "Today is tomorrow's yesterday," someone else said. A hot swarm of sound. "You can't get prints off human skin." "In China, the laborers make $65 a year. How the hell can you live on $65 a year?" So he took out this Luger and blew her head off. "I knew a policewoman who loved to scrub down whores." "Did you ever try to live with 8 kids, 2 dogs, a 3-legged cat, and 12 goldfish?" "Like I told him, those X-rays destroyed his white cells." "I found her in the tub, strangled with a coat hanger." What I had exactly was a grade 2 epidermoid carcinoma at the base of the seborrheic keratosis. Ashland experienced a sudden raw compulsion. Somehow he had to stop these voices. The Chinese gong flared gold at the corner of his eye. He pushed his way over to it, shouldering the partygoers aside. He would strike it, and the booming noise would stun the crowd. They'd have to stop their incessant, maddening chatter. Ashland drew back his right fist, then drove it into the circle of bronze. He felt the impact, and the gong shuddered under his blow, but there was no sound from it. The conversation went on. "You can't stop the party," said the affable fat man at the door. Ashland smashed his way back across the apartment. "I'm leaving." "So go ahead," grinned the fat man. "Leave." Ashland clawed open the door and plunged into the hall, stumbling, almost falling. He reached the elevator, jabbed the down button. Waiting, he found it impossible to swallow. His throat was dry. He could feel his heart hammering against the walls of his chest. His head ached. The elevator arrived, opened. He stepped inside. The doors closed smoothly, and the cage began its slow, automatic descent. Abruptly it stopped. The doors parted to admit a solemn-looking man in a dark blue suit. Ashland gasped. "Freddie!" The solemn face broke into a wide smile. "Dave, it's great to see you. Been a long time. But, you can't be Fred Baker." "Why? Have I changed so much?" "No. No, you look exactly the same. But that car crash in '60, I thought you were—" Ashland hesitated, left the word unspoken. He was pale, frightened, very frightened. Look, I'm late. I got somebody waiting for me at my place. I have to rush." He reached forward to push the lobby button. There was none. The lowest button read, "Floor 2." "We use this elevator to get from one party to another," said Freddie Baker quietly as the cage surged into motion. "That's all it's good for. You get so you need a change. They're all alike, though, the parties. But you learn to adjust. In time. We all have." Ashland stared at his departed friend. The elevator stopped. "Step out," said Freddie. "I'll introduce you around. You'll catch on, get used to things. And no sex here. And the booze is watered. Can't get stoned. That's the dirty end of the stick." Baker took Ashland's arm, propelled him gently forward. Around him, pressing in, David Ashland could hear familiar sounds. Nervous laughter, ice against glass, muted jazz, and the ceaseless hum of cocktail voices. Freddy thumbed a buzzer. A door opened. The smiling fat man said, "Come on in, fellas. Join the party." Burnt Toast by Mack Reynolds. 49 action-packed years of living are already on the record for Mexico-based Mack Reynolds, freelance writer and world traveler extraordinaire. His visits to more than 70 countries have provided him with countless unique experiences. For example, he writes, "Although I loathe being shot at, I have been in some half-dozen wars, revolutions, and military revolts. While crossing the Sahara en route to Timbuktu, I was kidnapped by a Tuareg. I was once arrested by the Hungarian police and sent to Budapest for crossing the border illegally. I was once detained by the Jordan police because I couldn't prove that I was neither Jewish nor a Jehovah's Witness. Once a ship I was on in the Caribbean was bombed by anti-Castro Cubans." From these adventures have come several hundred non-fiction articles, plus a book-length study of Americans abroad, The Expatriates. Reynolds is also the author of 12 novels and over 300 short stories. His Burnt Toast is a devilish concoction of ironies that might well be subtitled Martinis 12-1. "We have here a table bearing 13 cocktails," the demon said. "And now into one I add a touch from this vial." What's that?" "Poison. Now I switch the glasses about. Truly, you couldn't remember into which glass I emptied the vial, could you?" "What's the gag, buddy?" "The proposition," the demon said, "is quite simple. You take your pick and drink it. For your first choice, I give you exactly $100. Alan Sheriff shook his head in an attempt to clear away the fog. "You said a minute ago you put poison in just one. There are 13 in all. You choose a glass, you drink it, and I award you with $100. If you wish to try again, you receive 200. Next award is 400, and so on. If you lose, the forfeit is your life and your, soul." It took a long minute to assimilate that. Let's see the century," Sheriff muttered. The demon brought forth a wallet and selected a bill which he laid on the table, then looked at the other in anticipation. Sheriff said thickly, "Nothing to lose anyway." He took up the nearest glass, fished the olive out, and threw it aside. The demon smiled politely. "Bottoms up," the sheriff said, tossing it off with the practiced, stiff-wristed motion of the drinker. He put the glass down, stood swaying in silence. "Not bad liquor," he said finally. "I needed that." "The $100 is yours. Would you like to try for 200? Sheriff looked at the bill. This is good, eh?" The demon shifted his shoulders in impatience. "Of course." Sheriff said, "Suppose I could ask you what this is all about. The hell with it." "So long, sucker." "I'll still be here tomorrow, Alan Sheriff." There was a knock, and the demon said, "Come in." Sheriff closed the door behind him. His blood-veined eyes went about the barren hotel room. Magnet drawn, they came to the small table. 12 cocktail glasses, sweated with cold, sat upon it. He said tentatively, I was tight last night." "The night before last," the demon corrected. "But I wasn't that tight. I couldn't have dreamed it, especially the $100. "Already gone, I assume," the demon said. "You came to try again?" "Why'd you give me that 100? Listen, you, haven't got a drink around the place, have you?" The other seated himself in the room's sole chair, put the tips of his fingers together. "You won the $100 on a wager.
As far as a drink is concerned, I am afraid all I have is there." He indicated the table with its burden of 12 glasses. Sheriff's eyes went from him to the table, back again. He hadn't shaved since last he had been here, and the pallor and odor of long weeks of alcohol were on him. He wavered. I don't remember it too well." "Briefly," the demon said, "I represent interests that desire your immortal soul." He again made the proposition of the previous evening, while Sheriff stared at him. When he was finished, his visitor's eyes went again to the table with its 12 glasses. "Let's see your money," Sheriff said, shaking and unbelieving. The demon brought forth his wallet, extracted 2 bills. Sheriff stepped to the table, reached for a drink. "Close it," he grunted, bolting it. He waited, then with satisfaction. "Wrong one." The demon shrugged. Sheriff said, "If I take another one, how much do I get?" $400. You wish to try again? "There's 11 glasses left. 1 poison, eh?" "That is correct. The odds are with you." Sheriff grinned sourly, 2 broken front teeth becoming evident. "Best odds I ever had." He reached out quickly, took up another glass, held it in his hand for a moment, then drank it as he had the other one with one quick motion. "400 more," he demanded, and received it. "And now for 8? The demon prodded. "Not till I get this spent," Sheriff chortled. "Then I'll be back, sucker." He held up the $600 he had won, stared at it unbelievingly, clenched it in his fist, and stumbled from the room. The demon looked after him. $800 this time, the demon said, the sum ready in his hand, and the odds are 1 in 10. "Here's to glory," Sheriff toasted. When Alan Sheriff returned 4 days later, he was shaven, bathed, attired in gray flannel. His teeth had known a dentist's attention, and the shaking of his hands was all but imperceptible. "You're sober," the demon said. Sheriff looked at him. The other was medium-sized, dressed conservatively. Sheriff said, "You don't look like the devil." "How am I supposed to look?" Sheriff scowled at him. "Listen, I sobered myself up, but it's temporary. Just long enough to find out what the hell's going on." "What'd you give me that money for?" The demon explained, still again, the wagers they had made. Afterward, Sheriff said wonderingly, "My soul, eh? To tell the truth, I didn't think there was any such thing." "It has been greatly debated," the demon agreed. "What I can't understand," Sheriff said, "is all this trouble you're going to. You picked me out of the gutter. You would have got my soul anyway." "You underestimate the efforts of our opposition," the demon sighed. "And you must realize victory is never absolutely assured until the last second of life. 10 minutes after I approached you, you might have decided upon reform." He twisted his mouth sardonically. Sheriff shook his head while saying, "I still don't get this. This system of trying to get my soul." The demon had seated himself in the armchair. Now he shrugged. Each person in his time is confronted with his decision. Most admittedly, not quite so directly as this. "But all that dough for a down-and-out bum? Already I've got 1,500, and the next chance more than doubles it." The demon nodded. "Your next try is for 1,600, but the amount is meaningless. The, commodity cannot be evaluated in terms of money. One of our most prized specimens cost but 30 pieces of silver." He added absently, in that particular case, he didn't know it was his soul he was selling. Alan Sheriff looked down at the table. There were 9 glasses remaining. He said, "For $1,600, eh?" The demon nodded, his eyes shining. Sheriff's hand snaked out, took up a glass, and brought it halfway to his lips. His eyes went to the demon's. The other smiled.
Alan Sheriff put the glass down quickly and took up another. He held it for a moment. The demon still smiled. Sheriff's mouth tightened. "Salud," he said, bolting the cocktail. He closed his eyes and waited. When he opened them, the other was extending a sheaf of bills. Sheriff said, "You'll still be here later in the week?" "For you, I shall always be here, night or day. There are 8 glasses left. Your next wager will involve 3,200. Sheriff said flatly, "I gave up 2 weeks ago. Lots of dough for liquor, good food, gambling makes the going easier, but I'm not changing my mind about calling life quits. I'll be back when I've spent this."
"Very sound judgment," the demon nodded. "Until then." "So soon," the demon said. "However, the wager is now 3,200.
Sheriff said, "This is the last time."
"Ah?"
"This time I'm using the dough for a new start. I'm getting a job."
"Admirable motive, I understand, from the human viewpoint. However, we shall see." The demon changed the subject. "If I understand correctly the laws of chance, this is your crucial test."
How's that?"
Sheriff's eyes came up from the glasses to the other's face. "When we began, there were 13 glasses, one of which was poisoned. However, we are nearly half through now, and your good luck cannot last forever. Taking the averages, you should miss this time."
Sheriff shook his head. "Each time is a separate time. You don't use up your luck. There is no such thing. The odds aren't as good as they were, but they're still 7-1 in my favor."
"Very well. Let us see."
Alan Sheriff, sweat on his forehead, reached out slowly for one of the martinis. "Here's looking at you," he said.
The demon answered the door and smiled to see his visitor. "Alan Sheriff, but I thought your last visit was to be just that."
Sheriff's face was tight. "I'm not here for myself, damn you. For somebody else."
"Somebody else?" the demon said. "I don't understand."
"A girl," Sheriff snapped. "It's none of your business. You wouldn't ever have seen me again except for Muriel. She needs 5,000. Medical bills for her old lady. Sanitarium. Never mind. The thing is, I'll take another one of those drinks."
The demon pinched his lip thoughtfully. "I don't know."
"Damn it, what difference does it make what I want the dough for?"
Your motive for taking the wager disturbs me. Some centuries ago, a somewhat similar case precipitated a cause célèbre. A chap named Johann Faust. Matter had to be taken to the, higher authorities. However, let us see what develops. There are 7 glasses, and your odds are 6-1, with the prize amounting to exactly $6,400.
Sheriff took up a glass at random, toasted defiantly. "Here's to the ladies."
"Very sentimental," the demon nodded. Sheriff banged on the door heavily, and before it could be answered, banged again. The demon opened it, his face quizzical. "Ah, our Alan Sheriff." Sheriff lurched to the table. The martini glasses stood as before, 6 of them remaining. They appeared chill and as fresh as the first time he had seen them months ago.
"What's the bet now?"
he slurred. "The wager is 12,800 against your life and soul." The demon's voice was soft.
"Okay. Here's how."
The demon nodded pleasantly.
"Beat you again,"
Sheriff sneered.
"Give me the dough. I'm on my way to show up a wise guy. Show him what a real spender can do for a girl."
The alcohol was heavy on his breath.
"What'd be a classy present for Muriel? Show her what a real guy does for a dame."
The demon ran a thoughtful thumbnail along his trimmed mustache. "I understand mink is highly thought of," he murmured. "Ah," the demon said. Here we are once again. Sheriff looked about the room, unchanged from the last time he had been here, except there were but 5 glasses on the small table. He wondered vaguely what had happened to the 8 glasses he had emptied in turn.
You know, he said, each time I come here I have to be convinced all over again that it's true.
Indeed. As I recall, on your last visit you were in the midst of a somewhat feverish romantic situation. Did you take my advice as to the desirability of mink? Sheriff was gazing in fascination at the glasses. He said,
What? Oh, yeah. This here wise guy boyfriend of hers, old high school sweetheart kind of crap, was trying to beat my time.
He chuckled thickly.
But I gave her the old rush job. Wound up in Miami Beach for a week. Quite a town.
Isn't it, though? And where is Muriel these days? Sheriff was tired of the subject.
She's around somewhere. Got on my nerves, finally. Hey, what's the bet now? I'm thinking of going in the restaurant business with my kid brother. He needs the dough to get started.
At 25,600, the demon said briefly.
Well, here's mud in your eye,
Sheriff said. 51,200, the demon said. The new business doesn't seem to prosper?
Kid doesn't realize there's angles to every business. He's too slow for me. We need this dough to put in a bar and maybe a few tables and some slots in the back. Maybe some rooms upstairs where a guy can take a dame or maybe throw a little reefer party.
There are now 4 glasses, the demon said.
Score!
The demon opened the door at the knock and admitted the burly, heavy-faced man. It's been a long time, he said simply.
Yeah, Sheriff said.
He looked about the small room.
Well, you haven't changed much. Neither's this room. I wasn't sure it'd still be here.
Some things are changeless, the demon said.
3 glasses left, eh? My luck's really been with me so far. You know, it's been so long since I've been here. What's the bet now?
You would win $102,400, my friend.
2 chances out of 3. It's still a good percentage, and I'm branching out into new territory and need the dough.
He stared down at the identical glasses, still retaining their appearance of chill freshness. And how is your brother these days?
Bill? The hell with him. I had to bounce him out. Too square for the business I'm in. You know, he bragged, I'm a pretty big shot in some of the rackets these days.
Ah, I see. Sheriff took up one of the glasses, looked over its edge at his opponent.
Well, first one today with this hand, he muttered, downing it.
He waited for a moment, then took up the money, stuffed it into his overcoat pocket, and left without a backward glance. The knock at the door was hurried, anxious. The demon opened it and said, Yes? Sheriff hastened in, looked about quickly. I'm safe here? The demon chuckled. Really, Alan Sheriff?
They're after me, the cops.
Ah? Sheriff's eyes went to the small table.
2 glasses left, he muttered. I could hire Liber for a lawyer, grease a few palms. For more than 200 grand I could beat this rap, or for that matter I could go on down to Mexico, live there the rest of my life.
It's been done, the demon agreed.
50-50 chance,
Sheriff hissed in sudden decision. He lifted one of the glasses from the table, said,
Cheers,
downed it, and stood back to wait, his face empty and white. Nothing happened. He turned to the other.
Give me the money, he said triumphantly. You know what, sucker? It's like you once said. It's never too late to change. I beat you all the way down the line, but I know when I push my luck as far as it'll go. After I've got myself out of this jam, I'm going to straighten up, see?
I doubt it, the demon murmured,
Siam Buster, you've lost this boy.
The demon said, I suggest you drink the other martini. The other stared at him.
Oh, that's the one with the poison.
The demon shook his head gently. I suggest you take the 13th glass, Alan Sheriff. It might help you somewhat in the tribulations that lie ahead. After all, it is the very best of gin and vermouth. Sheriff chuckled his contempt.
Give me my dose, sucker. I'm getting out.
The demon said, What gave you the impression that the poison was a quick-acting one, Alan Sheriff? Sheriff blinked at him.
Huh?
I don't remember informing you that death was to be instantaneous following your choice of the wrong glass.
I don't get it.
But of course you got it, the demon said smoothly. The poison was odorless and tasteless, and you got it on your 8th try. Since then your life and soul have been mine to collect at will. The fact that I haven't done so sooner was my own whim, an excellent business as it developed. Surely in the past few years you have done more for the, cause I serve than you would have had I collected my wager immediately. After a long moment, Sheriff picked up the last glass.
Maybe you're right. I might be needing this. And they are good martinis. One for the road,
he toasted with attempted bravado. Down the hatch, the demon corrected. Rendezvous by John Christopher. John Christopher, an Englishman, is the author of 9 novels, among them The Little People, The Ragged Edge, The Possessors, The Caves of Night, No Blade of Grass. He has been commended by Orville Prescott of the New York Times, who calls him a talented and original writer, and by the Saturday Review, which says he has discovered a new approach to the outworn art of inducing terror by inventing characters who are human and engaging. He is a writer who understands the nature of man. In this story he explores the age-old belief that violent death ties the spirit to the spot in which the death occurs, and by ingeniously mixing in such modern ingredients as aeroplanes and skyscrapers, has told a tale of an exceedingly strange rendezvous. The company tried to persuade me to take a long holiday when Helen was drowned, but in the end they accepted my argument that I needed work more than rest. They put the proposition up again 6 months later. I was asked to spend the weekend with the Ashtons outside London, and along with hospitality, Freddie and Paula applied friendly but persistent pressure. My initial prescription had, they agreed, quite probably been right. At the same time, the body, like the mind, had limitations, and I had been driving mine too hard. What I was heading for, Paula pointed out gently, was nothing romantic, merely a coronary and years of enforced idleness, possibly helplessness. By this time, of course, things had changed with me. The wound, once viciously tender, had scarred over. The scar ached but bearably. Freddie told me they had booked me for a cruise to the Cape in 10 days' time, and I did not argue with him. I spent the journey out in a torpor, which I think I cultivated deliberately as a defense against associating with my fellow passengers. Since Helen's death, I had seen people in one context only, that of work. It was disturbing and frightening to contemplate them in their reality as individuals. They were pointers to pointlessness. I drank a fair deal, but on my own. We moved from cold gray seas and skies to light and warmth and blueness, and I sat on my stool at the end of the bar. I was quietly drunk every night, and not completely sober after 11 in the morning. I did not go ashore with the others when we docked. The chief purser had a tactful word or two with me and told me about some of the interesting things to see and do in South Africa, but he fairly soon abandoned the attempt to make me see reason. He gave the impression of having met my kind before. It was on the return journey that I met Cynthia Parker. I was at my usual place in the bar one morning and was lighting a cigarette when a voice spoke just behind me. I spun round, holding the burning match, and saw her shrink from it. I said, "Oh, I'm sorry." "It's silly." She had a strong, rather pleasantly harsh voice. I've been nervous of flame from a child, even a match. I was asking you if this stool was free. I bought her a brandy and ginger ale, and within a quarter of an hour she was through the wall of uncooperative blankness that had so successfully kept the others away. She had the unhesitating directness of someone with supreme confidence in herself. In addition, she was intelligent and quick-witted, qualities that one finds in combination all too rarely, and extremely feminine. She had striking looks, the embers, glowing and capable of firing with a smile, of great beauty. She was, as she told me in that first 15 minutes, 66. It was on the face of it an odd association, even by shipboard standards. Apart from the almost 30 years between us, we had few things in common. I was a dull businessman who had worked long hours in my youth and come up, as they say, the hard way. Only with Helen had I learned anything of the refinements of life, and then for no more than 3 bitterly short years. Cynthia, on the other hand, had been born into luxury, and had lived in it ever since. She had been married 3 times, divorcing 1 husband and surviving 2. I got the impression that they had all been wealthy men, and that she was a very wealthy woman. She knew a lot about money. We talked about the stock market one evening, and I found myself out of my depth in no time. She was a good talker and a keen listener, and the brisk way in which she had forced through the barriers I had put up was flattering. Moreover, she offered femininity without sex, the ideal solace for a man in the mood I was in. What she saw in me was difficult to establish. Not just an escape from loneliness, at any rate. She had never been a lonely woman, and was not likely to be. She was a hard but not excessive drinker. She partly weaned me from the bar, and many hours that I would otherwise have spent getting drunk were occupied in lying side by side on the sun deck, watching the waves and talking. The first 2 days I talked about my work and about my childhood. On the third I talked about Helen. She listened and said eventually, "So that was it. I wondered what it was that was sitting on your back, crippling you." She spoke as a doctor might, pleased with unraveling a difficult case. Strangely enough, that and the absence of the artificial expressions of condolence that I had grown used to were refreshing. Sympathy with grief is presumptive, a claim to kinship. She, as far as her reaction was concerned, might never have known sorrow for human loss. That which was a devil to me was to her no more than a curious beastie, a phantasm. She told me about her own beastie that evening after dinner. We went to the bar for a nightcap, and she was in fine form, talking scathingly about our fellow passengers who had come under her shrewd and wicked eye. To one who, as she did, lived so intensely in the world, the whole escape notion of cruising was anathema. Time-wasting in any class or context she could neither understand nor tolerate. There was no difference to her between the elegantly groomed and dressed men and women who surrounded us and the young men and women in mod or rocker dress who lounged vacuously in coffee bars or at street corners. They were all decadent, all contemptible. I saw, I thought, a weakness in her diatribe and seized on it. After all, she was here with them. She had told me she lived chiefly in the United States, but had been visiting a married sister near Johannesburg and needed to go to London to attend to business matters. I pointed out that she need not have joined our cruise ship. She could have flown to London instead, and the trip would have taken hours instead of days. She paused before replying, and then nodded to the barman, who brought us more drinks. She said, "I've never flown in my life, and never will." One meets, of course, old ladies who cannot attune themselves to modern developments, but the description was a long way from fitting her. She had told me she kept a Thunderbird at home and was fond of speedboat racing. The firm, quiet negative over air travel made me curious. I asked her, "Why not?" She took her drink, lifted it, and stared at me over the rim of the glass. "Through fear," she said. I shook my head. "Not convincing." There was silence again, and I thought she was shying away from the subject. But after a time she began to speak in a low voice, and I listened. It went back nearly 50 years to the time when the First World War was dragging and grinding itself slowly on, and she was a young woman, a girl of 18. She had been surrounded by admirers since the schoolroom, and could have been expected to have a brilliant season. The war was a bore from that point of view. On the other hand, it provided a never-ending supply of young, handsome, uniformed men and a sense of patriotic duty in letting them take her out and give her a good time. And there were good times to be had even in 1917 for those who had the means of commanding them. There were dozens of young men, and some she was sorrier to see go than others, but none made much impression on her before Tony Anderson came along. I doubt if she loved him, because I doubt if she was ever able to yield control to that extent. But she was fascinated by him, and the fascination, 48 years later, was still evident in the way she talked about him. He was tall and swarthy, with a fierce black mustache, a slightly hooked nose, and deep blue eyes. He had great physical strength and magnetism. The first time she shook hands with him, she was made aware of both. Besides these, he had other impressive qualities. He was the grandson of a duke, the son of one of the better steel millionaires. In her parents' eyes, as in her own, he was entirely eligible. They were engaged 6 weeks after they met, and at that had been marking time for 4. She had sensed a wildness in him, and it attracted her. But it was only by degrees that she understood how deep the wildness went. He was a man of whims, and iron-willed about indulging them. He decided to buy her a diamond bracelet at 1 o'clock in the morning, and had the proprietor of a Bond Street shop called from his bed and brought in a taxi to serve him. He took her for a picnic on the river, just the two of them, with champagne on ice and a Fortnum's hamper, and as they tied up by a small island on a deserted reach, the air was full of soft, sweet sounds. The entire string section of the Royal London Orchestra. All this was flattering and exciting, and a little frightening. Because where he gave, he claimed, and giving himself totally, he demanded the same of her. She was his, he said, for eternity. She shivered inside and smiled and said, "You're very romantic, darling, for all that solid English ancestry. The prayer book only says, 'Till death us do part.'" The blue eyes fixed her, the strong, full mouth was unsmiling. He stared at her and said, "Let me tell you a story. A romantic one, if you like, about my grandmother." She had been the daughter of a peer and engaged to a duke. Her father was appointed ambassador to the court of the emperor in Vienna, and she went there with him. She met, no one quite knew how, a young Hungarian. He was completely undesirable, not only a revolutionary, but a gypsy. They fell in love. As the date of her marriage drew near, she found herself pregnant. She told her lover, and he was delighted. They would elope together and live at peace in a peaceful land. She was his, and he was hers. He had faith in her and in their love. But she was weak and afraid of what was happening to her. She confessed to her father, and he took the story to the duke. The duke was a realist. He was also poor for a duke, while her father, though only a baron, was rich. Her dowry, already impressive, was generously, magnificently increased. The wedding took place as arranged, and the happy couple went to live in a quiet, remote villa in Switzerland. Her child was born there and was a girl. Everything had worked out even better than had been hoped. The family's future was safe, and there was time for her to have sons. Or there would have been time if she had lived. Her father was still ambassador. They visited Vienna in the spring, almost a year after she had left the place and her lover. They did not stay at the embassy, but at a small hunting lodge in the woods. It was the place to which her lover had been taken by the duke's men. The marital bed was set up in the room in which, while 2 men held his arms, the duke had stabbed him to death. He was saving this up to tell her the next morning, for, like all realists, he prided himself on his sense of humor. The Duchess retired early, while the Duke drank his port. When he went up to her, she was dead, covered with congealed blood from the stab wound in her breast. She paused at this stage, and I ordered her another drink. "Gruesome," I said, "and Gothic, but not unlikely. She had killed herself?" "No. Why should she? She had no idea her lover was not still alive. That very day she had asked a maid to make inquiries for him. She was safe and could afford to be romantic again, And besides, she was a coward who could not stand the sight of blood. Then her husband killed her. Not that either. There was a reversion clause in the dowry, and the bulk of the money went in trust to her daughter, though he was under suspicion for a time. You see, there was no trace of the dagger. Then, a burglar, the police decided. An unknown man had come in, surprised the Duchess in her bed, and killed her to stop her raising the alarm, and then fled. I sipped my brandy. It sounds reasonable. That's what I said. But he, your, fiancé, didn't agree? He was a quarter gypsy, remember. That was the part of his ancestry that fascinated him, not the rest. He had gone to Hungary, found the tribe, lived with them for a time. He had learned their beliefs. One was that violent death tied the spirit to the spot in which death came, and that where there had been great love or great hate, the spirit could make its claim whenever the person who had inspired it passed that way. It was a belief that had its social value. In cases of murder, suspects were bound and left in the place where the murder had occurred. It was not unusual for them to be found dead the next morning. Not surprising either, I said. So his view was that his gypsy ancestor had come back to claim his faithless love, and had stabbed her to death with a ghostly knife? Yes, he believed that. You still haven't told me why you are afraid of traveling by air. He was a pilot in the Royal Flying Corps. Those were the days of the Zeppelins over London. One night he attacked one and brought it down in flames. It was a very daring attack, pressed beyond the limits of ordinary courage, quite reckless. He came down burning with the Zeppelin. They gave him a Victoria Cross, posthumously. Even now I don't understand, she said slowly. He told me that I was his, belonging to him through life and beyond death. When he told me about his grandfather and grandmother, he meant that he would come for me if I betrayed him. And I did betray him. Her still magnificent eyes fixed on mine. I was pregnant, too. Within a month of his death, I gave myself and his son to another man. I protested. How can you call that betrayal? You had nothing to do with his death. She shrugged. His death did not matter to him. What mattered was his love, his pride. He had made provision for me in case of his death. He expected that I should bear his son and live as his widow until death reunited us. I married instead. That was the betrayal. I shook my head. And you think because of that he died in the air? If he waits anywhere, it is there. I can face death as well as most, but not death in a burning aircraft. Not death and him together. Nearly 50 years ago, I said, and based on a melodrama 50 years older than that. What is 50 years? She stared at the array of bottles behind the bar. I remember him better than I will remember you the day after we leave this ship. We said goodbye at Southampton with no expectation of meeting again. Nor did we. I went back to my work. I thought of her at times in the quiet hours of the night when, not being able to sleep, I went downstairs to commune with a bottle of whiskey. It was the irony of it that struck me most. Two people meeting on shipboard with nothing in common but a preoccupation with death. One wishing the dead could rest, but fearing their survival. The other willing to give anything to call them back, but knowing they were dead. Then by chance I saw her name in a newspaper, and read the story in which it appeared. And the following day I resigned my job and came down here. I have a room in a boarding house in Poole, but I spend little time there. The boat I have got is small, but sturdy, and I take her out in all but the worst of weather. It happened not far outside the harbor, not more than a mile out. A sudden squall, and the friends Helen was with, not as skilled as they should have been in the handling of a boat like that. She capsized, and the man who skippered her managed to swim to shore. The others did not. I could not trust myself to speak to him then, and still cannot. But at least there is hope now, or if not hope, a dream to follow. The story was about Cynthia and about her death. She had died in her hotel room, in a fire. It was thought, the story said, that she might have been smoking in bed and fallen asleep. She did not smoke, and she feared all flame, even a match. The hotel proprietors were quick to point out that there had been no negligence on their part. Each floor, each room was individually fireproofed, the electrical wiring impeccable. It was, after all, a very new hotel. And yet she had died by burning. But what she had forgotten was that in 50 years the earth had risen to meet the sky. It was a very new hotel, the Metropolitan Towers, and it soared high above the crawling roofs of London. 45 floors, and her room was on the 42nd, say 500 feet. I checked in an old copy of the Illustrated London News. The Zeppelin had already been hit and was losing height when he made his last run-in. Down to 500 feet, they estimated, heading west over Mayfair. It took her nearly 50 years to come unwillingly to her trysting place. I have only been here a year so far. I live modestly and have the means to do so for a long time yet. Each day, each tide is different, but the sea never changes. Side by Side by John Tomerlin. John Tomerlin spent a solid year in Europe researching the Grand Prix scene for his latest novel, Challenge the Wind, an in-depth study of racing drivers. Prior to that, he lived in Los Angeles, where he was active in television scripting, contributed to major magazines, and wrote his earlier novels, Return to Vicky and Prisoner of the Iroquois. Like many another author, he gravitated to the writing profession only after a wide detour. As a radio broadcaster of considerable versatility, news commentator, sports announcer, disc jockey. Now domiciled in New York, he is deep into another novel. His Side by Side, which follows, weaves its eerie spell by degrees, cumulatively building toward the crowning horror. It still seems hard to believe, the young man said from the chair next to mine. Saul Kessler, the author of Letters from Miriam, after all these years. Doubt flickered across his glowing features. You don't think he'll mind? You're bringing me along. No, I said, I don't think he'll mind. The young man's name was Joel Carson, a summer student at NYU whom I'd met the week before at Rienzi's in the village. He'd been looking for a chess opponent, and I'd obliged him with a couple of games, turning back his enthusiastic king's gambits without much difficulty. He had spoken fluently between moves of the death of the novel and of the great literary figures past and present. I'd found his optimism both refreshing and contagious, and when our conversation had chanced upon the name of Kessler, I'd admitted, for the first time in how long, that Saul had been my friend. I don't think he'll mind, I said. In fact, he likes company. I should get up to the sanatorium more often myself to see him. It was true. Guilt was part of my motive. The long ride and the inevitable post-visit depression made me reluctant to see Saul more than about once a year. I was overdue this time, and when Joel had proved such an ardent admirer, as most young people seem to be of Kessler, it had occurred to me to suggest that he come along. We were seated in the train now, headed north along the Hudson on an overly warm Sunday afternoon, and I still wasn't certain I'd done the right thing. Joel said, I wasn't even sure he was still alive. I mean, I read his book years and years ago. He must be at least, He broke off and looked at me, flushing. Only 37, I said, smiling at the tide of red rising toward my friend's close-cut blonde hair. However, that may seem more advanced to you than it does to me. Oh, no, I didn't mean... But then he, too, grinned and said, Well, I guess it does. I was only about 15 when I first read him, and the book had already been out several years. It was published in 1952, the year after Miriam died. He nodded solemnly. I know, tragic. To think of his talent, and then a thing like that happening. It was what ruined him, wasn't it? I read about it. Yes, I said. Miriam destroyed him. Beyond the window, the wide sweep of river moved past. It looked more like a lake at this point, its current so deep and slow that it left the surface untroubled, like the lives of normal people. Across the sun-silvered expanse, West Point rose high against the green hills, threatening as fate, commanding the passage below. I found myself feeling strangely disassociated and remote, standing at a distance from life, an observer instead of a participant. What you may not have read, I went on, because so few people knew it, was that she destroyed him after she died. I sensed his eyes on me, rather shocked, I imagined, and knew then why I really had invited him. I meant to tell him the story that had been caged inside me so long, the story that had been rising slowly like a cake of soap to the surface of my mind for 12 years. Images, voices, characters from the past were crowded in the wings, waiting to perform for my audience of one. Miriam was in many ways the most remarkable woman I've ever known. She and Saul had met, had been introduced by friends, in 1950, while she was still attending the university and Saul had already begun the struggle to write. It had been the sort of meeting where the heavens open and the earth moves, and everyone could see it. They left together that first night, and a week later Miriam moved in with him. After that they were virtually never apart. I confess that I envied Saul a little, all his friends did, but only a little, because they were obviously meant for each other. She was a beautiful girl, not the Broadway type perhaps, but with dark, arresting features and a fine body, rather full-figured for one so small. She was excellent at any kind of sport or game, hating to lose as much as she loved to win. But it was her eyes and the mind that looked out from them that I remember best. She had one of the keenest minds I've ever known. And Saul was forever saying how much brighter she was than he, though I don't think anyone believed that. Still, she conquered just about everything she set out to do. She had studied languages in school and spoke several, Greek, French, and German that I know of. She was a talented artist, with a leaning toward caricature, and played guitar and sang folk music so well that we spent many evenings at Saul's just listening to her. I heard that she won rave reviews once for her performance as Nora in A Doll's House while she was at college, but I never saw her act. Then, in her mercurial way, she decided to take up dancing, and she left Saul for the first time, and the last, to attend a school on the West Coast. Remember now, she was in her early 20s, and so far as anyone knows, she'd never given ballet a thought up till then. But that's what she wanted to do, and it didn't make a damn she knew nothing about it, or that most ballerinas began to study about the same time that they learned to walk. She had decided to dance, and that was it. We all knew that when she came back she'd be able to do it, and she could. I only saw her the one time, of course, at the party Saul gave to celebrate her return, the night she died. The whole scene returned to mind, like the curtain lifting on a play. Not that I had forgotten, or ever could, but the curtain had been there and tightly drawn. Now I saw the tar-paper roof, the yellowish light bulb strung on a cord from Saul and Miriam's loft apartment below. I heard the music from the battered phonograph we'd borrowed from someone, and smelled the warm wind, wet from the summer shower that had fallen that afternoon. I saw the people. Everyone came in good clothes, though for many of the men that meant only the cleanest pair of Levi's and a white shirt. Some of the girls wore faded cocktail dresses, usually a size too small for them, holdovers from high school or college, parent bought. It was a double-barreled occasion. Miriam had come back, and even more exciting, Saul had just sold his novel to E.V. Reinwald Company with a $500 advance. He'd worked feverishly on it all the time Miriam was away. It was the first important sale he'd made, and he didn't have much of the advance left after paying overdue bills and spending Miriam's bus fare. But what there was, he went out and spent on food and liquor for the celebration. It was a fine party. Everyone we knew was invited, plus a dozen couples who'd heard the noise and come up off the street. That's the way parties were in Greenwich Village back then. There doesn't seem to be much of it anymore. About halfway through the evening, we came across a record of excerpts from Swan Lake, and Miriam agreed to dance for us. I remember standing there listening to the tinny, scratchy sounds from that old record player, softened by the dim rustle of the city noises in the background. Watching her spin and glide, her face and arms visible only when she came under the tiny circle of light from the bulb, then disappearing as she left it, a disembodied swirl of white dress, white shoes. The music ended, and she did a little series of pirouettes that made us all catch our breaths. She did one more and touched the cement coping, which was only about 18 inches high on one side, and went over it, 75 feet to the brick pavement. For what seemed a long while, no one moved, and I think no one believed it had happened. It was as though Miriam had merely exited, with the same flair for drama she'd always had, as though she might reappear in an instant or two to take her bows. Then, of course, we all ran to the edge and looked. She was lying down there, quite visible even in the dark because of her white dress. She was not at all sprawled or awkward the way people like that are supposed to look. Some of the girls began to cry, some to scream, and one of the men yelled, "Get an ambulance, for God's sake!" But none of us moved. We all knew she was dead. I thought of Saul and turned to see him standing at the edge, too, just standing there with a funny, twisted expression on his face. I went over and pulled him back, holding his arms tightly. I think I was afraid he was going to jump after her. Gary March, a bit-part actor and Saul's best friend other than myself, came over, and between the two of us, we got him downstairs. By the time we reached the room, he was vibrating like a high wire and cursing steadily. "Damn her," he kept saying. "God damn her." I made him sit down, and Gary ran back to get a bottle. When he returned, we forced several stiff ones down Saul. He kept fighting us, though in an odd way he didn't seem conscious we were there, and after a while he started crying and finally passed out. A little later, Renata, Gary's girl, came in. She told us that the ambulance had taken Miriam away and that someone had gone along to take care of the details. "Do you think one of us ought to stay here?" I asked Gary. "I don't know," he said. "Kind of gives me the creeps the way he's acting. Stay if you want to." I didn't, but I thought somebody should, so I sat up most of the night in a chair. Saul had gone to sleep on the couch, and read some and drank the rest of the bottle of whiskey. It was the longest night I'd ever spent. Saul kept muttering in his sleep, a sort of half-laughing, half-crying sound, and I was horribly afraid he was going to wake up. He didn't, though, until about 10 o'clock the next morning. At first he seemed to have forgotten what had happened, and then abruptly he said, "I'd better try to work, you know. That way maybe I won't have to think about it." He went over to the table where his beat-up old Remington stood and rolled a piece of paper into it. He sat down, looked at the typewriter a minute, and began to grin. He began to chuckle, then to laugh. "It's funny when you think about it," he said. "I mean, the way it happened, it's comical." He grabbed the table and bent to one side, laughing harder, uncontrollably, jumping around in his chair and making the table rattle and the window next to it. Suddenly he coughed and began to retch. He got up and staggered into the bathroom, and I could hear him throwing up. I started to go after him, then I changed my mind. I made some coffee instead and some toast, and when he came out he was trembling terribly, but he managed to eat a little nonetheless. He seemed to have got hold of himself and apologized for acting like a fool. He asked if he could be alone, and since I was almost dead anyway, I left him and went home. I fell into bed and slept the rest of the day and late into the night. It surprised everyone. For the next day or two it seemed as though Saul was going to be all right. He began coming down to McDougal Street, to the coffee houses where the gang had always met. He looked miserable, of course, didn't talk much, but he'd smile when we tried to cheer him up, and for a while he appeared to be taking it well, better than we'd hoped. And then something happened that none of us could have foreseen, something that should never have happened. Miriam came back. No, the problem wasn't supernatural. It was financial. It costs money to die, you know, and we didn't have any. None of us had made a go of it at that time. Most of us never would. And the cost of taking care of Miriam was too much. Fortunately, she had always said she wanted to be cremated, which proved the cheapest way of handling the body. We had it done at Scarfiata's funeral parlor, but raising the necessary $50 about bankrupted all of us. There was nothing left to pay for a burial plot, or even a vault. Of course, the city will take care of that if you want to, but Saul flatly refused to put her in a pauper's grave. So when the mortician started raising hell, we went over and picked up the box with her ashes in it, and Saul took it home with him. He put it on the mantel over the fake fireplace with the electric heater inside. I didn't like the idea, but there didn't seem any alternative until one of us came up with some money. Things were rough for everyone that summer. I was making a few bucks every now and again, adapting some public domain stories for a small recording company that produced spoken records. The last batch had been paid for about a week earlier, though. I'd spent the money and wouldn't get any more for a month or two. Saul had used up his advance and had no other source of income. I urged him to take a job for a while, if only so he could draw some unemployment. But he didn't want to, or couldn't find one. The utility companies finally turned off his gas and lights, and he had to borrow candles to use at night. He put them on the mantel, on either side of that small black box. The effect was ghastly. After putting the candles on the mantel, the change in Saul really became apparent. He wasn't eating, and he refused the offers of friends to feed him. There had been a lot of liquor left from the party, but he drunk it all and was finding more some way. He grew thinner, and since he'd been thin to start with, he became increasingly skeletal. He claimed to be working. Everything would be all right if he could get the book in and get the rest of his advance from the publisher. But I noticed that the pile of pages on the table was not rising. We tried to keep him company, in the evenings at least, as much as possible, but the setting of his room was so weird it was oppressive, and his friends started staying away. He had always referred to the box as Miriam, rather than it, or even her. But when he took to addressing some of his remarks, on the evenings when we were at his place, to the box on the mantel, "Isn't that right, darling?" Or, "It's getting late, and Miriam's tired, aren't you, dear?" I knew something had to be done. All of the shock he'd felt and survived when she was killed had returned to prey on him, and he was breaking under it. I stayed one night after the others had gone and begged him to let me or someone take care of the box until we could afford a burial. He acted as though I were joking. "You know I can't work unless Miriam's here," he said. "You know I can't do anything without her. She's always helped with my stories. And now the book." The next day I called his publisher. I talked to the editor who'd accepted letters from Miriam and asked for more money. He was sympathetic, but said there was no way he could help. The book was overdue, and the publisher felt, anyway, it was only a prestige item. He had no way of knowing the popular appeal it would turn out to have. He turned me down, so the next thing to do was to go see Saul's parents. They lived in Jersey, so I hitchhiked over that afternoon and arrived in time for dinner. The old man, Saul's father, must have figured I planned it that way. He watched every bite I ate like I was picking his pocket, and finally I lost my appetite, even though I hadn't eaten anything else that day. The mother seemed a little better, but she knew to keep quiet, and at last I felt I had to get to the point and get it over with. They knew what had happened, and I told them that, in my opinion, that damned black box was killing Saul. "I've found the place," I said, "that'll take her for $75. I'll personally guarantee to pay you back if you lend Saul the money." The old man just laughed at me. $75 that vandal will never see from me," he said. "Never." I said, "It isn't for Saul. It's for his wife." "No," he cried. "Not his wife. He's not married." That was so, though oddly enough I'd forgotten about it. I guess to him they'd been living in sin, though no one who knew them looked at it that way. Saul and Miriam were as married as anyone can be, though they'd never had or wanted to spare the money for a license and the rest. I tried to explain this, but Mr. Kessler was adamant. "She wasn't even Jewish," were his last words on the subject, and he was getting so angry I thought I'd better leave. Mrs. Kessler saw me to the door. She slipped me a 5 as I went out. I tried to refuse, but she said, "See that Saul eats." So I had to take it. The door was closed, and it was already dark, and I still had to catch a ride back across the river. I finally got one, and on the way home I examined the whole affair very carefully in my mind. By the time my benefactor dropped me off in the village, I'd decided I had to get the box away from Saul, and the only way to do that was to steal it from him. And my story was interrupted by the slowing of the train as it approached our stop. My friend and I got our coats and hats from the rack above the seat, and a few minutes later stepped off onto the small station platform. Behind us, the train lurched, heaved itself ahead, and clattered away. I measured the sun as it settled behind the pine trees and hoped I'd timed our visit right. We should arrive a few minutes after 5. Past experience had taught me that an hour with Saul was about all I could take. We began to walk up the winding, crush-bricked path toward the complex of white buildings. We strolled slowly, my companion waiting in silence for me to resume. Perhaps I was wrong to have done it, I don't know. I've thought about it often, wondering if I was in any way responsible for what happened. But it seemed right at the time, and I believe, at worst, I only hastened the end a little. I went over to his place and let myself in. He never locked his door. And found him asleep in his room. I took the box from the mantel, carried it home, and hid it. Then I went down to the bagel shop, found Gary, and told him what I'd done. We were still sitting there sipping coffee when Gary glanced toward the door. His face went as white as any man's I've ever seen, and when I looked around, there was Saul. He must have waked for some reason soon after I'd left, gone into the front room and seen that it was gone. Now he stood in the doorway, sort of hanging onto the frame on both sides, his gaunt head with its mane of long, uncut hair swaying back and forth. He reminded me of the Western movie character, drunk or half-dead, who comes to warn the town that the Indians are rising. He spotted us, let go of the door jamb, and lurched toward our table. We might have been all right if Gary hadn't panicked and leaped out of his chair to back away. Hell, I would have done the same, only I was sitting between the table and wall and couldn't move in time. "Where is she?" Saul croaked, his normally high, smooth voice deep with menace. He stumbled as he reached the table, came up against its edge, and seized it with bony white hands. His eyes were absolutely stark, and they would have held me even if the table hadn't been jammed against my chest. "Where is she, goddammit? I've got to find her. You know where she is." It was as though Miriam, the live Miriam, had left him, and he was going to kill the man who took her, which was me. I should have lied, of course, but my mind wasn't functioning. There is something about insanity, and I knew then that's what it was, that paralyzes the senses. I blurted out something about not meaning any harm, about her being bad for him, and I didn't get any further. He came straight across the table, and I felt his hands reach my throat. I tried to scream, "I'll bring her back," but I couldn't get the sounds past the pressure of his fingers. I guess I fainted then, because the next thing I knew, I was sitting on the floor against the wall watching this god-awful scramble of bodies in front of me, all seen through a blood haze. Tables and chairs were being knocked every which way, and I saw a figure, torn and disheveled, Saul's figure, rise up out of the pile and come for me. There was a scream, his or mine, and I found I couldn't move to get away. He had almost reached me when the two cops burst through the door and caught him from behind. If they hadn't, he'd have killed me, I'm sure. And my friend and I had reached the steps of the main building, and we paused there. Joel gave me a cigarette and took one for himself. We leaned against the railing to smoke them, and the sun hid itself behind the hill. A cool breeze began to come up off the Hudson. That was the end of him, I went on after a moment. They took him over to St. Vincent's for the night, and the next day he was transferred to Bellevue to the psychiatric ward. During the next few weeks I managed to put the rest of his book together for him, and when it was published and became a bestseller, the royalties allowed him to be moved here, where he's been since. We finished our cigarettes, stubbed them out, and entered the wide, cool, antiseptic-smelling foyer. I said, "He might have survived her death, but that little box of ashes was too much. It finally overpowered him. That's why I say she destroyed him after she died." Joel shook his head in sadness. "She must have been an amazing person," he said. "I can understand why he loved her so much." Loved her? He didn't love her. He hated her. My young friend stared at me in disbelief. He hated her because he depended on her so much, and knew that he did. She had helped him with his stories, given him ideas, even rewritten them for him. He knew he couldn't make it without her, and he hated her for dying and leaving him. Most of all, he hated her for being able to do everything, while he could do nothing. Joel said, I don't understand. After writing the book he did?" "Surely you see he didn't write it. Letters from Miriam was just that. The letters Miriam had written while she was out west. It was all there. The magnificent descriptions of the countryside, the sensitive portraits of the people she met, the yearning for home and the loneliness, all of it. Saul simply edited them and put them together for publication. When they sold, he hated her even more. I gave my name to the nurse on duty, and we started down the corridor to Saul's room. There's one thing I should warn you about, I said. Saul is quite rational, and I think you'll enjoy talking to him. But the doctors discovered fairly soon that the only way to handle him was to indulge his fantasy. You mustn't be surprised at what he keeps on the shelf above his bed. It's not the original. It's a duplicate made specially for him. He's happy as long as he thinks she hasn't left him, that they're still together. We stopped in front of Saul's door, and I knocked. A smooth, rather high-pitched voice answered, "Come in?" And then, more faintly, as though he had turned to address someone else, "Darling, we have visitors."